judicial process. This court finds these showings have not been made here. First, the motion does not identify with sufficient specificity that the evidence, if presented in a public proceeding, would bring. The motion raises generalized concerns regarding hearsay and the expert reports without identifying particular evidence. Warning was identified in the information and probable cause statement. The possibility that evidence introduced at the preliminary hearing may later be ruled motion in limine to preclude 1102 evidence and reserve ruling on that issue until the matter has been fully briefed. Well, if publicly disclosed, the motion does not establish that a no less restrictive alternative remains available. In detailed juror questionnaires and conducting thorough voir dire, all methods routinely used to safeguard a defendant's constitutional rights will adjourn until that date.
Your Honor, may I just ask the court one scheduling question?
Absolutely, Mr. Meda.
So we have these two matters on June 12th. One is argument on the motion that the court just referenced, and one is the order to show cause hearing. Did the court have a preference for which of those two matters it does first and which it does second?
Let's go ahead and do the order to show cause first and the evidentiary hearing, and then we'll turn to the second matter. Thank you for that question. All right, anything further from the parties?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you to all parties. I wish you a good rest of your day. Court is in recess.
Thanks for a man of your stature.
You're the most dangerous person.
Bro, no way!
kick Nathaniel out of the room.
Wait, so Ben, what's wrong with Southwest? Why don't you like it?
Everything okay, sir?
We heard. Did y'all think that would be the case? That sounds a little counterintuitive.
No, but
I
thank
have
you
no
for it.
idea.
No, thank you for the information. That's what we were looking for. Spirit has thought about you. And he said, where's concrete when you need him?
Yeah,
You ask the question and answer. It's all good. That's
You took
right.
a plumber, so in the plaster.
No, nobody did
I'm
that.
just telling you, if
Oh.
case, just because it's two different skill sets, it might have suicidal ideation.
Damn.
It's hell.
Wow.
Plumbing, which is easy as shit.
Record. That's the second time you repeat it. But that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Plaster is harder, plumbing is easy.
That's the third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what repetition does?
Well, thank you. I remember now.
I might do it at a later point in the day.
Okay. You understand? That doesn't mean that you haven't said it more than 4. All I know, what I witnessed is 4. There you go.
Hurricane, sorry, you asked a question. I was too busy running around as the plumbers nicked the line looking for the main to shut off my home as my kitchen is being flooded like Noah's Ark. What was your concern?
Oh, I was saying, why don't you like Southwest? Oh, I said, why don't you like Southwest?
What, the person?
No, the area.
No, I mean, why doesn't the person like Southwest? It's not me.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, why does the person not like Southwest?
Oh, that's not his things.
Yeah, but
His
yeah.
things. You said he's not interested. That's not his thing.
Not a lot of bars and stuff there.
Oh, no, there is.
Not a lot of hip
It
stuff.
is.
Oh, okay.
There's no young Dixters.
Okay.
Oh, so it's like Bushwick or something?
Leon, no, it's not that. It's that would be better. It's just something coming in, work is down there. I don't want to go to your poetry reading / book signing / pottery spin class / yoga Lonnie's with a white man in the back singing Nina Simone's 4 Girls.
Ancient!
That's happening all over the place in DC now at the different busboys and poets, including the flagship one that moved from its glorious location to a much less glorious location across the street. They have open mics now. The white boys be up there, doing their real party.
I've actually been to that place. I like that place.
But the best,
Do you mean the old one, or
I think if I was there 2 years ago, it would have been the old one, right?
no? It's
3 years ago?
no. I think the old one, they moved from the old location maybe 4 years ago, but don't quote me. The one that you went to didn't have a spiral staircase in the middle, a winding staircase in the middle.
I remember there being like a kind of open kitchen in the back that you walk through to get to, I think, outside or something.
Was there a staircase in the middle?
I don't remember if there was a staircase or not.
If you don't remember a staircase, you probably went to the new location, which
It was okay. It's still in like DuPont Circle area ish.
no, it's oh gosh, it's close to. It's an area called City. It's close to the Mount Vernon area. Is what it's close
Oh,
to.
that's the Carnegie community. Carnegie, where the Apple store is.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
it's not far from there.
It's not far from
Okay,
there.
so
It's not quite Mount Vernon. No, Pawnee. We're talking. We're talking wide.
I think pretty the tops. Let's say the tops, though. In DC and throughout
Are you sure they're the top?
Go off the mic. I'm here being proud of our city and community and I'm saying I'm flexing, right?
Do you know a lady named Connie who was invested in the reparations movement?
No, because this is actually part of my middle name. So no, I don't. But I like to hear about it.
How you gonna take Victor down, Lou? None of that stuff in Africa. Yeah, really, Africa with a pie. So really, Africa with a pie. So damn. Cyril said something about an island. Does that mean anything to you? Really, Dukes knows.
It's AI, but it's relative.
Let's go talk. Hold on. Develop a bit of eating disorder. We all got our coping mechanisms. Whatever you do, don't mention his weight. Come on, friend. Get in shape. You gotta move, man. I told him you gotta move. Fred Dukes. Looks like the creature that ate Fred Dukes.
Hey, Pat, Fred. You remember that girl when she was about 85 pounds, huh?
Oh, that's funny. You're still so funny, Logan.
You know what Victor is?
Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Logan.
It's not easy. That's the only way Victor is. Come on, for old times.
Just come here.
Come on. Big old ass can have to find his shirt. You ain't never worry about being out here on the stretch. You're an asshole.
Striker and Tom Young, they run it together.
Yeah, they do be restricted. What's the island?
Where Striker takes you after Victor's call.
Takes what?
Mutants. Wonder is that Striker's doing experiments on them.
Where is it, Logan?
Striker kept it real secret. And prisoner escaped there once. His name was Manuel Bobo.
There's no redemption where I'm going. How you gonna take Victor down, Lou?
And it worked. I don't ever have anybody coming back to me saying, you did so, because I know.
Are you actually starting a date? Would you like to have a date?
Our schedule is horrible right now, so no.
But how much time do you need for a date? It's like 3 hours.
Well, we just got finished bidding on our contracts, and I had to sift through everything to see what it was I want. So I'm sleep deprived right now, and I'm on a CPAP machine. So that's why I said now it's not a good time.
That's why I want to date. I like mounts.
How would you go to a sweatshop with you? You just to turn that into a story.
Let me ask you a question. So you would not have it in order to stay on the CPAP machine?
What I'm saying is, once I catch up on my sleep and I record that sleep, I would say I can come out and play in a couple of weeks, but I'm just behind. I had 4 hours to lay down, deal with my son, clean my machine, and go back to work. It was crazy these last few weeks. So that's what I'm saying. Right now, I would not, by August, July, I think I would be able to have a lot of more free time for me, because I'm a thinker. Off of me, so it generally leaves me. Like really. But like right now,
So Hurricane, are you there? Hurricane?
Yes, what's up?
Yeah, so I tried to get you a date with Connie because you turned straight. And Connie said as soon as she...
Now that I've turned straight, I'm like,
Bro, no way! You found my child.
loving parents, a grandchild. Anyway, like I was saying before, this woman interrupted me while I was speaking at would like my wife
want to. I have 2 children of my own, but you know, you can't. You know, as long as you like, I take tests every so often just to see how many eggs I have left for perimenopause. So it can still happen, but I would.
I know that's right, Connie.
Right.
No, that's right. Don't play with me.
Connie, I'm so sorry. I don't want rotten eggs. I want eggs.
Wow.
That was unnecessary.
Here is cursed or rotten. But the thing I'm saying is that hurricane would never work because, for one, I don't want to share my green card with a foreigner, and 2, I am so yeah, we will never work.
So Connie,
when their friends trying to hit up on
Connie, your assumptions are incorrect. Despite what Donald Trump might believe, I'm a birthright citizen.
You lost that. You heard what
But no, you're not right. But I'm the original.
Thank
They
you,
can
Connie.
still put their ass behind here. Okay, I'm the custodian of this area that you live in.
I understand.
You can be removed. I can never be removed.
Oh my
And you
God.
can move faster if I'm with that Yoruba. Just fucking with you. And then you get quiet.
That's in my workup now. Now it's just funny. Oh, Lord, that was good. All right, see, we gave y'all some content. Oh, y'all done. Oh, I like Connie. Miss Connie is good, man. Miss Connie is, boy, I'm telling you, something about the V women. If you know, you know.
Oh, I just keep doing some with that diaspora.
It was good. Just give your Yoruba. Yoruba. Darkwing Duck, are you here? Darkwing left. All right, first lady.
This reminded me of a funnier version of what happened yesterday, where that woman came in about the UBI and Andrew Yang and all that with brother.
Oh no, that was equally funny. No, that was funny. That was hilarious. Brother got packed. That was Ching. That was Miss Ching.
Okay, wait a second. Somebody packed up brother and I missed it. Why did people ping me?
Well, I sent you the tracking number. You can go online, FedEx.com.
I did.
Oh yeah, but yeah, brake crash. You know how you just learned how to swim and you're treading, and you know if you're.
I'm gonna tell you at the first YMCA formed by a black man in the United States. Yeah, I decided to conquer a new fear. Conquer a fear this year. The fear of
Can you tread water? That's the question. Can you tread water?
I can't do nothing. I do not know how to swim.
Once you tread, and you know what I mean when I say tread water.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
so when I go in water, I sink to the bottom.
Exactly.
Start flailing my arms and all of that stuff.
Yeah, you gotta calmly tread the water, circular motions of the hands, circular motions of the feet, and keep your hands in the water. The fastest way to sink is to take your hands out of the water. So hopefully you hear my voice when you get in the deep end. And know that it's a bit easier to swim on a calm beach in the salt water than in a pool. There's a little more buoyancy there. So once you're good in the pool, you're gonna kill it at the beach. Good luck.
Yeah, I've been scared for so long of swimming, and it's good cardio. I think it'll make my workouts more efficient because I'll be getting more cardio. I'm just excited about it. And once I learn how to swim, I'll probably be swimming several days a week because I am looking for a new form of exercise. I think swimming.
I mean, definitely a good workout. Like anytime I go to the beach, I'm done when I get out the water. Like I'm like a baby. It's nap time. It is the best workout because you're working every muscle in your body when
It's
you're
the best. Nope.
You ain't live till you go to jet ski.
Nope, that's your generation.
Tell you what,
everyone could come down to the Virgin Islands. We'll have a big, huge party. Take it easy. Go swimming in the water. It's aqua blue. Yeah, all expenses paid whenever you're ready. Politically correct.
Have they developed Frederickstead anymore than when I was like 15 years ago?
No, not so much. Christiansted's always been the major town. There's plans that they're putting afoot to try to change it, but
Hi, I hope you all have a fantastic day. So, I'm actually from Iran and living in Iran now. I see the topic is about Iran. So I want to know actually
Not really.
Not really. Okay, but I want to ask you guys, what's your thought about Trump? Do you like Trump or not?
I think that we didn't really have a choice. So we were just like juggling our hands.
Oh, you didn't have a choice, huh?
I think that's how we feel.
Can I tell you something?
So you have to look at the powers that be that actually control the decision making as well.
Yes, it was actually you. You guys are even in these days there are so many people think that they are saying I'm from Iran. So actually I don't have any problem with Islam, Muslims, Christians, or anybody. As long as you don't have a danger to another person, I love you. But now in Iran, the government actually killing our people like we are, I don't know what to say, like we are NPCs in GTA game. And this is actually the truth. Are you Iranian?
No, but I play GTA.
No, bro, they actually kill us like that.
How many people have, how many?
Well, I'm sure more than 40,000 people. I cannot tell you a specific number, but I can give you an address, Instagram page, or I can send you myself videos. When you have a little bit of brain, you see that these videos are very and it's not about strong. If you're a Muslim, welcome. But I, as an Iranian, I just my country like Turkey. I want my country like an Islamic country that my mother can freely go out however she wants. And no Islamic republic in whole world. And you have to be Muslim in Iran. Or other than that, do you know how many missile cities we have in Iran? Missile cities. It's like an underground city. A father don't have money enough to feed his children. The people from audience, bro, your name is Brooklyn. Why you reacting me like that? من ایرانیم. من میتونم با تو 1 ساعت و نیم اینجا ایرانی صحبت کنم.
Don't curse her out in
Das ist nicht krass. In Iranian, I'm saying now in Iranian, I'm Iranian. My father is Iranian. I'm 32 years. All of my generation are Iranian. Why something this? You all know what am I talking about?
because we were having a conversation about something else, even here, you didn't wait, you just interrupted. You could come in, listen. You could come in, listen to what we were talking about in the room first, and maybe contribute to that conversation, not just switch the subject like you just did. That's why you got the sticker. Do you understand?
No, that sticker. Did you send that sticker?
Do you understand that you changed You're changing the tempo of the conversation that we're already having, which is just brutal. conversation. Do you understand you interrupted that conversation that we were all having?
No, I just asked.
So if you don't understand that you're interrupting the conversation, you should put it on mute and listen to what the rest of us were talking about first.
Can you let me talk?
No, not if you're gonna change the subject. It's rude.
You are propaganda, bro. You are propaganda. Cause I'm telling the truth and you.
No one said you're not telling the truth.
Okay, but I asked all the people, can I talk? And they are all closed their mic.
No, we were all having a conversation before you got
have
here.
your conversation. You see, you are the propagandas. As when I mute my mic, you are turned off your mute.
Why don't you just wait and be patient?
I was 20 minutes down in audience. I didn't. You didn't.
It was not quiet for 20 minutes. What are you talking about?
Bro, are you for real?
No.
Are you saying
for
the
real?
stage was quiet for 20 minutes? That's where you're gonna go with this?
Did I say the stage was for 3 minutes silence? Anyone here? I'm saying that.
Okay. Point is, we're having a topic and a
Okay,
conversation. We were talking about that. Listen to what's going on, and then contribute to the conversation that's happening.
Continue what you were saying. Continue. I will mute myself. Continue what you were. You must put me when I open my mouth.
Are you done? I'm fine. You done? Hey, bitch ass nigga, you there? Yeah, let the fellas know, man. I'm in an apologetic phase. Like the woman you made me deal with. I'm sorry, don't add. Don't
Don't lose here.
Mute me, bro. It's okay, mute me. I don't care about you. You are all dumb. When you mute my mic, I say 5 words. Shut the fuck up there. Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's cool.
Happy Monday.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, what's happening? Good to see you. I hate Lisa. I need somebody say hi. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Hello, Lisa. Hey, Britt. How are you?
I'm Misa. Hello, Misa.
I just came on the stage to say that this is the extension of the conversation from yesterday about man. Hi, Patty. Hey, Misa. There's nowhere that we can turn and tell people about what just happened in this room that politically correct allows for people to fight a war online. That's what happened. Now, no one will believe us, but that's what happened.
We gonna change what's happening in Iran. We heard you. God damn.
You don't represent Black America.
You don't either, nigga.
Oh my God, I
Stop
can't
speaking
stand
on behalf of
parts.
us.
You don't represent Black America at all. I do.
Well, hell no, you don't.
I just noticed I put hearts around Ben's face.
I took it.
I'm gonna need another drink.
I took it.
Wait, you guys. What's going on? What's going on?
It's called It's called.
No, but I was trying to hear the 47-year shit. Y'all was having a decent conversation, and he came to change the whole mood. Now we stuck about the fight. Because if you say something else to me, concrete, I'm gonna just fucking curse you out. I'm sick of you.
Oh, you guys are still going on. My God.
He always want to take the person that I'm against.
Not me, but just,
I'm running a good, clean, black business.
The toddler brother that's
And I
always
keep
in the
getting
mess.
accosted by random negresses. Right? It's okay. It's okay.
I forgot what I was saying before I got a phone call, but I'm glad I kept back the silence.
Is Divine here?
No, he left.
Oh, shit. I mean, Ed or Divine.
You're right
Or
there.
maybe Arthur.
But what about Duck Duck Goose?
No, I'm right there next to you,
He stopped
man.
talking. The Darkwing Duck came, I believe. I was seeing the SMB. Oh, Divine, are you there?
I said he might be there, but he's not there.
No, he's not.
Talk.
Arthur, are you there?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Oh, Ed is here. Perfect. We got breaking news. Everybody, clear your calendars. The Johnny back in the Super Bowl. They just re-signed Odell Beckham Jr. That'll do it. Old aging receiver going back to the
Not
Giants.
Odell Beckham.
Listen, Scatterboo's coming back, and alright? Scatterboo, help along with Odell.
You're
Everyone get the
black
ready.
man. You're a black man relying on a stumpy white man running back. Stop that
Listen.
franchise.
Listen, Stumpy, however it gets done, it gets the job done, man.
Fuck the New Jersey German.
Imagine somebody calling you the wrong name when you send an email with your right name on it, and they respond with a completely different name. Imagine that.
Someone put second lady in the email? What they put?
They didn't even put second or lady in it. It was just crazy. My name starts with a C. The name started with an A.
Anthropic IPO next week. Or whenever it comes out.
How much is it?
That's probably, I'm seeing here, hold on, 1,000,
$1,300?
$1,300, I think I'm seeing.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a couple.
Oh, okay.
I think it's gonna be, shit, that bit's gonna be like, hold on, Concrete, you don't know how much it's supposed to be? Or CEO, y'all know this better than that? How much is Anthropic supposed to be? I'm gonna get like 3 shares, hold on to it. In like 10 years, it's in like 5 years, it's gonna be worth like $5,000.
Dang, you think so?
Yeah, it's gonna be like,
A piece?
No, combined. I think it's gonna be like, so that's gonna be like, it's gonna be crazy. Oh.
Can you stop saying, what's going on? You okay?
I've got something next week.
And then Lily,
Yeah, I'm getting.
Oh, the other news is kind of on the hill. Trump met with Johnson about the fund for the January 6ers. I told y'all I wasn't gonna go through. That was an insane play.
We're impacted by the government and, all the other ethnic and nationalities and have pretty much received some or all of the reparations they make available. So that's all.
No, let me answer your mom. No, I have not. But my workplace, I was over at the Sisters of the, what's it called? The Madonna. I was over at the Madonna House. I was over there a couple weeks ago. The Madonna House. It's on C Street. 220 C Street. I was over there. First lady, are you there? Okay. Is the stage quiet?
Yeah, very.
Yes. I can tell by this room that I'm the only person in here who's taking communion in 2026. You people are full of the devil and evil. And you should go talk to your local alligator to learn right from wrong.
What? I just came back. What happened?
These people are evil. We should go around the room. Who on stage has taken communion in 2026? I bet you're the only one.
I've taken it.
Your mama? I might
Your mama and
have given it. What's going on with you?
but that doesn't count. You cannot lie. Me, your mama, and Connie. The three old Negroes. Who in the audience is taking communion in 2026?
Well, I had to think about it because I did go visit my mother's church.
Did
I'm
you
just
take
not
communion that week?
sure. That's what I'm saying. I know we did, but I'm not sure if that was in the end of 25 or the beginning of 26. So that's why I was mentioning. No, I'm talking about any youth. I'm talking about any. I mean, especially, any. I'm talking about any, not just the Catholic one. This is the.
I think my biggest problem.
Excuse me, ma'am. I was gonna respond, Miss Connie, one second. I think I've been to plenty of about Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. It's definitely something important. I break bread. It's a little traumatizing because our communities used to be about 10 hours long. At least it felt that way. If you've ever been to one of the ones when I was growing up, they would take the white sheets and they would put it up as they were preparing the whole thing right there in front of you. Then they would go to each row, pass down the cracker. People take the cracker. Then they'll pass down the juice, and he had to sit there and we sung every last hymn in the daggone book. You hear me? And then after everybody got served, the parishioners would take theirs first, and then they would turn to the no, they would do the washing of their hands. That was okay. Everybody got their thing. Then the pastor gets up, and it's like we go to preaching all over again. And then it's like then we read the last words, and it was a lot for me. So I get it. I understand. I appreciate those that appreciate it. Thank you for sharing. I'm sorry, Miss Connie, I cut you off.
So I was just saying, I get just by the architecture, I get Episcopalian mixed up with Methodist, like that. And so, I've only met one Methodist church that really sings gospel, good, get you moving music. But I know in all the religions and empires they used slaves of different nations and continents, but Methodists definitely used them more than anything, and their architecture is amazing throughout the DMV. So then when I really have set my eyes on that, I don't like going to Methodist churches. Now what I do is if I don't have time to go to church, I buy those Jewish wafer crackers and some grape juice. Now, if I go to Torah study, they actually give you wine and bread.
That's not communion. That's not communion.
It's Judeo-Christian. It's Judaism. It's picking up. It's a mixture. It's like picking up from the original way.
You're talking about Jews for Jesus?
No, because if you do Messianic, when they break down the philosophy, it's not stronger than Islam. But as an evangelist, I'm stronger than that, and I can have it. That's what.
No, I know. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying, but isn't Messianic Jews for Jesus?
You gotta watch the philosophy. It's weak.
No,
philosophy. If you're not really strong, listen. I have my bad days. I don't mess with anything that can weaken me. Boy. So that's all I'm saying. But I sat with a Messianic group. They were renting a space in a hall basement of American University. Pronounce or read in Hebrew because I can't translate. When I was younger, I could do well with Spanish, but my brain is not the sponge it used to be. So that's what I do. I get those Jewish crackers and some grape juice, but if you go into a synagogue, they actually give you wine. And some places,
okay, you said this already. So, babe, the answer is they're sort of, kind of, but it's like they call Jesus Yeshua. It's very similar to what now is the popularized Hebrew Israelite, but more contained to like traditional worship, traditional services, Jewish services.
Oh, I see. First lady, are you there?
Yeshua.
Let me tell you why I asked the question. You're not going to be able to sit up under me and sit next to me on these stages pretty much going forward for much longer until you get the body of Christ and the blood of the Lamb. I'm telling you.
I don't want it.
You're fine, Tommy. First lady, you're not going to be sitting next to me holding court, co-money for much longer until you get the blood of the Lamb. Because I can hear it and I can smell them. You need to be washed in that Last Supper, okay? So I need you to get it done within the next 2 weeks. Excuse me, Miss Connie. I'm speaking to the First Lady. You need to get the blood of the Lamb and the body of Christ in you in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Otherwise, I'm just kicking you out of the room. I'm done.
First of all, she doesn't need washing. We all could. She may need to be sealed. That means that your faith is sealed and you are born again and you will have everlasting life. There's nowhere in the scripture where they have to. You have to have a baptism, and then you don't have to do it twice because then you're reaffirming that you didn't get it the first time. But yeah, always recommends being sealed. That means locked tight.
You don't think First Lady is sealed? You don't think she locked
I
tight?
don't know. I'm not saying it's her to get washed. That's it. She's telling her to get sealed.
You have information on First Lady? Is she not sealed?
I can't judge. Only she can answer that. I can't judge.
This kind of
During my genealogy study, we were getting constant threats. Like even the Catholic chimed in and said, the Red Sea didn't happen. Tell her to come down here. Because they were about a block away. So we didn't go through with the chillism room. They had a mod who stopped coming online once she lost. Because she was in her sister's sorority. I was like, dang, she took that shit hard.
Go ahead, Zay.
I wanted to, but as that Iranian guy, and then I want to be put in a predicament where I had to pick. And so, basically, what I'm saying is that, just like I said, when the Iranian guy came, I said we had to pick, and I just juggled one, and one landed in my hand, because I felt like they were both candidates, and that's how I looked at it.
I'm gonna just tell you something, Patty. This room is amazing. Yeah.
Thank you, Mama. Appreciate it. Hey, Ty, how you doing?
It should sound like the waiting room when I came in.
The waiting room to the psych ward. So First Lady, you didn't respond, but I'm not joking. You got about, I'm gonna give you till the end of the spring. That's June 20th. And when that comes, you need the blood of the lamb.
Go to the
Because-
church, like he said. It's only
Why did I have to? If I go with this man, what's going on?
See, that's why you need the blood.
Is there anything?
That's why you need the blood. That's exactly why you need it.
Holy.
That's why. Well, first of all, I spoke to an alligator earlier today, and he told me, that's a Catholic alligator. He took communion. You need to take communion. You haven't taken communion all year.
Listen, sir, I'm going through my notes. I'm not sure. I may have attended communion this year.
Ask your mom.
She tried to get me to come down yesterday. And I didn't.
No, but ask her if it was this year, because we need the answer. Because I feel something's off in your spirit. I can tell.
What in the hell is going on?
Well,
What's wrong with me?
First Lady, the first Sunday is coming Sunday. So it's
Listen, I will not be pressured. I will not be.
no pressure. I do know, like, I got the Catholic, so I totally got my Catholic. But why is it important that y'all have to take that
It's once a month.
No, it's every week.
Catholic is every week, but for us, the Protestants, is well, First Lady is not us, man. You see, it's First Lady. You see, she has been, her spirit has been off, and I could tell that she's just not in a season of forgiveness. She's not in a season of justice. And so what I realized, I thought it was something alligator down the street. He let me, he said, well, did your friend take communion? And that's what it is, and that's what it is. She needs to give thanks. You know, there was a time when First Lady would say thank you, gratitude. There's a time when she would be nice to concrete. There was a time when she would troll Divine. I said, why is this lady trolling Divine? It's the blood of the lamb. And personally, she knows she's supposed to do it. What did Jesus say? Do this for in remembrance of me. And she, in her actions, have not been very remembrance of Jesus.
First Lady been trolling them like Ali trolling my boat back in the day.
You think taking that body, whatever, Eucharist, you think doing the Eucharist is gonna help her?
Addie, I've been taking bodies since I was 16 years old. It helps me every time.
Our lady left. She's mad. Give me a second.
She ain't mad. Yeah, go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but the Catholic one ain't that long. We used to have to do it every Wednesday. Go to church every Wednesday. You went to private school. And it's like 45 minutes out of the school day. take you. They don't care what religion you are. You're going to go to that church.
Yeah, well, they told me to stop doing it.
You think I said to take princess? No, you don't take. I'm talking about taking them. Some I just, they have you show up and you see what they do. You're right, Patty. One day a week you go to Jesus class with the priest. I don't know. She doesn't like the she said they be in there for hours. Oh, Spiritist, can you tell me why Montgomery didn't want to march in the parade? Because I just see clips and I haven't bothered to actually dig into it.
It's a big nothing. It's just a big nothing burger, in my opinion. Because there's so much conflict anyway between him and.
What did he give as a reason, Spiritist? I just haven't
I don't
opened the
know.
article.
The reason he said is he's going to do a 27 million guaranteed fundraiser. So I guess that, but then he started acting weird and I guess maybe hanging around people that were saying bad things about Jewish people. So now Jewish people are thinking that's on the table now. Would that really happen?
Let me break the news. This is big sports news. Myles Garrett just got traded to the Rams. Let me give the compensation. Sorry, Ms. Connie, you mind if we talk football for a second?
You're fine because that's all I had to say is 27 million.
I think that's all good. Let me just you all good. Cleveland, Myles Garrett, best defensive player in football. I think we all agree, probably. If he's not number one, number two. Is going to the Rams for a first round pick, other draft compensation. The Browns also get Jared Verse, who can play. I mean, Jared Verse had 7.5 sacks last year. Jared Verse is pretty good. Is good himself. I think this is good for everybody. The Rams probably could win the Super Bowl next year. They doing what they got to do. Yeah, that's the news. This is very big news. All you Ravens fans, Steelers fans, Cincinnati fans, early Merry Christmas. You got an early Christmas morning for y'all. But this is a good trade. I think this is a good trade for everybody except Jared Verse. Jared Verse got kind of fucked. Anyway, that's the news.
But the Browns just keep doing this shit, though. It's like they're consistently rebuilding.
They had to get him off the books, though, because
I know he cost a lot of money, but
they weren't going to move with him. They hadn't won. I think it's a good trade. And they only give up a first-round pick. I think it's a good trade. Because Jared Verse is worth... Jared Verse... I'm sorry. Excuse me. And they got a first-round pick. Excuse me. I don't know what the other draft is, especially if they throw a second in there. I think it's very good. But yeah, the Browns... But I've been following the Browns training camp. I don't even know who the quarterback is going to be. So I don't know if anybody knows.
we know it's gonna be. It definitely won't be Sanders.
I know that.
Deshaun's gonna be the quarterback, man. He's a seasoned veteran. When at one point he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, especially when he was in Texas. So everybody's leaning towards Deshaun starting, man. His reality just went so well that he's performing like a new man.
I'd like to get rested like Deshaun Watson a couple times a year.
That's what they say. They say he's like
shaved
a couple of years off of the wear and tear of his body, and he's kind of healed all wounds. I don't know. We'll see.
I think he may have rested too much. He hasn't been good in like 8 years.
I couldn't say 8, but
definitely since before COVID. I think.
When did he get hands up with that whole massage shit? That was COVID?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So he hasn't been well. Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking COVID was yesterday. It's been 6 years.
He's over 30 years old. Yeah, he's older than he left Houston in 2021. Yeah. Then he had the year off, I guess. And then you gotta go Shador. I mean, you gotta go. But Deshaun, his cap hit is so much money. You don't want to sit on the bench. Next year, the cap hit is $45 million. Oof, Lord
trade Watson until he shows that he can play.
They can trade him, but nobody won't take the
No, yeah, exactly. Nobody's gonna take it. Well, it's gonna be a pretty good season, man. I'm pulling for the Browns so I can do something better.
Oh, ESPN says there was a contract restructure where another $86.2 million in 4-year money from this year gets moved to 2027 and 2028. Okay, he's gonna be in the Browns forever. Anyway, that's the news. Y'all go back to the room, y'all. But this is in football. This is like a really big football story. So people know it's a really big football story. It's a big trade. Myles Garrett is the best defensive player in football, so yeah, it's a good trade. But I think it's a good trade for both sides. I think Cleveland got good value. I think getting his contract off the books is good. I think getting Verse, who's a second round talent, borderline first round talent. I think getting a first round pick, getting other picks. I think it's really, really good trade for everybody. No, Kevin, are you here? Oh, yeah, good. Kevin, what you think of the trade? There you go, Kevin. Yeah, Kevin knows sports better than me. Let's get him talk.
Hey, what's going on, man? What's up,
Hey, what's up, brother? Congratulations on the finals.
Yeah, let's finish the job, though. But that Gabbard trade is huge. I think it's good for both teams as well because he didn't want to be in Cleveland, and obviously he's getting older, so it's an opportunity for him to win a Super Bowl versus a solid player. He's younger, bring him into a younger group, and they get the first round pick. Even though the Rams' first round pick will be in the high 20s or 30s, it's still a first round pick next year, and they got other compensation that they got to finalize. So, you're stacking picks. The Browns already have 2 1s. This is the third one for 2027. So they're lining themselves up pretty well, even though they've constantly done this. They have a new GM, new head coach. I mean, not new GM, same GM, but new head coach. So let's see how it plays out.
They'll pick. I mean, to be fair, they'll probably win 5 games, 6 games max. They'll pick in the top 5, and then the Rams will probably pick somewhere between 28 and 32. And then they pick again. So let's say the Rams lose in the Super Bowl. So they'll pick at 5. Let's give the Browns 4. The Browns pick at 4. The Rams pick it. They'll get the Rams pick at 31, and then they'll pick again at 36.
They moved back to 5, and they took the kid from Michigan.
That's right.
3 1s.
They got 3 1s. This is good stuff for Cleveland.
You know what? We got a bargain basement quarterback. Now we can go take those 3 1s and go fill other areas. But if you don't have it, then hey, all right, should do experiments. The kid's name from
The one kid from Notre Dame can't figure.
yeah,
Dante Moore's the other big one.
From Oregon, right?
Ohio State, Julian
Saying,
and
yeah.
CJ Carr is a Notre Dame guy you're talking about.
Yeah, CJ, right.
But yeah, it's a big Lenore Sellers and Jay.
I like
they
that.
have a lot of quarterbacks next year.
Yeah. The kid that was at Duke is now at Miami. He's solid. I mean, it's a big. I mean, obviously, he said last year was a big quarterback draft, so we see how it plays out. But right now, on paper, it's a huge draft.
You know about Mensa?
Mensa, yeah, Damian Mensa, yeah, he's solid. He's good. But the Rams, they push things to the table. They got a 38-year-old quarterback that just re-signed for 2 years, so they push their chips in the middle of the table. They're going for it.
Anyway, that's a sports break. Y'all can move on. Y'all want to move on from sport. That's a sports break. It's really good, man. This is really good stuff, man. I just like Shedeur Sanders, so I watch the Cleveland games now. So, but the NFL. So the Rams are the favorites, right?
Yeah, they're favorites now. No question about it. I'm sure the yards have already going up.
They did. Oh, big time. Oh my God.
Yeah, I can imagine. What are they?
Oh my God, they at plus 650. The next closest is the Seattle, Buffalo, Baltimore at plus 1,000. Wow.
Yeah, They don't really have any weaknesses anymore. Yeah, they don't have any real glaring weaknesses. They can rush the quarterback. They got the offense. They're scary.
They got one
Coaching staff. What's that?
Sam Darnold and Michael McDonald. I'm telling y'all, Seattle's only gonna get better. I do not think that's the best Seattle can play. That defense, I just really think Seattle is really, really good. I think Seattle's really good. Who's the other West team I'm missing? The 49ers. They passed him.
They're done.
They're done. And the Cardinals wasted their pick on that poor boy from Notre Dame. I don't know why they ruined that boy's career. That's
They
crazy.
got to sell tickets.
They ruined that boy's career. That was just awful. I was so. Yes, I wanted him for my team, but I knew he wouldn't get there. But they ruined that boy's career. They ruined that boy's career.
Yeah, my goodness, it doesn't even make sense. Because what are you going to do after this rookie? Are you going to pay a running back? It doesn't make sense. You know, they trying to say got to sell tickets. You know, it's a business move.
It's bad, you know. That's bad. But anyway, yeah, man, the odds jumped up. So Buffalo, I don't know how Baltimore's still in Baltimore. They can't see Philly, Green Bay, and New England. Those are the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, he was young. How old is that kid? Is he like 35?
Something like that. But he couldn't play no more. This is the best move. He'll do well on TV.
He seemed to be good at drafting people.
If you look at it from a win-loss perspective, even though Myles Garrett is the best defensive player in the league, it didn't help him win any more games. So you figure like, hey, but he doesn't want to be here. Let's go get a younger guy, get that money off the books, and another first-round pick. I mean, it's a business move. Cleveland's not going to Super Bowl, so I think it's a move.
Yeah, it worked out because when they signed Garrett, Kevin, how many he been on the contract? So for just one or two? He signed it last year, right?
I think it was 2. They restructured earlier this year. That's when you knew something was up, when they restructured so they could make the trade. Yeah.
So he was on it for 2 years. They paid him for 2 years. That's good. They got good.
And he hasn't reported at all. He hasn't even he didn't even meet the new coach. He never came back to Cleveland. So you knew that.
So they knew it was gone.
It was a wrap. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He was in Korea. He didn't even come back. So they knew it was a wrap.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They just finished the OTAs, and he didn't show up for that. He didn't meet the new coach. It was a wrap. It was already been worked on.
Yeah. All right, sports corner's over. Y'all done. Hello.
There's one more.
Hey guys. Hello man. Hello nigga.
Hold on, bro.
I have one question.
Go ahead, Ty. Did Giannis got traded?
Yeah,
Giannis
is with Cody now.
Ben,
What?
Yeah, that happened. I saw that yesterday. And somebody is in Timberwolves with what's his name?
Wait, what'd you say? He went to the Warriors?
Yes, sir. He's at the Warriors now.
Who?
Giannis.
That's fake news, bro.
No, that's fake. No, that happened, man. That
you just
that would have been all over the. Yeah, that's fake.
My heart jumped. My heart literally jumped.
There ain't no way they gonna make it like that on finals week. No way. No, let me double check. I'm gonna send the link because I saw yesterday. Because I was watching the. I was like, yeah, no, I don't know about that. I know the talk was that way.
You know who I blame for this, don't you? Dr. Carr.
The NBA would never make a move like that this week. No, I'm sorry, man. I said the NBA would never have a trade go through this with the finals. That would overshadow the finals for a couple of days. They would never do that. Yeah.
Well, we saw on Saturday.
Okay, so right now there's talks about the trades.
No, we saw on Saturday where he needs to go, and it's obviously OKC. OKC needs to package Williams, Chet, several first-round picks, and a partridge in a pear tree to get Giannis. That's what they did.
I think we went off Chet after that. And I can see Giannis going in because they got the capital and the players to make the trade.
Yeah, because you got to get Williams. They actually play better without Williams. I'm convinced of that. They actually don't need Williams. So you get Chet, you get
Yeah, they did play better without him.
Yeah. Chet Williams, and then I don't know, somebody else, and then but they got a ton of draft capital. They can get Giannis. And Giannis and Shea, you know, it gives me dynasty vibes. Because I thought they had dynasty vibes before they lost on Saturday. So with Giannis, they should be my favorite.
But they got to do something because Wemby ain't going nowhere. So you're gonna have to add something like a Giannis, have that 1-2 punch. That'd be phenomenal for them.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
What's his name looks spent? I think they overplayed him. Did you think that, Kevin? Shea looks spent.
Yeah, he had to do everything. And he was exhausted. Yeah, he had to do everything.
I've also never seen, I know this is going to sound very cliche, I've never seen less impactful 31 points a game. I was looking at the game. He had 31 points. I was like, Shea had 31 points? Like, what?
Yeah.
That was nasty.
Wemby needs to hit the weight room, though. Because I said, damn, he get pushed around. He's so goddamn skinny. He needs to hit the weight room so he can use his height and stay down low.
See, I always worry about when people bulk up. You know,
not being like Superman, but you know, just get a little more stronger so that way when he's trying to set picks or trying to go low, they just pushing him like he's a featherweight. But at that height,
my concern is like, you know, what does that do to your stroke? Big pause.
Yeah, there's a balance. So I don't need him to get like ripped up and muscle bound, but just a little bit stronger than what he is. Because he's really easy to push around. That way he can do like that couple of face plants he did from outside the paint. He just dunked on motherfuckers. That would happen all the time if he get a little stronger. Like they would never be able to stop that.
Let me answer Mr. Resist. I have to find it. There's a crazy stat about their winning percentage and efficiency without Williams and with him. And it was pretty and I have to find it. But Williams is not the answer. Was not the answer to this series. I don't think they had Williams in the series. But it's hard to tell. But I have to find it.
Them young boys just grew up in front of our eyes. I mean, Spurs got really young, but that team just came out of nowhere, you know?
They shot the lights out. It was insane. That's why I think the Knicks are going to win. I just can't imagine these boys play. Yeah, I can't imagine them playing this good. I mean, they played this well and they still needed 7. I just can't imagine they can continue this against a well-rested Knicks team. And Cat is really balling too. I know y'all don't like Cat for all that, but I think he is really balling.
The Knicks, if they shoot well, they'll be fine. I mean, I would say outside, well, Cat's kind of strong though. But so if Cat's on the bench, who else is in the center when he's on the bench? Got Mitch Robinson, and obviously they'll play by committee. They'll probably throw a little bit of. That's what I'm saying. They got to get the weight room because those two brothers gonna push him around. So and the Knicks are a deeper team from 1 to 10. The Knicks can. I mean, anybody can hurt you. Deuce can get hot. Shamrock can get hot. You know, it's again, it's been by committee. Ever since they changed that offense, it's been a different look. But I mean, listen, it's gonna be a good series. I just think that obviously when 1 or 2 in San Antonio, I find it hard for San Antonio to win the Garden. That place is just gonna be a house of horrors for them. I mean, just that That intimidation, the guard is
Yeah, the lack of who outside of Cat? Got say
Oh, I got it. Hold on, real quick, Ty, real quick. Real quick about it. So with J Dub this year, this is including the playoffs. They were 28-10. Without J Dub, they were 47-11.
wow.
Yeah, like this year it was crazy. I think it was like this last year. The last year too. I have to find it, but I hate to say it. Nick, right, put me onto this. Like this has been one of his things for a long time. And I'll tell you why. He started really pushing it. This was the key to the Giannis trade. He was saying like people that think we have to keep J Will. He's like, this is why you get rid of J Will because you can and get Giannis. So because they're not going to get Giannis without J Will.
Oh, you got to give to get, but that's a great move. I mean, listen, after this playoff run, they need Giannis, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I felt too. That's what I felt. Although, I don't know. It's gonna sound kind of weird. I feel like if they had a center who you didn't expect anything from except 6 hard fouls and some boards, and you didn't feel like you had to run the offense through him, they would have been better. I thought Chet was terrible. I thought he was terrible this season. This series. I thought he was awful.
Yeah, he didn't want to shoot 4 shots on Saturday. He didn't even shoot the ball.
He got afraid to shoot. Yeah, it was.
Man, it wasn't his finest hour.
It was rough, yo. It was rough. But I like the team. I like J Dub. I like all those brothers. That's a nice team. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about the coach.
Dingwall, whatever his name. Yeah.
So if he goes,
have enough from the money to make that work. Nobody wants Draymond. I mean, who are you gonna give up?
That's what I'm saying. People, Sam just said the thing, and then
I don't know how they would do that. If they got a third team involved, that's what they would have to do. They have to get a 3-way deal.
spots that they had.
But Giannis?
Yeah, it's the other spots.
Well, they always, even I don't know how it worked. They always say that every great superstar ends up in LA, right? So the Lakers are on the table, but I don't know how they would make that move either. They said Cleveland's trying to do some things, move some money, but that's a dream scenario where it will not happen. But
who would be the package for Cleveland? Who would be like Mitchell? They would get rid of Donovan Mitchell or Harden?
Well, Harden has an opt-out player option, so they would obviously sign and trade him, and they would have to do something else. I think Jared Allen would have to go because he's making good money, and so is Mobley. So they would have to do something with those 2 or 3, and they probably can make it work. I don't think Milwaukee would want Harden. They probably would want Mobley and Allen, because Allen's a solid player, he's an all-star, and Mobley's still young talent. But again, they would have to do some more maneuvering. But I don't know. Like I said, the situation with Giannis is not as easy as it sounds. But in the NBA, you gotta match that. You gotta match that dollar. So I think the best fit would be OKC because you got the pieces that Milwaukee would want. And after Saturday, I think it looks like it's a situation where he would be the shot in the arm they could use to help fight that West. That West is not getting any easier. So.
First lady, are you there?
Yeah, okay.
Everybody was, they were ready to beat my ass. They thought me messing around with you, he was gonna beat me up and stuff. So I'm glad you came back, because they said they was gonna dump me in the community. They chose you over me, just so you know.
Thank you, girl. But I'm sure they'll rather have you than me.
I don't think so, actually. I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure not. I don't know if there's anybody who has the combination of calming skills, charm, and absolute carnage crash out. When you talk about you are the tiramisu of Clubhouse. What I mean by that is you have a bigger range than anybody. Also, you got lady fingers. That's it.
What is lady fingers?
Oh, those are the cookies. Oh, so they soak the cookies in tiramisu? And those cookies, they call those cookies lady fingers. I was just doing a joke on the tiramisu because you're a lady finger. Oh yeah, tiramisu is like the soaked cookies. They soak it in espresso.
Right.
Yeah, those.
But I didn't know it was a cookie. I thought that was a cake.
No.
It's cookies.
They're very light, and you just layer them across.
Yeah.
And then soak them in espresso.
My tiramisu doesn't seem to be
mascarpone.
I don't know about that.
Tiramisu is very tasty, First Lady.
What are you saying?
Good.
I love tiramisu. I'm just saying.
Huh? What are you saying you don't know about it? That's the recipe.
Yeah, no. I'm saying I did not know that it was cookies. That's all I'm saying. I've had it plenty of times, but I didn't know it was cookies.
So you're saying you've had lady fingers in you. You just didn't know it was lady fingers.
Communion.
Wait, the same type of wafers that's in
No, don't.
banana pudding?
That's fair. That's true. You're allowed to have a few. That's a very good.
That's a good comeback. I tell you, Spirit is he always matching tennis. I'm telling you, it's a tennis match,
You
man.
won that point. I guess I got packed up. Let me go to UPS.
Let me go.
Go to the living room and lay flat on your back, and then curve, like bring your legs up, and then curve at the neck, so that you then are holding your legs to your chest. Like you're holding it, like a fetal position, but on your back, so you can rock, and then rock from side to side, and the pressure on your stomach and your intestines will release that gas. It will release that gas that has been trapped and built up in your system for the past several. I do it all the time. And it just comes right out. And you roll from the spine back and forth, but also on the spine. You go side to side. It's sort of like the Cupid shuffle, but on your back, right? And then you have to squeeze your legs to your chest. You have to squeeze them in tight, because what that will do is that it will produce a almost like a vice from the outside, and then you'll be pushing down on the torso. The torso will then squeeze out the gas. You see?
Can I add my
gas
bands in?
will come. Hold on a second. It will also remove gas that's in the back, not the back itself, but that is hiding in the recesses of your intestine, of your stomach, of your colon, you see. And that's why when you do it, we have gas in us that is trapped. It's called trapped gas.
So I'm just saying, can I add, can you give me a recipe to add band to it? Like the bands?
What?
You know the bands. Like the weight training bands.
Exercise books.
Oh, I thought you was talking about me. I'm like, why do you want me to
No,
say
like the
parts?
No, the exercise.
Oh
you
I know.
we add bands to it. And I said,
Exactly.
why?
People saying
It's not your part.
So because I was saying that you were saying hold your legs up, and I was saying like, can I add the bands to it?
No, don't add the bands. This is what middle class people, especially middle class black women, do. You all think that if you have equipment that you buy from some black female influencer on Instagram with tight dreads that smell like patchouli oil and skin look like it came right from God, that it makes it a better workout. You think that you have the band. You were born with the band. It's called your arms. So you take your arms and you squeeze them at your knee and bring it to your chest. Now, some of y'all got big titties. So you take the titty, you take your right titty and move it to the side. You take your right titty and move it to the side so that when you bring your knees up, there's a nestling position right in the middle. Now, for the brothers that like to lay on titties, you don't want to lay on the chest area between the titties because that's a particularly bony area. You want to make sure the titties are squeezed together, but not squeezed so much that if you're taking a nap, one, it reminds you of titty fucking, or two, you get lost and smothered in the titties. But for this exercise, you take each titty and move them to their respective side. You then take your legs up into your chest and squeeze. And it produces not only a fart, but a low fart. So you know how you fart, you go, this kind of fart is a lower fart. It gets rid of trapped gas. I do it all the time.
Well, thank you for Johnny's.
For a minute.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you. For a minute, I was like, okay, Ben is on his yoga Pilates tip, but then when you moved into the fart realm and started talking about titties and stuff, then I was like, well, no, he's not talking about Pilates or whatever, but for a minute, you weren't talking about Pilates moves, you know.
He almost made me drop the fucking drywall. Oh my God.
Drop your drywall, brother. I gotta go. So. See, this is the thing that Janice likes to do. First, let me back up. 2 days ago, Janice was using the N-word. Yesterday, she was using the P-word. Anyone notice something? It was the weekend. Now that she's at work hours, she has to act demure. She has to act decorous. She has to do her politics of respectability. Everybody knows that there is not more farting than in a fucking Pilates class. The amount of farting that one does at Pilates is worse than a chili contest. That's all people do at Pilates is pass gas. Those core movements, the deep breathing, the squeezing of the organs, all of the trap gas comes out, and she knows it. And what Janice was just doing, she was telling you that she's a fart queen. She was telling you her own way that that's where she goes to get rid of her gas. Everybody knows that Pilates is for getting rid of gas. That's one of the benefits of Pilates.
Now, Papa,
COVID there.
if that's what gets you through your nights, thinking about me as a fire queen, that's on you. That is not where I was going with it, but I'm gonna let you have that fantasy if that's what helps you sleep.
What fantasy? Papa. Let me ask you a question. Janice, do you go to Pilates? Are you there? Wait, Janice, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
This is why Dr. Umar's program ultimately will be unsuccessful because the black woman is a liar. I'm done.
First Lady, I think you can incorporate the bands in the moves that Ben was discussing.
Thank you, Johnny's. I appreciate that. Yeah. If we don't use the bands for nothing else but to tie his ass up, I think it'd be worth the bands. But
well, bands will make her dance. Bust. Bands will make her Bands will make it.
Not those kind of
Bands
bands.
will make it.
Those bands come with money in between them.
Bands.
These bands come with legs in between them, or arms in between them, or thighs between them.
What's the difference between thighs and money? They both get you where you need to go.
Oh. Scared as I needed backup on that one. First lady, I have a question. Have you come up with your love number yet? No, ma'am. I did not take a screenshot because I don't think it was provided with the chart. Because I haven't purchased the book. I can provide. No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. I like my excuse to stand and hold. I don't need to remediate my excuse. I'm okay. Let the excuse be the excuse. So what's this? All this talk about Umar? What is he talking about now? Is he like? He's got a new thing going on. No. Oh, okay. Nothing but Sukiana.
Wait, what? He's dating Sukiana.
Man, no, he's her on live. You want her? You be on
John,
live. No, you're lying. I know you're lying. His is on fire. No, she's so doing Sukiana. That's his thing. Yeah.
Wow.
He's not the father of the baby, but he has been big up in her and saying that she is the chosen queen of Pan-Africans.
Do a lot worse.
But isn't Sukiana from Delaware originally?
Yeah, and she looked like it too. She looked just like a descendant of a Delaware.
You know, it's crazy. A lot of people don't realize there's a lot of Sukianas in fucking Delaware.
It is.
Thinking that Delaware, I don't know what it sounds like. Delaware got some hood.
It's a ghetto hood country place. It's a hood country place. That's exactly right.
Oh my God, I just Googled it. They all over here together.
Oh,
damn,
you should have stopped it. She got her some Chanel bags off of him. What?
Who the baby daddy though?
I don't know. Mike rapper guy. Wait a minute. Not him signing up to be the step happy. He signed up to be the step happy?
You.
No, she not.
That's
I like it.
I gotta see what she look like. Let me see.
I like it.
Bite the mouse.
Oh no! I gotta go.
What's the name? You mean cat? No. You hit her in her butt and then she put her. Oh, Patty. Please. Yeah, she be talking about eating niggas' ass. You don't listen to Sukiana's music? No, but one of my coworkers used to ones that are like rated XXX. She be wild. Wow.
You know, one thing about Sukiana, she's a very free woman. It's too bad what she uses that freedom for. But if more of us who are more justice-minded and freedom-minded and liberty-minded were free, she's a real model for people. Just use that freedom for other things. She doesn't give a fuck.
And she definitely don't. Yeah, but maybe people can't find people to not give a fuck with versus spreading I don't give a fuck with everybody.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, but you know what? Everybody that she don't give a fuck, if you ever watch her lives or some of these other rapper lives, they be begging her to stay. And she's like, yeah, I'm done. She did that to Chaotic. Chaotic was fucking crying on live. She was like taping herself leaving the house. She said, I gotta take myself. She was on live. I gotta leave the house because he acting crazy. He was like, why are you trying to leave? She expected all these niggas. I don't know, yo.
I mean, well, Rodney said,
yeah, had Ray J took her on a crazy Chanel shopping spree too.
They say she she said she 5'4", but my throat is 6'6".
Oh boy. She be having these dudes go crazy, and she don't stay.
I bet so.
She don't even stay around to get hurt. They be hurt.
If she is goat-throating it, I'm sure they are Chanel-ing it.
No, but they doing more than Chanel. They crying on live.
She's snatching whole bodies on him.
She's snatching hearts too.
Well, she snatched the heart through the gunk.
Oh God, that's too much.
No.
It's something.
See.
Oh, what does ATM stand for?
Let me look in the house.
Oh, okay.
That's the porn genre. It's a whole subgenre. That's why when Patty said it, he laughed after you put ATM. It's not popular. It used to be really popular maybe 10 years ago. There was a guy, old black guy now. He's like, he always wear a t-shirt.
So put it there and then put it
Directly.
That's insane.
Directly. Yeah.
You're gonna get in trouble like that.
Yeah. She ain't got in trouble yet.
Just a couple of bumps. Once you get it one time, you got it for life. So after the first time, it's fine.
This is insane. Somebody please change the subject.
But what is Dr. Umar? Do you mind? What is Dr. Umar's intent like? Why does he like her all of a sudden?
She doesn't really say she fucks these niggas, but I think she fucks them or something. I don't know what she but he's been on live.
You mean pegged him?
No.
Oh, she just had sex with him.
Yeah.
But he just all of a sudden started nobody knew him. He was the one that came online talking like she's a black queen. She's like, he made it seem like she was the most perfect person in the world. And he was coming out of pocket too. She be going hard. She don't be telling on these dudes. These dudes be telling on themselves. They be coming on live acting crazy.
He said that she's very smart, that what she has kind of going on with the act, that she's very traditional, that she takes care of the kids that she already has, that she cooks home cooked meals, she serves her men. So that's why he thinks that she can bring forth the prince of Pan-Africanism, and that will be the final child for them both.
Child, I don't believe that because remember, if y'all ever watched Love and Hip Hop Miami, her mother was complaining because she didn't see her kids in over a year. So I don't know about the take care of her kids thing, but she said she was working. And then her mother said she wasn't giving her enough money to take care of all the damn kids.
But didn't she take her sister's kids that passed away too?
I don't know, maybe so, but it's a lot of kids.
You said I don't know, but it's a lot of kids. How many kids are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. She can start on a basketball team. She has people to.
I prefer her to the other one. If I had to choose one.
Who's Sexy Red?
Sexy Red. Yeah. I prefer Sukiyama to Sexy Red.
Yeah, but even with Sukiyama, for him, I don't know why he would say that when she actually has videos where people was busting on her face and all kinds of stuff, and that was her rap videos. Her rap videos, they were actually having sex in the rap videos by the pool. Videos where she's giving head at the pool. At randoms. She's just wow. Sexy.
I think sexy kind of fake. I think, to be honest, real. I don't know. This is pseudo. I don't have to hear this. It's just a feeling I get.
Whatever. On her rap videos. And I've seen the Breakfast Club interviews. And with Sexy Red, you say something negative about her, she confronted them right at. She went off on Jess. Jess was talking to her, and she just like turned her face and kept talking. And she's like, "Why are you ignoring me?" She was like, "Why is she talking to me?" And she brought up everything that she said about her. She real too. She'll be real nasty if you play in her face. I think Sexy Red has better features. I will say that. She got Drake. She got Cardi. She got she had she got a lot of features. Said something about Sexy Red. Sexy Red sex tape was her ex. When they broke up, he went and posted all these fucking videos they made together. And they was together for years. Some dude from Miami. It's not like it's videos she actually made.
No, she did. Because she had all that. Yeah, she was doing OnlyFans.
Who, Sexy Red?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about something.
So I was remember when Sexy Red had that sex tape come out, and then come to find out her boyfriend released it, and he was saying it wasn't him. Somebody must have stole his shit and was releasing their videos. That's how the ex-boyfriend released hers.
Yeah, but that's going on what Van said. That's the freedom that Suki with a good coochie has.
Yeah, that's what she got herself.
That's the freedom that she has compared to Sexy Red. Sexy Red is kind of performative. No, I'm not saying that like she's a bad person or anything. It's just not real.
Yeah, I can see that. But Suki, man, she be wild. Like, I think she got some trauma going on in her life because she just can't stick with one man. When she tired of you, she move around and cuss your ass out.
Which
Why
one?
you on live crying?
Which one?
Suki, she be like, she acts like a real nigga.
Yeah. She's a little fake to me. Sexy Red began to feel fake to me when she started doing the politics stuff. That didn't feel right to me. I'm like, why are you? Suki said, "I'm in England and I'm about to eat ass." Remember she told them white lady she was on something museum? I was like, oh my God, what is she?
And she probably was going to eat some ass for real.
She probably, and then he got Thai food on the way. Thai food, that's not good.
You like it spicy?
Medium spice, yeah. If you do Thai too spicy, you can't taste the flavors. They put too much chili peppers in. Let me get some green curry.
Have you ate?
Y'all like red curry?
Well, I looked at both of them, and I'm gonna say 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other. They look the same. Siki is a little heavier than Sexy Red. Sexy Red is more on the thinner side.
She got nice tatas.
Inflated. They look bloated.
It might be the dress, or it's because she just had her baby.
Oh yeah, she's had a baby. This is definitely not 6 in one hand, half in another. This is not even close.
What you mean? Well, who you got your money on?
Way more attractive than Sexy Red. This is not even close.
You know what?
Attractive?
You gotta see Sexy Red without her glasses and all that other shit. The Sexy will wear the glasses and whatever, but when she takes some glasses, pretty, she just hides behind the fucking glasses, and she wear them glasses looking like.
But that's the porn star glasses. That's the glasses that.
And she just started saying that. So I was like, what the fuck? She was like 4 years old, 3 years old.
Zoe sing? She's a very good content creator.
Oh, I think my algorithm must be dry as hell because I don't know none of these people.
Well, she's trying to transition from porn to just like quirky content. Her videos are very funny. Brett knows her. Bring up Brett. Brett knows her. Bring up Brett. Brett watch her content.
How you know the you watch?
We talked about it. She has funny content. She's got TikTok.
She's billing right now.
Oh, okay.
Did you get your Diet Coke today? I mean, this week?
I'll have one today. I need one because I just paid the plumbers, and there goes my retirement. What'd you say?
I was gonna ask if you was able to get it on your stamps because they renewed. But they renewed.
Oh shit! Let me go check my account. Hold on 1 second. Oh yeah!
Oh wow!
My food stamps hit.
I thought they was cutting carbonated drinks.
They were cutting sugary drinks. I got Diet Coke.
Okay.
There's no sugar in Diet Coke. Will come in and ruin a good product that they need after Donald Trump. The 60, I don't know if y'all follow the 60-minute saga, but they let this. So he said to his boss, "There's more freedom."
But didn't a bunch of people just left, including some of I heard
Yeah, they got fired.
Anderson left.
Yeah, they got. Oh, some quit, but a lot of them got fired last week.
But who's the new guy? Because I knew Byron Weiss hired a new person. What's a new person?
Nick Bolton is his. I'm sorry, Nick Bilton.
Is he MAGA?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just. I mean, maybe he is. He wasn't openly MAGA, but he was from. Hold on. He was from. I just read this last week. I can't remember. Nick Bilton. He was from. He's British. He was from. Hold on. He was from. Vanity Fair for a long time. Oh, he was in print media. And he's a British guy who was in print media, but also is a screenwriter. He's writing a film for a new Martin Scorsese film with The Rock, Leonardo DiCaprio, and he's written a couple books.
Yeah. So the beloved franchise is done. Actually, I like watching 60 Minutes Australia. They've done some pretty good shows out of 60 Minutes Australia. Because I don't know. Yeah, that's one of the few shows that I watch.
Yeah, but 60 Minutes out of Australia is like the waiting room.
The wait.
On 40 Acres. I be watching that shit too. That shit be like, what the fuck? Y'all doing too much. It's too late to apologize. You said your father bought her what now? Bought her the CD to that song? Patty? You said something. Yeah, my dad bought he bought something on Apple Music. Like with my daughter in the room, he plays music at night when she's there. And some Apple thing, he made her a playlist. And some, I don't know what, Too Late to Apologize was on, I think it was on Timbaland's album. Mm-hmm. And he bought that, and when she was little, we was in the car, and I said, "Oh, I apologize," and she just started singing. I was like, "Where is she?" I never heard of that song. And then I was in her room one day, and when Timbaland's album was over, it was like this song came on, and I was like, "Oh God." Sparkling water. But it wasn't, it didn't hold the carbonation like you said. You bought it in a can? No, I bought it in a bottle. I bought a case of them from Whole Foods. When?
Um,
Just recently?
nah, back in March. Back in March.
It holds. It's really popular in Texas.
No, but I'm gonna tell you one that's better. Trader Joe's Italian sparkling mineral water. Now I opened this bottle Saturday night and Sunday, and this thing still got bubbles.
Yeah, I'm not drinking something that's been sitting out for Sunday.
Really? When you open it, you pour it, and you open it, you pour it. Like, you don't drink it all at once. It's a big bottle. It's not small.
Yeah, I'll do
Screw the top on.
Pellegrino.
Yeah. Pellegrino. But I'm telling you, this Trader Joe thing ain't bad at all.
I'll try it. But I'm so used to Topo for the single bottles. Now, it's towards the water I've been buying. Because they don't have it. Oh, Saratoga.
Oh, that's my favorite. Now, that's my favorite. That's my
Yes, they got a whole bunch. They got like...
I ordered them from Amazon. I like them. But they had the plastic bottles. I don't have the glass bottle.
And I only get glass.
Yeah, when I got it from Amazon, it came in plastic. But in the restaurant, they give me glass. But when I ordered from Amazon, it only had the 6-pack plastics. But yeah, I like Saratoga. Saratoga is delicious.
Yeah, I got my wine freezer. I have like, I buy packs of that shit. Since they don't have no Topo.
Oh, you haven't been able to get it?
No, because they put a pause on it because something's going on in Mexico with that water.
Oh, shut up. I'm going to Whole Foods to see if we got any here. I didn't know that.
Don't buy it.
That's why he was asking. Aha. Oh, no, I'm not going to buy it anyway because I still have a few left downstairs. I didn't drink them all. But okay. They said we acting like Ashton now. Let me be quiet.
Hey Patty, I just Owen just posted in that Hagsap blog more people from being promoted again.
Mm-hmm.
There's a New York Times article that says he blocked officer promotions, and it appears that block is driven by his anti-diversity stance rather than based on merit. So if you're black or female, somehow there's no merit in you.
Yeah, I heard that too.
The original merit in this country is whiteness.
22 nominees for 1-star admirals. Wow. He moved 2 of the officers, a woman and 2 a black man. Wow. Oh, but he also removed some white men. An additional 3 were white men. Yeah, okay.
AR 600-23 hasn't changed just because you hear something on TV. This is how it goes.
Oh.
You have to follow the regs.
So didn't the Navy Secretary resign?
And there's not that many black and colored folks in the first place.
And they said this is highly unusual because the Secretary was never involved in, and General was not. We never had to send stuff to the SecDef for people for clearance. It's not how it works. He's not part of the promotion process. Now, if you go in for stars in Congress, he has to bless the list, but he wouldn't. This is crazy.
It is crazy.
So, Patty, you know when you go, does the Army do that? For general officer, your promotion recommendation is handwritten. Do y'all do that?
What do you mean?
So for your promotion recommendation, it's your PRF.
Mm-hmm.
It's typed all the way to colonel.
Right.
In general, it's handwritten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird. So you normally add to type up all what I want my boss to say based on. I would go over the person's entire record, and then I would pick out all the headlines, summarize all his number 1 strats, number 2 strats, the awards they've won, the schools they've gone to, the jobs they've held, blah 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 blah. And then I would type it up like a regular PRF, and then my boss would choose to pull what he wants from there
and write it up. But the main thing he would write is promote now or promote ahead of the field, blah, blah, blah. Whatever recommendation he gave would people don't have to push the person over the top. It's kind of what.
Yeah, so
One guy,
they said the 3 P's are important: your peers, your physical, and your performance evaluations.
Weak guys make a lot of weak leaders, they say.
Yeah.
If your peers are all weak and you get promoted out of a weak lead, sometimes some weak people get through.
Yeah, I'm number 1 in my peer group, so there's no way.
So I'm talking
If something happens and it's time for me to get, if it was time for me to get promoted, if I don't get promoted, then I'll freaking raise hell.
Yeah, but he looks like he's speaking on the Navy. I don't know what the Navy did to him. Because all those guys in the Navy, I haven't seen the Army or Air Force say anything about their officers not being promoted.
That's why it's confusing, because this is where I'm confused. Like, he's making these decisions, like, he's the department, he's the Secretary of Defense, but it's Congress.
You say he's working.
Confusing. It's just hard to believe and accept that this is what's happening.
It's hard to accept, because if that was to be me, let's say in the next 4 years and I'm up for promotion, and they say no, I'm gonna lose my mind. Because you know what?
What are you,
Stupid ass
so Bobby, what are you, below the zone? Or are you in the zone already, or are you still below?
No, because I had made the list like a year and a half ago. So I just got
Your line number.
yeah. And when I got my line number within the last year, that's when I ended up coming to where I came. And then, it's like the list comes out for you to take command, but because of certain jobs I had, the list for me is to do something else. They try to keep, it's kind of fucked up.
You don't know what you're
strategic. They try to keep you in strategic. It's like they don't want to give you anything else.
Yeah.
But these are the kind of things that, in my mind, came up in 2024 when people voted. Like, this is not a surprise or a shock. This is par for the course, and this is motherfuckers fine.
It's HRC. I think that's the problem. HRC looks for people to make it easy when they do their conference. They say, oh, you already did this, so we just put you right back in that spot.
Like, for instance, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he retired as a 3-star. The Air Force did not promote him to 4-star. And there was ample reason why the Air Force chose not to promote him to 4-star. But now he's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You can't make this shit up. But they talk about a merit system. Make this shit up.
So it is supposed to be about a merit system. So, like, even with my last promotion, you know how you look for your line number? I think in your days, it was pretty much, if you got promoted in August, you get promoted in August. And that'll be your forever date. Last time I got promoted that January because they do a merit system now. So if you're number 1, that's how I found out. I knew I was number 1 because at the top they tell you how many people have all ACOMs. I had all ACOMs.
Yeah, we get school. You can tell who's at the top. Everybody gets instance.
Right. So with all it said only 2 people in my peer group had all ACOMs. I knew I had all ACOMs. And there's another girl named Asha. That's all. And she's a Blasian too. It's kind of weird. She had all ACOMs. And then how I found out I was number 1 is your promotion number. And then that's how I was like, oh, I'm number 1. Me and her was fighting about that too. Who's number 1 in our peer group?
Oh, that's pretty cool. They do it like that. So, but Air Force, like, we know who, depending on what school people get selected to. We could tell.
Well, we just started that merit system. So before, like, say you graduated from OVC or you graduated from Officer Basic Course and you got commissioned. Let's just say you got commissioned that January. That means forever you will always be promoted in January. If you fell after September, go back to them people that fell after that September date because of the new fiscal year, they were always a year behind their peers.
Yeah. So this was the Air Force. So the Air Force doesn't rank. So basically, they promote people coming out of the academy first. That's the bias they have. So they make sure they don't the promotion sources we have. So for instance, if you come out of ROTC, you have like a delayed time for your like say you graduate from the Air Force Academy. So therefore Air Force Academy gets promoted first. But the only thing that messes that up is that you have they have a fiscal calendar yet. Bullshit. So basically, if you're in a particular fiscal year, you would be the end. So for instance, you'd be the end of the promotion, even though you like say May, June, you'd be the end of that fiscal year. Whereas so therefore the Air Force Academy would be whenever they graduated in the summer would be the beginning of it. Yeah, and I tell you, man, the white people was doing some crazy shit back in the day that nobody talks about that now. That the stuff they would do, especially for promotions, is wild. And now you have this guy upending the system that they're somewhat perfected because people don't realize that a lot of the promotion is I mean, when you get to general, it's not blind because the general people kind of know who you are. Even up to full bird, everybody knows who you are because full bird is very much depend. If you're at the Pentagon, it's very much functional because at the Pentagon you get promoted among your peers at the Pentagon. You get ranked and stratted. So whoever gets ranked and stratted within, and then everybody who sits on the promotion board at the Pentagon for FM finance, they're all FM people, including obviously senior executive civilians, and they know those people. They know their whole record because you have the entirety of the record in front of them, and it's very much a functional thing. But that's why some guys, if they tell you if you're weak enough, you don't go to the Pentagon and try to compete to get promoted. Now, if you know you try to go out and get promoted out of the general, not people wherever you at, you get racked and stacked with officers from all career fields. But if you're at the Pentagon, you're gonna be racked and stacked among your career field, and it's harder to get promoted then. So I should counsel officers to tell them because when the people knew the job that I had at the Pentagon, people would always call and ask me, and I was like, man, send me your record, man, I'll review it and let you know why I feel you're gonna fall. Yeah.
So I've been part of the ROC since I became an officer, and it's this thing that's African American officers where they get together and they try to help you map your career, and they have a lot of black generals that's over it, and they try to help you map your career, tell you to take the stupidest fucking assignments, the toughest assignments. To be honest with you, you know how I be on Clubhouse and I just was like beginning, I just make these rooms and just freaking. I used to do that. I used to. I don't do it as often, but I used to teach SAP on Facebook. I had a closed group for all the logistic enlisted soldiers, and I had to go through SAP. So it kind of made my name like really popular amongst a lot of the other officers. So I taught SAP. I do train the trainer when it comes to GCSS Army, GCSS for the Marines and the Navy. And then it was this officer, this older white lady getting ready to retire that was at HRC. And she was pretty cool. And she used to be in my Facebook Live in that private group. And she actually recommended me to go to Patriot, which was one of the best decisions I made in my life. Every fucking officer told me don't take it because they're racist or two people to rate and they can't get on.
You got what? Who you got? I can't remember, 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So sending me to Patriot was guaranteeing me of not maybe getting an ACOM, but she was like, if you can make friends at the schoolhouse, and she was like, don't take the assignment. But because everybody kept telling me don't take it, I just took it. And you know what ended up happening, right? My boss didn't have the room to give me the above center math. The general at the That motherfucker said, I want her profile, and I'm going to be the one to rate her. So that he can give me that one slot. And it was funny. He's an asshole, though. What he did was he brought all the officers in that he does rate. And we were all sitting on the couch, and he brought us all in to talk to us about our counseling before he gave us our ratings. And I got number one, and I think one of the guys was up for promotion. And then after he told us, and he told me, don't tell them I gave you number one. So then when he came out, he told me to go back to the couch, went back to the couch and waited for everybody else. And they all were sitting at the couch. It's like he wanted us to fight or something. He came out and he said, he pretty much gave it to me. He said, I gave her my number one. I know you need to get promoted, but I don't give number ones to people that come begging. And he just laughed.
I mean, come begging, but it should be based on just your merit and you. And that's something I don't get.
You know, like people kissing his ass.
Yeah, I agree. It's just always, I've always told people, like, one time when I was at the Pentagon the first time, I was a major, and I just come back from command, and I won Air Force Control of the Air, PACAP Control of the Air. My squadron was Squadron of the Air. My finance office was finance. My budget office was, we swept the walls. And so everybody knew, and then from that assignment, I got the number one major and number one squadron commander from my wing commander. So I was coming to the Pentagon just ready. So when I got there, when my first year, I worked for a civilian, and SES, 3-star equivalent. And I was a current field manager, so I managed acquisition, finance, and whatnot. I was a current field manager, and then I had to reestablish the PhD program. So I had to do all of that. And that when I went for my strap, for my performance appraisal, the exec for the Secretary of the Air Force for finance, the Air Force CFO, civilian, told him, he's like, why is ML getting the number one strap, and he's one major and there are 6 lieutenant colonels?
Right, that's what happened to me.
Yeah,
I was
well,
one.
she strapped me number one.
There's 6 majors that were, and one of them was getting looked at for lieutenant colonel.
So he was trying to explain. So he called my boss, and he was a lieutenant colonel guy. He was the exec officer. He asked my boss, why is ML number one? Because he's not going for promotion. And he's going to, and his record's pretty exemplary. He just won Air Force Control of the Air, blah, 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 so he's good. She looked at him and she says, and she was an Air Force officer. She was Air Force Academy grad. She did like 6 years in the military. And she got out and she's been a civilian ever since. She said, listen, and she told me that because she told me what happened, because I was like a trustee. She said, how dare you ask me why I decided to strap? She goes, never in. And the way he did it as a joke, he goes, no, man, she goes, well, don't joke. That's not a joke and that's not a question. You earned to ask me. Because I get to strap officers, and she's been in the government for like 30 years now, because she was an older lady.
I've been sometimes they be trying to pit them against you, and you're not.
No, because when you're black, you don't realize how much is harder against you. I've never worked for a black supervisor in the Air Force. I've never had a black boss. I've always had white bosses.
Me too.
And people don't understand that. It's like, as a black officer, I've always had to win awards, like free work. So therefore, she says, ML's here at 6 in the day. If I ask him for something to do, a report, drop something at 6 p.m., when I get up in the morning here at 7:30, it's done. I don't get that from my other lieutenant colonels.
Oh, I'm like that too, man. Leaf, I tell you, when he was stationed in Fort Lewis, I used to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning talking to Yurcom. And I was the only person. Even during COVID, I would be at work while everybody would go home. Because we only could have 10 people in the building. And I'd be like, everybody knew I was at work. I'd be at work. I was like coordinating access agreements with countries we didn't have access agreements with. I was like using templates because they was like, how'd you come up with the wording? I was like, yo, it's been done before. Like, y'all just need to find the template. Like, I was using templates from fucking SharePoint, from our share drive, and freaking, like, creating access agreements, talking to people I need to talk to because he's in Special Forces. Because Lisa is in Special Forces, I knew Special Forces had access to, like, shipping for countries that we knew was taking forever to get shit shipped to. So it's like I contacted Lisa, he gave me some names, and it made me seem like a superstar when it's this shit that people should know to do. And they got better contacts than I did at the time. My contacts was just being on Facebook Live, talking to other young logistic officers and enlisted soldiers. But I just used my network to fucking move shit. But I don't know. One thing I have learned in the military, and y'all call me anti-black, y'all go fuck yourself. I could care less. But this is my reality. When it comes to black men in the military, a lot of the Caribbeans, the Africans, if you're from another country and you're black American females, it'll be the black foreign soldiers. They're down to take the stupidest fucking assignments. They're down to fucking work extra hours or work hours that's not even, and they're the ones that always do PT outside of, like, PT's at 6 o'clock. I was up at 4 o'clock, fucking running on my own. Guess who would run with me? Another dude that was Jamaican.
Very coonish.
Oh, they're
So
all
basically,
Coonish. The ones that
so you know what's funny, Patty? So my first assignment, I was stationed at Andrews Airport. My boss had told me, my boss at that time was an Italian dude, lieutenant colonel. He was telling me that, hey, have you found a mentor, blah blah blah. I said no. He said, well, you find a mentor, and if you don't find one, he goes, I have no problem being your mentor. And I was like, okay, cool. Literally, that's what he told me. I scheduled a meeting with his office, and that was the first thing he told me. He goes, one of the advice I have you, don't mess up, because it's gonna make me look bad, and all the other black officers on his face look bad. Not even a black person, a white dude.
Yep.
An Italian dude.
Yes, you both have typical stories. If you want that right, if they see you there, then as in Colin Powell, you have earned that goddamn right, and which is good. Black soldiers are tough soldiers, but most of those black soldiers have a desire to be in their own army, their own black military, to be straight up with you. And a few of them are coming in, they're coming on to the Black Panther. A lot of them attaching themselves to, giving us stronger military ranking and better training is coming to Panther. So you've always had your own army. It's just not on the 6 o'clock news, we're not on billboards, but there's no use of raising. We are a political organization. Your own investments, your own vested interest, and your own special interests. And that's why I always say, blah, blah, blah.
All right, okay, cool. Anyways, yeah, I think that's like depends on like what corps you're in, because like I don't see that the same with the brothers that's in Signal.
Are you talking about enlisted or are you talking about officers?
Oh, officers.
Yeah, I'm just telling you my experience with the officers. The enlisted, I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to the black male enlisted, them motherfuckers hold me down. If I say cookies and ice cream, they'll be like, didn't you hear the ma'am? It's cookies and fucking ice cream. Like, and they will fucking go hard in the paint, especially for another black woman. They don't play that shit. When you fuck with they black officers, they don't fucking play about black officers. Now, black enlisted will fucking take care of us. I don't have to do shit. You know what? I had a black sergeant major. He had all the soldiers, and a couple of my soldiers had to go to their formation. I showed up to their formation because they told me. He told me, ma'am, you need to go. This is enlisted business. But he called me and told me what was going on, why he had to do what he did. When the White House, I gotta present something. You up there, you outrank me. Sometimes it's a problem because same thing though. My man's here to say.
If you use my formation, I'm gonna give you no information. Besides,
Well, yeah, but most of the black officers give me not black officers, black enlisted give me the information so that I won't be stepping on their toes. It be I got shit that I need. I got real shit to do. Right? When I'm in Hawaii, when I was in Hawaii, you taking combatant command soldiers away from us for a fucking 2-hour speech about cookies. I don't got time for your fucking 2-hour speech. I don't give a fuck about your 2-hour speech when we got planning going on. But one thing I will say about the black enlisted side, they'll be like, hey, I get it. I know you need them. They're considered mission essential. But this is what happened. And if one fuck up, all of them fuck up. And they'll explain everything. When it comes to white officers, ma'am, get out of our business, move around.
Yeah, Patty, I had the same. I was fortunate that my 2 times I commanded my senior enlisted, my E9's Chief Master Sergeant was black American guy from DC. And the thing about it, the only surprise I've had in command as a black officer is that the white enlisted troops expect you to be lenient, and then the black troops want you to succeed. It's like they would work their ass off for you to succeed. Because the fact is that, you know what one of them told me? Sir, every day I come to work, one thing I don't have to worry about, how my boss is going to treat me. That's what one of them told me. It's like, sir, it makes me happy going to work because I know I'm going to get a fair shake from you that sometimes we don't get.
From the white. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I said black enlisted always took care of me. They never let me fail. It was actually a black sergeant major that told me, yo, you know this shit. Why don't you get on Facebook? You know they be having these Facebook Live classes. Like black enlisted always took care of me. It's the black American male officers that we've always had problems with. I can bring a black female on here and she'd be like, yo, I'll talk to the Jamaican guy and ask him to help me before. Because a lot of times they just don't show up. I don't know what's going on with our black population when it comes to our officer corps. They are always having yacht parties. They don't show up to formation. I beat them in the run, and I'm a girl. They just barely passed the PT test. But they're always fucking trying to be built and solid. But they don't want to do their cardio. It's just be a whole bunch of other shit going on. Unless they come from West Point, or because you're in joint, they coming from the Air Force Academy. But then those guys are married to white women and they're coons.
Yep.
Yeah.
That I found the most interracial vocabulary in your audition I've been to in the Air Force, especially if they're a pilot. White woman. I remember when my son was young. My son was like 2, and we were stationed in the military is definitely you have a lot of interracial marriages, but it's at a higher clip than a general population.
On the officer side.
Especially on the officer side. Yeah. You would not see an officer. Yeah, when you see a black officer married to another black woman, you're like, whoa. What? That is different.
Yeah. A lot of black officers.
But buddy, here a joke. So one time we had a recall, and I was already on base. I was playing golf with the wing commander, and so when the recall, obviously I'm there with the boss, so I just get to go on base and go back to my locker room and change it, and I'm at work. So one of my troops who was brand new to the squadron, black kid, so he calls my house, and he was like talking to my wife, and he goes, hey, can I speak to, and she was like, yeah. So as he didn't wait for her to speak, he just hang up the phone. So when I came in, he was like, "Hey, sir, I called your recall number, and it's you have the wrong number. You have the wrong number for your recall." I said, "No, no, that's my number." He goes, "Well, I called and a white lady answered." Because he had seen my wife before, but he never knew she sounds, how she sounds. I'm like, "Yeah, I know that's my wife, because she's not black. I mean, she's not white, she's black." And he goes, "Oh, sorry," but he assumed that, yeah, boom, all of a sudden she couldn't sound a certain way, so he just hang up. He didn't even talk to her. I was like, "You didn't even talk to the person, you just hang up." And I called my wife, I was like, "This somebody's going to hang up with you?" She was, "Yeah, somebody did. I didn't." So we always made fun of that. So I always told my wife, "Yep, I told you people always will say you sound like a white lady."
So I put my PTR up, right? Those women that's in there, those are all black female officers. The girl in the middle, smart as fuck. She's the one that brought me to my first combatant command position. And she said when she met me as a young baby officer, she said, like, because I say no, and I would always pull the regs on her ass, she was like, "I want that girl to come here." And she just pulled me one day. But that girl in the middle, she is the smartest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. When it comes to, she's the one that taught me about weapon systems. She knows weapons. She knows infantry tactics. She knows every fucking thing. Like, she is the smartest fucking woman I've ever met in my life. Like, she sits in the meetings, and the generals even, like, they'll be, like, looking at her, and she'll be like, "No." And everybody will be like, "Okay." And then she'll go talk to the general and say why she said no. And a lot of senior officers didn't like her because of her facial. She will look at them and stare at them in their face. She don't smile. She's smiling in this picture because she wanted to put together, she put together a bunch of black females and had us all take our pictures together with her. And she's in the middle. She is the smartest woman I've met in the military.
But you like prove a point with that picture, guy, because we always said we talk about it. And Navy's last and Air Force is third, but yeah, Air Force doesn't. There's not a.
I think that's a myth.
Plus, there's not a black.
I think there's this myth that Air Force has the best looking women, but there's some
That's a lie.
smart females in the Army because they put their ass through some shit. Them girls have to, like, and they gotta dig a fucking cow hole.
Yeah, something you alluded to earlier. I would have enlisted in the Air Force. I was on the way to San Antonio, believe it or not. I was out of my but I was on the way, and they offered me a job at USA Today. I took it.
So you could have been aim high, Ambassador.
Yeah, I could have been. Oh, wow. I mean, because I was going for pilot. I was trained by a pilot, the pilot for the Nation of Islam. His name was Sultan Muhammad. He flew the presidential jet for Elijah Muhammad, and he only had a Muhammad's education there. Muhammad University, all those guys like Malcolm and Sultan Muhammad, the son of Jabir Muhammad, the master of Muhammad Ali. So we flew around our own presidential jet right here. And because of his knowledge, because I got the incentive from, I think my entry was at William and Mary College. And from there I was on my way to like San Antonio. I'm going on in somebody's Air Force year, and I'm already, and I said, "I'm going to take this goddamn job. I'm not going to the Air Force." But I studied a lot about the Air Force. And one of my captains now, in fact, my man in Washington, is a high-ranking guy in the Air Force. His name is Talib Sharif. And he's a great guy to learn from. The Air Force, they just have a way of putting things that makes it understandable. I'm used to learning from pilots. And my niece, believe it or not, she trains pilots for American Airlines. So I've been kind of just having them in my life somewhere. And I'm very grateful. I always tip my hat and goofy to all the pilots and those Air Force type people, including Miss Patty here. Because she's on point. like you say, she's here at 6 a.m., 6 p.m., and holding the line. And how many can be consistent in, not just clubhouse, but just in your duties that you have to perform, and then performing those tasks at the top of your game, and bring your A going to the court every day. Everybody ain't MJ, but still good to have a Patty around here somewhere, because the Air Force gave her the training, but she had to do the work, and that's the thing we find out here on the front line. Trying to get these houses together for people who don't have a clue, not easy, but somebody has to do the work.
Yeah, I will say this: Black female officers, whatever branch they're in, a lot of them sacrifice a lot of shit, and that includes their kids. It'd be sad as fuck, but they do a lot of crazy shit. That girl in the middle, her husband retired, and she's still fucking, her ass has gone to Korea. When I had to do the logistics warehouse issue, I had a problem with waiting for my mom, because my mom couldn't come until the following week. She went forward, and that's not even, she's not a logistics officer. She went forward, left her kids at home, and told me, watch my goddamn kids. When your mama comes, she's gonna watch the kids, and we both bringing our ass out here. And I was like, okay, damn. But she's sacrificed a lot, and she's smart as fuck. She be fucking going off on them white folks. And she does it like so smooth. She just smiles and looks at them, and then that smile will go away, and just tell them, this is not how we're gonna do business. Like, she don't fucking play. And I've known her since I was fucking 21 years old.
That's the part that's crazy about how we get old. And you know what I mean? Like years later.
She still called me a baby. She was like, come here. She was like, that I'm like her baby project. Me, and there's another girl in that picture. It's the Pinoy girl, the Filipino girl. Me and her is like her kids. She calls her kids. But she's been taking care of me. She takes care of her. She's that girl, that Filipina girl. But she's been doing nothing but taking care of Black females. And when she see them and she thinks they're great, she'll talk to a whole nother general if they want that fucking job and try to get them where they need to go. But if she needs you in her area, she's going to talk to the general to get you pulled. That's how the girl with the bushy hair in that picture got pulled. She got pulled to Korea. She's like, I need you in Korea, and this is where the fuck you going to be. It'll help you with your promotion. She don't play. And she used to tell me about smiling faces, smile. And be like, feel like you keep smiling in their face, that's all they're going to expect. You smile, and then you get your face straight, and you be about business. Your smile is with your hello. After that, the business, the smile goes away. Fix it. And I was like, yes, ma'am. This is when I was a young-ass officer. You smile for the hello. Once the hello and all the greetings is done, business, the smile goes away. Because they gotta know you want business. Because you're Black. She kept telling me, you Black. They don't take us seriously, and they think we're stupid. And I've been with her from Hunter Army Airfield, Fort Stewart, Georgia. She pulled me over, and I was in Fort Hood with her. And when she was in Hawaii and she wanted a logistics officer, at first I was like, I don't know, that's too far. I go see my mom and dad when I need to. And then daycare. And she was like, you'll figure it out. And that was it. She just got off the phone with me and just called HRC and got her general involved. She don't play. She's the best fucking leader I've ever had in my life.
Which one is in the picture that you're talking about?
The one in the center, she had organized for all of us to take a picture together.
All of you guys are beautiful. That's amazing.
And you know what she's an ordinance officer. If people know what ordinance officers are, they're the ones that do. Tell her there ain't no money, she'll tell you how to figure it out and give me my motherfucking money. She knows equipment, she knows maintenance. Somebody say something crazy about maintenance. When I was her young ass baby officer, she'd be like, look up the regulation and figure it out, and I want it in yellow. You know what she used to tell me? Email it to her, yellow highlight the PDF, find out the information, and come brief me on what it means so I can articulate it to the board.
Hey, Patty and Lisa, Mel still there too? Yeah, I don't know whether y'all the conversation started, but did you see the video of the dude who's in active duty was basically told about how he failed the PT test, E7?
No.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Which branch? Army?
Yeah, this dude is one of the influencers, and he basically told about how he failed his run, and he knows he needs to be accountable and do what he needs to do. And it's just some of the messages were like, oh, he's taking accountability. How the fuck you taking accountability? Why did you fail your superior?
You're an E7.
Yep. Oh, man, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with black enlisted. Black enlisted. I have had problems with black enlisted male officers. And I ain't talking, like I said before, it's not people from the islands or the Africans. It's always the black American male officers. We have problems with them with their PT tests. And it's embarrassing because I'd be like, yo, come on, you can run with me. Okay, I'm going to go with y'all. What days you guys do the run? Okay, well, I couldn't do it this week. Well, you can come meet us on Saturday. We're going to do a quick run. Okay, they don't even meet. Like, it's just, I don't know what's going on. When Bambi's saying, like, we've done something to these black males, he says that shit be hitting home for me. Because I'll be like, what have we done to them? We did something. And that's just from my fucking, like, we did something that took away, like, a lot of their, I don't know.
It's called hate, Patty. You have hated us for so long, so potently, so exquisitely that, you know, it is what it is.
You don't count.
Thank you. Exactly. Laugh right there, so okay. She said I do not count as a black male, which says it all. Thank you.
As a Haitian, you don't count. That's what she said.
Damn. Cause somebody cash at me a Smoothie King.
I got you. I'll deliver it.
Thank you. I want the double espresso protein shake. For sure.
I used to drink the Hulks, not a Smoothie King. Hulks and 2,000 calorie shakes.
Any I would say, not as a Negro, not as an American Negro, not as a male. He's talking about me. Not as a male Negro of the 19th or 20th or 21st century.
Yeah, but you own a Starbucks.
No.
I own a Starbucks kiosk, so you good.
Listen.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, damn, Cocky ain't got no background noise today. Where he at?
He at home. He off today.
No, I'm in the coffee shop. I'm working. I got my screens up, working on my invoices, my change orders. I'm working. I'm always working. About to go to school.
You sound like
you don't have an office, Congressman?
You a hard-working black Haitian man.
I want a caramel macchiato. No
Caramel macchiato?
Yeah, no sugar. 2 pumps of caramel. Caramel
And you ask, what did you do to the black man? This is it. Right?
See, I just said you a hard-working Haitian black man.
I'm not Haitian.
Don't put any that on Haiti.
They said that's what Emel said. Emel said he Haitian. I'm just going by what Emel said.
Listen, I go back to Concord in season 1. Concord's Haitian.
You need to put that
thought that was manifested out in the population. So,
Nah, man, that's concrete.
no criminal record, gainfully employed.
Well, most Haitians don't have a criminal record like that.
I want to say that, Patty.
No, a lot of them are really sneaky. At least
Most black men, period, don't have a criminal record. What the hell are we talking about?
I didn't say nothing about black men. I was talking about Haitian.
You're always talking about black men.
No, I have a Haitian big daddy, so I always have a problem. I had an ex-Haitian. I had an ex-Haitian that I was with forever since I was a little girl, and they problematic.
Do you know how to make griot? Yes or no?
You see? I told you he's Asian. You think I'm saying?
I'm about to say he's talking about griot.
I know. Et boy, tout umade ou ikadi oui, mais à présent ikadi non, il pas Asian.
No, griot better than I ever will.
Vaughn is trying to speak. She's doing the old school clubhouse with the tabs. Go ahead, Vaughn.
I've been nervous, but she might not even know she up there.
She's doing the Harlem shit. She has some griot. You like griot, Pepper?
Point about the ladies in the picture. What do you say?
Oh, those are all black officers with the exception of one Filipino.
No, what
He
did you
said, she said when it came in.
My bad.
Good, what you saying?
Don't let her huff and puff.
Shut up!
He said, so only a few people caught it.
It was more. It was more.
No, it's crazy. You know the black people in the middle. Guess what her degree is?
Marriage material, baby moms. I don't think what a degree. You don't want to know?
Yeah, the one in the middle. I said the one that's the smartest of everybody.
Yeah. Her degree's a big fine. Yes. She has a master's. Yes, she has a master's. Let me go through my phone and grab it, Patty. And if you can back channel me the phone numbers. I'll take Patty. I'll take the other four. I have a few. One of my friend Hurricane is now straight, so he's looking for a girlfriend, and I'll take care of the other three.
Now the girl in the middle, sure is crazy. I told Vivian when I got a forehead, I was like, where did you major in? Because I thought it was like something like information, some kind of science, because it's like she always has the information when it comes to traditions. Like, I think it was like English or literature or something. I don't know. She was the one that take some fucking philosophy classes. That's what the generals do, so you can work on your critical thinking. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. But that's when I learned that. Like, she gave me that book, The 4 Stars, and I read it. Every one of them fucking 4 stars take fucking philosophy. They're in the SOSH, they call them the SOSH department. Social science. History majors, English majors, fucking, them motherfuckers are fucking smart as fuck. And they take a whole bunch of philosophy classes.
I don't know why the philosopher bros think they're so smart.
Well, they didn't take the classes. They just like YouTube. That's the funny part. A lot of the philosophy bros actually spurn formal instruction. They think, oh, wow, if I just listen to Sam Harris, I can be like Sam Harris. But yeah, they kind of suck. That's one of the most disappointing things about coming on the internet for me personally, because I didn't know this existed like this until COVID. That's how I got on this app and others. And I thought the philosophy bros would be better, but they kind of suck. Although I think the
overlap between,
What are you listening to, Ben?
a sermon. I saw a sermon in the sky. Who was talking about, I hate to say it, but God's existence and the cosmological origins, because we were just talking about that yesterday.
Oh,
Okay, here.
Okay.
I had my lunch. Oh, this is a preacher. He's not a prophet. He was actually preaching it. This is a church service. I watch church services throughout the week just to see how good communion taking Christians live. Sometimes you have to lie because people get hung up on the silliest things. Like when she was losing the argument yesterday, she was like, "Well, you're a gay African."
Talking. I don't understand. Why is it? Is it because my voice is soft? And see, and then what? Excuse me, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Then when I get here, oh, this is not the first lady I know. Well, you will contribute to the first lady that you don't know because you keep knocking on concrete. You probably won't be seeing me, let's say, as of like the middle of June because I have a deadline. I just want to let you know it's been real. I appreciate you, and I extend my love to you, even though you do not receive it. I'm still.
After finding out yesterday that an alligator knows to go get communion, you niggas need to go get communion. Yes, we found you can get communion. Let me go to Concrete. Now I find out Concrete hasn't had communion in years, and he didn't vote for Concrete. To do the rituals that Jesus laid out. Are you insane? It takes 5 minutes. Come and lay out the blueprint for perfection. And all he said is just do it in reference. You go put your little hand out, get your little cup, your green turtle, or TGI Fridays, or Buffalo Wild Wings, and get beers for hours. But you can't do one thing, a ritual, even if you don't believe it, it brings us together as persons. It reaffirms for our bond as a moral community. That's what Durkheim says religion is, huh? It's people that come together around an understanding of the sacred. I'm around them every day, all day. I'm done.
So to respond to this, yet again, monologue, I would just say that I believe this was just wrong with the Christian gods. Y'all think that because you go and you partake in eating this cracker and sipping the wine, that all your sins that you've committed and continue to commit some kind of way gets washed away. Something, I don't get it. I mean, how do you partake in the feasting of his flesh and the blood of... So, excuse me, sir. Especially the one that doesn't like to be interrupted. So it's a hissy fit of my monologue. But it's okay. Don't worry about it. You can't answer now.
Do the monologue.
You're not a man, babe. You're not allowed to do a monologue.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Especially uninterrupted. I am not allowed.
First lady, do you need to borrow my backpack, First lady?
Oh, Jesus, sir!
It's been in the closet for months now.
You gonna put more weight on her back if she already got big tata? What's going on?
Oh, not the back. Oh, God. Let me go pray.
Your mama, she's not a man. You're not a man.
This is true. But when I pulled the backpack out, the silence though.
Yesterday you pulled the tongue out and you silenced the whole room. Okay.
Personally, I'm sorry you didn't get to finish. I'll be very quick. But I said, even if you don't believe in the meaning of it.
Get hanged by a crane by your balls. Stop looking at me. This is real life.
I didn't say. Listen, I didn't say. IBC is somehow they're the most kind people. They're very kind. I didn't say that. Understand? I'm talking about the third war. I'm talking about the third.
Trump is the best enemy we have got so far. The best enemy.
said he
You
was
associating with them. He's constantly going to negotiations with them, trying to get to a deal over and over and over. Fucking get it over with. Weaken the fucking regime. The Iranian people themselves will stand up again and they will take over their fucking country again. Take back their country again. Get it over with your fucking negotiations, and you're talking about, but he tweeted this. Yes, but he's not doing it, is he? Who is doing it? The regime is.
I'm sorry. No, is that your name?
Yes.
fucking the bastard who was an IRGC guy.
Listen to me. You go to the last.
Candies in your hand.
Listen to that. Listen to that.
My name is Roman Karachi.
I want to ask you a question.
Fuck him up the head, you IRGC bastard. You said you put candy.
Hey, you don't have to be emotional, understand? We have to deal with
No, but
emotion.
he's not valuing life. He's put candies in someone. He can't even say he put bullets. He's calling them candy. They're bullets. What the fuck? You're killing people. You IRGC fuckface maggot. You Ben showed cocksucking asshole.
What does that mean? I don't
You
know.
fuck your sister. You Ben showed. You fuck your sister.
We call
He's
it
basically
candy.
saying what you're saying is bullshit. What costs?
We call it, you know, our own candy.
Yeah, no. No.
A cunt. A
I
faggot.
drink black.
You're a faggot.
Give me a
Fuck
minute.
people in the head.
Go and see what you give it.
Bullets candy by shooting your own people. 40,000 people you don't give a fuck about. You fucking disgusting bastard. You're a
Trust me,
pitiful
Lord,
for
I'm
human
smoking
life.
enough.
Wow, I'm so happy to see an American.
You're pitiful for life.
Are you a Republican, Kosi?
Yeah,
I knew it. See, it's always the Republicans that have common sense and actually care about human life. It's always the fascist Democrat, and not all of them. I'm sorry, not all of them.
No, it is.
Yeah,
You know, here's something I can tell you. If someone came out, no matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat for our president, and someone shot him and killed the president, guess what? The first person who you would get rid of would be the fascists, the purple-haired freaks, that the gay, like the regular gays, like the true gays who got their freedom, like the marriage and they're all against the LGBT, the
Yeah.
Q plus
They're okay.
community.
Yeah.
They're okay. It's the Q plus community that are like they're trying to switch the agenda on us Americans, and those are the first people you would take out with a gun. If the president ever got killed, a civil war, I know who I'm killing. Libertards. Literally. I want a country that really cares about each other. The libertards don't care.
Fools, you killed the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei, and you expect me not to tell you anything?
They come out and like if you guys told the people over here to kill, if you guys told the people over here to kill the president, no matter what.
He's our supreme leader. He was more of a prophet to us.
Your supreme leader was a
In cold blood.
He was a supreme
No,
leader.
your supreme leader was a police and shit, killing people. Killing us. He was genociding his own people. He was actually doing what you guys call
The spirit of our supreme leader. Listen to me. Listen
if
to
you
me.
say Israel
The
is
spirit
causing
of our
genocide,
supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei comes
Hey, Kosi.
is a genocidal fuck.
Bro. That's okay. It's okay. We go here.
Your supreme leader is a dead one. That's what it is.
but becoming a nightmare for us. He's coming in my dream every now and then. What have you done to me? Have you avenged me? And I couldn't.
So he's fucking you in the ass in your dream every night?
Ayatollah Khamenei.
When he comes in your dream, he's actually fucking you. That's what it means.
Those
You're
who calm down.
Attention.
You're homosexual when the leader comes in your dream.
Please, Kevin, I sent some, I do send you a word, some kind of,
He's an IRGC guy, he said.
yeah,
He
it's like
already
you,
stated.
Kefayat, it's like you are kind of, like you have some sort of empathy for the IRGC. Is that?
He is IRGC.
Saya ya Jew or some Christian
who is the owner of the planet?
No.
Why are you arguing earth belongs to you? Who are you, man? According to your knowledge, your will be somewhere, another guy's God will be somewhere, and he thinks my God is the owner of the planet Earth. And another one thinks my God is also the owner of the planet Earth.
What the hell are you talking about? What the hell is he talking about?
Think big, man. Think big. Think broad, man. Think out of the box,
We
man.
think broad, but here it's different talking, bro. Bro, it's different. We're more philosophical, but that's okay, but that's different, you know? Here we're dealing with something else.
Okay, I will not
Yeah.
Okay.
Nate, look, I've got a question. First of all, I don't have empathy for anyone, understand? I've got empathy for innocent civilian, you know, that's what matters to me, understand? People living there, I don't care about...
Okay, so let me ask you this one. Hold on. You said you have empathy for innocent civilians. They were celebrating Khamenei's death. Wow, guys, hold on. Quiet, both of you quiet. You said you have sympathy for innocent civilians. What's up, JG? Welcome. Hold on. So you said you have empathy for innocent civilians. Who has killed more innocent Iranian civilians? The IRGC or the Americans?
IRGC.
Hold on. I wasn't asking you the question. I'm asking if I ask you. Who has killed? No, that's a question I need you to answer. You just made a statement. And I have a question. Who has killed more innocent civilians? Correct. So who's the bad guy here? The Americans are trying to help them.
It's a very broad thing. You get me? It doesn't mean, for example, if they kill, many people, RGC kill many people, I don't care. Understand? Like, I mean, the innocent people, that's what matters to me. So they kill more people, I know that. But it doesn't mean, for example, if the US is attacking them, that's okay. And then the Iran is going to turn into the Iraq, and that's okay. That's a bad thing. That's a bullshit, bro. Understand? Here it's a different thing. Now, Miss Glow, I'm asking you a question. As a civilian, right? As an Iranian civilian, who do you support in this current war? The US or the regime?
I support the people of Iran. I support the innocent people of Iran. And what have they been saying? They have been saying, chanting just one name. They've been chanting. And they say, look at the videos on X. Look at what they're chanting at the protest. John beat Shah. این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. Do you know what that means? That means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. That's what they're chanting. Long live the king. Yeah. And not for him to come back and be a king at all. For fair elections and the return of democracy to this country after 47 years of brutality and death.
Hey, as much as I know about the history of Iran when it comes to Pahlavi, the Pahlavi was overthrown by Iranian people itself because he was brutal. He was a selfish man.
Actually, that is incorrect.
Yeah.
Actually, that's incorrect. I lived under his rule.
Yeah.
I know his family. I know him. I know what it's like. That was not true. He was not brutal. The whole reason that the revolution in fucking 1979 was successful is he left because he didn't want bloodshed. If you listen to his final speech before he left, he said, I don't want the streets of Iran to be filled with blood. He left because let me finish. Shut up and let me finish. He left because he cared about his country, he cared about his people. He thought he'd be back much sooner. He thought he would be back in 6 months. It was not going to be permanent. He made that mistake, but he left because he didn't want bloodshed. Unlike this fucking regime who's killing people over and over and over again. Okay? So do not tell me from what you've heard. No, let me finish. Do not tell me from what you've heard, because what you've heard is different than lived experience. Okay?
Your emotions are valid, you know? But
of course, the regime that took over the country is unfortunately tell you a story in which Pahlavi was a bad guy, which he was not. He left the country because he didn't want to spill his own people's blood. And this regime doesn't matter how many people come out to the streets and get killed. They will not like it's nothing. They will not give in. The elections didn't work. They tried voting differently. listen to the people. It will kill
Yeah,
you.
I know that. No.
So don't you dare talk about that.
No, I dare because what I'm saying is true. You understand? That's why I dare. Listen, you know, Pahlavi, it's clear, crystal clear. I think there is evidence. You know, there were documented facts. You know that Pahlavi was overthrown because he was selfish, narcissistic guy. You know, he would throw party. You know, and he would not give a shit about the poor people. You know, I think you know that. You know, there were many poor people by the time. You know, during that time. I'm sorry.
Do you know? Keep up. Be quiet for a second. Do you know? Be quiet. Be quiet and listen. Do you know that the majority of people that were in the streets? Let me finish. No, let me fucking finish. No, they were.
Woman speaks, you shut the fuck up there, especially if she's a mod. Okay?
They weren't Muslim. The ones in the streets who were students who were looking for him to leave were actually the fucking students that Pahlavi sent overseas and paid for their fucking education. So shut the fuck up.
Hey, you don't have to. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not saying anything.
What is the truth? How do you know the truth? Who are you? Who are you?
The truth.
Who are you to know the truth? Did you live there? Are you Iranian?
I am from ask me any question you
Hey
require.
guys,
What the heck? I was speaking right now. Let me see.
Thank you so much. This opportunity myself. I am Govind Singh Rawat.
I will be a
Thank you so much. All persons, all of us, thank you so much, sir.
Fuck up before I put you back in the audience. Okay? One fucking mic at a time.
It should be the supporter of IRGC. I should speak because I am the only one here.
IRGC. GC. Yeah. Talk for us. Speak. What up? Is this Ali? This the dumb cunt Ali?
This is the dumb cunt Ali.
This is the fucking one that supports fucking rape before it came out. This is the one that fucking actually did.
My main came up.
He's here again to say, no, I do not support
This is the one that supports
And then when I think about Khalid being in pieces, the genocidal maniac.
End of the day, all this fuck, whole world, all rich people are getting kidneys, liver, whichever organ they want, they are getting. भाई कौन है वो क्या बात कर रहे हैं the result of the war which is going on is liver, each and every necessary parts are being extracted from the surrender or ceasefire of someone. The people are looting.
If the listen, as you have two lives matter. If the IRGC stays, no, yes, I know they're crazy. Listen, if the IRGC stays in Iraq, there will be no more India in 20 years. I promise you. So they have to go.
You sure about that?
Ali,
I'm pretty sure.
You must have the balls to clarify that you love IRGC. I am seeing it. I am a big supporter of IRGC. And we'll be defeating the United States of America, and we'll be enslaving all the women of Iran. See, this is what. Are you people living in a lava land? Wake up, man. Wake up to the reality. Understand the truth. What's happening? Rafi. Wake up to the reality, man. Wake up to the reality. Wake up to the reality, man. White man. Homes.
You IRGC fuckface faggot, faggot asshole, cunt licking
Hey guys,
This is
I'm sorry. Wakas, I'm sorry. Look, you can't have a debate like that. You know, first, I was like trying to make something else here. You don't have debate like that, you know?
We know debate with IRGC.
You're always supporting a bunch of pieces of shits that are genocidal to their own people.
Well, I don't support
their own people. The people in the whole region and beyond.
Hey, no, I don't support that. Actually,
place to help for those.
I'm more than you do. What I'm telling you is, what I'm trying to tell Coolsey, be cool and to send you a Coolsey. Look, what I'm trying to say is that.
They don't give a fuck about the human life.
I know that. I think one doesn't give a shit about the human.
You know, I don't understand.
It's not to the point here. Yeah, listen.
No, I'm not listening. Not fucking listening. Not here to say dumb shit.
You literally can't have a.
Nobody really.
Does anyone have you?
Keep voting. Put candies in. They're shooting candies at people when they're killing their own people.
Hey, this is one-sided. I'll be honest with you guys. This debate is very one-sided. You all believe
is going to sit here and
listen. I'm supporting IRGC. You have to be honest as well.
I'm gonna mute you. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fucking mute you, and you're going to listen, okay? Because the truth of the matter is, not a single person in here and listen to garbage from either IRGC participants or the cucks that support this bullshit. I'm sorry, you don't get to have a talk. It's not a debate. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, okay.
We've been doing this for 3 months with you guys, and you come up with the same bullshit, ideological bullshit. Alright, well, innocent people are dying and being executed as we speak right now in my home country. And you're on here spreading fucking idiot propaganda. Nobody fucking believes you guys, except for some LGBTQ plus leftist Democrat fucks that are retarded. Exactly. Alright? Exactly. They don't even know what they're doing. They can't even stand up for their own human rights.
That's a nice point. Not
It is a very one-sided debate, no?
Exactly.
This is a debate, fuckwad. This is a debate. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I told you.
We're not debating.
You know what I love? Strong woman. I love it. Buddy, these men.
That's great, Robbie. Can we talk?
Yeah, talk about.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I didn't know what you're talking about, except the idea that one is supporting IRGC and the other one is against it. But I mean, you guys are talking about these innocent people are being killed and innocent people are being killed all over the Middle East. That's not new. But let's say we all hate the Iranian government right now, right? It's just a terrorist government.
I think that's what you're missing. There are a few on stage who don't. That's the problem.
They are. Anyways, well, okay, got Glow supporting Pahlavi. I don't understand this idea. Like, you had one shot that could give you a chance to overcome the regime. What the fuck is?
They don't care. They really
Alright.
won't fuck each other in the ass. Why are you so focused on how the most important thing here is that the people of Iran will get to elect their next leader and system of governance. That is the thing. Now, if someone wants to support him, they can. If someone doesn't, they can support someone else.
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
That's my idea, guys.
Being hung. No. You're being hung right now.
Ahmed, El is right. Right now, there's a humanitarian crisis in Lebanon. We should talk about it.
Fuck that.
Yeah. And Ali, I'm gonna have to put you to the audience because again, you support fucking women. So I'm
He
gonna move
supports
you to the
Hezbollah,
audience.
he supports IRGC, he supports fucking Hamas, a fucking piece of shit.
I made him a fucking mock by accident. Oh my fucking god.
fucking rape of.
This is my phone.
No, Ahmed, the problem is Ali goes around and he would support women, young females that are virgin before you execute them so they don't go to heaven. That's what he supports. So take this person serious in whatever he says for nothing. So you go on. Yeah, you go.
I am going on. Everything is scripted. Why can't you people think in a bigger way? What's happening in reality, man? What happening in reality, man? Iran is in a safer side, but brother, Iran is in a safer side, but Lebanon is destroyed. Gaza has been occupied.
Hold on.
Fuck Gaza.
You people are thinking only Iran.
Truth.
Fucking Strait of Hormuz.
Are you retarded? Truth.
Rashi, Bancho.
Iran gave.
Shut the fuck up and wait your fucking turn to be spoken to. You fucking dumb cunt. Ahmed, continue. I'm sorry. Ahmed, it's you. You can unmic. Your mic's up. You are speaking.
Yeah,
I just want you to land your plane, but try not into the building, okay?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Go.
Well, I was addressing the Pahlavi movement, which I have a lot of questions about. We all know this government is expired, should be gone one way or another. Iraqi, you might say. But these Pahlavi supporters are ruining everything. That one shot in a long time, that was a very serious opportunity for Iranian people to finally overcome. But then this guy comes and just separates everything and just really ruins the only chance that you have. You think you can do it? You think Pahlavi can actually overcome this state? Does not. Okay.
Well, hold up. Let's go step by step. So you're saying if Pahlavi comes, he won't be able to rule? Is that what you're saying?
No, he cannot even unify. To overcome a regime like this, you need to unify.
Whose name did they cast?
One second below. First of all, the people aren't the regime. Let's start with that. The regime and the regime supporters is probably between 10 and 15% of the population. The other 90 to 85%, let's say even 80% of the population, they're not for pro-regime or for the regime. They're against it. They want to be free. I don't know if you see videos. Okay, so you're heard. Okay, beautiful. Have you ever seen a country in the Middle East to get bombed and people to stand, clap, cheer, and say thank you while their country is getting bombed by the relations, people screaming off the rooftops and balconies? Have you ever seen something like this in any Middle Eastern country? Did you ever see something?
The people on the field that are cheering.
No, hold on, that's straight.
Let him answer, please. Have you ever seen this?
I'm talking about America and Israel actually came and did the strikes after they killed Khomeini in the first 40 seconds, their holy leader. Have you ever seen people cheer while their country's getting bombed? Have you ever seen something like that? And be honest, Ahmed. Yeah. And I know you've seen those videos. So.
Yeah, I have seen it. I've seen it when for example, America hit Iraqi military in 1990. Most of Iraqi Shias and Kurds were celebrating that. And I've seen that in the Middle East. That's very popular. It's not a new idea.
To be free, I don't remember that. Again, maybe in the 90s it wasn't recorded so much as it is now, easily to be put on Instagram, book, and everywhere else. But I've never seen this in history that I remember.
Do you know they've come on this stage from Iran with freaking expensive VPNs that are fucking botchy and cutting off all the time, and they've told us you don't know what it's like to wake up at 5 in the morning hearing a bomb drop right next to you and be relieved and happy, not because of the bomb dropping on my country, because of the possibility of freedom after 47 years of massacre, of pain, of poverty.
Well, listen, you don't need to tell us what happened.
we know, we see everything's happening. We actually see more than probably you saw as occurred. But it's not going to solve the problem, just continue victimizing ourselves. We need to do something about it. And that is to work together. It's not about like, oh, you know what, Iran is, they are doing it. They don't care whether we do it. And you guys missing a lot of points. I know.
Ahmed, may I ask you a question? Look, can I ask Ahmed a question, please?
Yeah,
so you said like basically Pahlavi doesn't let people unify. Is it not Mujahid and the lefties that are doing this at the moment?
Because the majority of Iranians who are, having a lot of influence on media are Pahlavi supporters.
I know, but mostly, who's stopping the situation to be unified? Is it lefties and the Mujahids, and then even some court element where you're represented, right?
Listen,
The one dividing us, Ahmed, are the Kurdish separatists and the Mujahideen al-Khalq, the MEK, that are dividing us. Because Pahlavi has been in conversations with many of you guys that are good people and do unify. But unfortunately, it's you guys always turning your backs against the Iranian
and
people.
Saying lefties as never Trumpers, basically. Yeah.
But you said your point, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You don't know what's the dangers when you say Kurdish separatists, because Kurdish people are the only people who carry guns, who carry weapons there. And they are the only one who have any small chance to overcome this regime is going to be the Kurdish movements, because they carry guns. You think religious regimes will just go without war? It's crazy. You guys don't understand the fact that there's no religious government in the entire history that was gone without war and killing. If you think anything other than this, you must be crazy. There is no gun.
Kurdish people were supposed to spread around the guns amongst Iranian resistant and treacherous to their people. I think we know who those people are.
The Kurds.
Yeah.
Not the Iranian. Not the Iranian Kurds.
Not the Iranian Kurds.
The Iranian Kurds. The Iranian Kurds.
There is no Iranian Kurds.
There are. They don't say they're not Iranian.
So when you said there are just one, you are a separatist.
They're not Persian Kurds, but they're Iranian. They call themselves Iranian. They don't call themselves Iraqi Kurds, okay? They're Iranian. So be quiet, you separatists.
What are you talking about? There's no Iranian Kurds.
What are you talking about?
You know she does know what she's talking about. This is hilarious.
No, there's no Iraqi Kurds. How can you
people here, six Iranians telling you, as you call yourself a Kurd, there's no country as Kurdistan. It's a region in Iran and Iraq and Turkey. You call yourself a Kurd. We're telling you, we have Iranian Kurds. We love them. We're very proud of them people. And they call themselves Iranian Kurds. They're on our side. They're behind me. But you separatists, I don't know if you're Iraqi Kurd or what the hell, but you do not belong in a free Iran. You will not support us. That's fine. But keep your nose out of our business as well.
Can you stop dividing us even more? Thank you.
Oh my God! You guys think that this is what I really worry about. I really worry about.
Take your warriors and shove it in your butt.
Let's find some other way to get weapons to Iran. Ahmed, we've listened to you about long enough right now. Get weapons, rescue the Iranians, fuck the Iraqi Kurds, go around them, circumvent this shit. You can find a way to get to Khomeini, kill him. We can get weapons. Well, who need them? I firmly believe that has to happen. Iranian people have to have. Who's interrupting me right now? Who's interrupting me right now? Honestly, if we want the Iranian people to succeed, they absolutely have to have weapons. 100%. We got pagers to people who blew the fuck up. I think we can get guns to run.
Alhamdulillah for the pagers.
They love Monty. And I gotta kind of disagree with Al on this one.
I don't agree, but I just don't see how
I just
these
see
people
what
can't
happens.
face of this weaponless.
Yes, I agree with you. And this is one of the only ways of getting that country back. But I see there's going to be a lot more deaths. Because hold on, want this 1 second. I'm speaking. I believe there's going to be a lot more deaths, sadly. And I believe that after they will accomplish what they're to overthrow the government, that the weapons aren't going to be handed back over. And then you're going to have a population of
more guns than people, Rafi.
I understand, but I'm looking with how Russia ended up in the 90s when the Soviet Union broke apart.
Not everything's Russia. These people have been so brutalized. I don't know, but I can't imagine a time they are gonna be slaughtered. This
I agree with you, but like in the 90s, businesses, everything was communism. Businesses were all belonging to the government. People started coming in, strong manning factories, facilities. It became organized crime like crazy, took over. With the weapons and the freedom, I believe it might end up worse than it is. It might make the country inside dysfunctional, which is what I'm afraid of. If you don't arm them properly and you know who the fuck you're giving guns to, you can't just give fucking people that never had guns before, especially once they taste that freedom level.
They're gonna always want it. They're gonna protect it with their fucking life.
They're gonna be hungry.
If you don't have weapons, some other piece of shit will come in and they will do the same fucking shit. To me, this is a no-brainer. And I don't. Russia, to me, is a different animal. It's a vast, vast place. I just don't see it. But I think I see the Iranians as largely wanting the same thing. And I don't think Russians. You still had holdout Russians, lots of them, who were fighting for communism. I just see this very differently. These are not, to me, comparable, but I understand why you might see it.
Ellie, Ellie and Rafi, one of the big issue with those people that they call Pahlavi dictator. Pahlavi start with Arab nationalists, like it was stopping Arab nationalists.
Right.
It start with the Marxist, Iraqi Marxists, basically, and socialists, and then with the communism, and then these mullah that crazy like ISIS and then crazy madness. So the same people that they say that Pahlavi was dictatorship, these is the same problem right now, forward facing thing.
This man has hardly got to speak. Are you serious right now?
Yeah, it's always the same ones that criticize Pahlavi. It's always the MK, it's always the separatists.
Okay, fine.
Rafi, may I go now?
Yeah, you can go after I make a statement. You fun. And I agree with you. A man shouldn't lead Iran. You know who should be the next leader once they fucking take back their country? I believe a woman, because Iranian women have bigger balls than most men I've been hearing on the stage.
We have Princess Pahlavi,
I'm sorry to say. I think that should be the next fucking leader. And I think it would be the most amazing thing to welcome, to bring them into society by a woman leading. Because that's going to be a 360. That's going to go further away from that fucking Quran that they all believe in, or that they were pushed to believe in. This is going to go against everything that society and the IRGC held over their head. This is going to be a fucking 180 for them. That'll be the most beautiful fucking thing.
And then we have Princess Noor, which is a problem.
Noor Pahlavi has a terrible mic. I don't know who's in the shitter trying to talk. It's fucking.
This is what happens, Rafi, when you are a leader. Let me explain my side of leadership. See, all the Iranians sitting here must support the IRGC because we are the true defenders of the country, Iran. All the rest of the people are infidels.
It is prohibited. Fuck yourself with your own hand, you full-on asshole.
Go fly kite, dude.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you talk. So every time you open your fucking mic, I'm gonna do that. Okay? Now listen.
I need to back
channel you something. Just take a look at back channel.
Can I share my screen?
This is what women do. This is what women do in your leadership, Rafi.
You know what women do?
Would have never been able.
You know what women do? We shoot fucking guns. You know what we do? Come knock on my door, you little bitch.
Wrong with you?
You know what is wrong with me?
We teach.
Fucking Islamic pigs.
Well, we teach manners to our women. We teach manners to our women.
Backward ass
They respect us. They do not speak in front of us.
Can you guys have a reformation already?
They do not translate long languages.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, listen, why don't you get out there and get a dipshit or get a better job?
No, I need you to read your back channel.
Hello. Okay, I'll not speak about women. I'll speak about Iran. See. Hello.
Okay. First of all, there will be none of those slurs. A, in the stage. B, one make at a fucking time. Go. Who's first to speak?
What is the topic?
I wanted to say a lot of things, but
First of all, there is no time for you. You see every woman here on first of all, there is no time for you. You see every woman here on stage here that is modded. Whenever they on mic, your time ends and they start.
sure, but I was gonna say one.
I understand, but don't tell a mod that it was your time to speak and try to speak over her.
Yeah, but I was speaking. I don't.
Again, a mod can interrupt at any fucking time. That's the privileges of being a mod.
Okay, thank you. All right. So country, but you know, you guys put this up. But you know, you guys put this up. Oh my God! Oh my goodness!
I will speak when I want to, or you will go down. Simple.
Yeah, you can.
Bye.
Take it.
Point that you can't defend. Goodbye.
End of the day, the conclusion is very similar to what happening. Bigger fish, they eat smaller
End of the day, Agyasik was speaking.
All right, well, just okay. We've had enough of your bullshit, and now we're gonna have deal with.
Okay, now they will.
Help, please come out back. My bad. I'm so fucking Hope, come back up. Thank you, Hope. Sorry about that here. That they replied you up. That is so my fault. I wanted to send you a back channel.
God who doesn't sing in the camp of IRGC nor against them. So you do not have any authenticity of all.
Okay, Glow was thinking.
Like, who are you, Ahmed? Who are you?
For humanity, democracy, equality. Not like you, racist.
You stand for nothing, you fucking moron.
You're the racist.
Yes,
you are. You are the one who's trying to divide the Iranians, trying to divide us.
Since when dividing
Yes,
is right?
they are Iranians. They've always been. What do you think? We're going to give the Baluchis from Baluchistan a country now? Of course we're not.
Why not?
What do you think? They're Baluchis. They're Iranian Baluchis.
See who is supporting you, and literal IRGC support hurting you guys. Like
IRGC. Okay. Fuck
You know what the funny
IRGC.
thing is? The Kurds and the Baluchis actually built their own state. They just want more economy and they want to remain with Iran and their regional states. So
These guys are delusion.
Actually have an Iranian Kurd in the comments. He's saying, as we expected, I'm Kurdish. Beji Shah, Beshi Iran, Beshi
Fuck
Korea.
him. Yes, we
Yes,
have a word
he
for
is
him.
I love
We have
you,
a
we
word
love
for
them. We don't like
We have
Why
a
not
word for
fuck
them.
you instead of fuck
I don't
I'm
know
sure
that.
they have a word for you too.
We
I'm sure they
have
have
a word for these Kurdish. We
They
call
have a
them
word for you
Josh.
too. Yeah, well, they have words for you too.
You're a traitor. You so
People.
Fuck Kurdish people. Like you're supporting Kurdish. Like Ali in the comment, he's the real like IRGC supporter and a sleeper cell. He's hurting you guys. So you fucked up so bad. So it's just like you're standing with IRGC and literal IRGC fucker is like the bad Ali. Bad Ali is bad. No,
I don't even know what an IRGC supporter is. Anyone that's different political view than yours, you just automatically assume IRGC.
Go for narrative.
Of course, Iran has something.
Anyway,
شو
when one of the judges
technical بیشتر از ایرانی ها تیچر که حرف بزنید
shut the fuck up. When they are cheering you on, Ahmed, that's when you know we're who kept you around.
Ahmed, I'm gonna ask you a question. This is how you know you're IRGC or not. What do you say, and how do you feel that you have to rape a young woman under the age of 18, or even a little over 18, a young
I feel like about having a pedophile in the United States and Mayoral.
Okay, I'm gonna put you in the audience. I wasn't fucking speaking, I was speaking to him. So how do you feel before they executed young females to not have them? How do you feel about that?
Are you calling me? What? Are you asking
Yes,
me?
that's exactly. Because you see, like see, hold on. Like the Ali, the person that keeps giving you thumbs up and hearts and everything else, okay? He's he's for it. He doesn't mind it. You see, like, I asked him that question, he pivots and avoids and fucking beats around the bush. How do you feel about that, Ahmed? What do you stance? No. What's your stance? Don't be an Ali right now. What is your stance on that?
Okay, fuck Ali. Okay, let me talk, okay? First of all, I'm the biggest enemy of Islamic worship in the world, okay? There's nothing, if there's anything I can do against these Islamic people and their way of ruling, I would do, okay? That's the idea. But I'm also really worried about the mentality of these. Listen, sometimes I just lose my emotion because I hear these people speak with this language and thinking that having a country is more. Yeah, but it's your
Sometimes a
country.
sense of belonging to anything. So for you, nothing matters. You just want to have an AK-47 and you want to fight for nothing. We have a land that want to protect we proud of.
He doesn't support IRGC. He doesn't support IRGC. He's literally saying
They indirectly support the
he's talking about the
by going
mentality
against
of Bahraini
any
mentality. That's a bullshit.
possible freedom for the Iranian people. They do. Indirectly, they do. They're the same shit. Because indirectly, they support that shit. They will try to divide us, and they cannot.
You are the parasites in the East. You are the reason.
You call yourself a Kurd, all right? Why are you in this discussion about Iranian people? You're a Kurd, right?
Well, you just said what
you wanna have to go back to your country? Why don't you go and fight for what you want? Because you know that you will not succeed on that the suicide mission. Go ahead and try. Go.
Let me answer. What's the problem right now? What's the problem right now? The building is on. You deciding what kind of material you're going to use for later for the building the building. So building is on a fire. You like first thing we need to turn off the people's inside of the building. They are burning.
That's a problem to them.
Which you are trying to build a building.
Because you are fucking
that actually have a movement. You go against the people that actually are the majority of the country.
Shut the fuck up, okay? Will you shut the fuck up?
You're gonna remove me from the room now, and then I would say, I do give a shit. I do give a shit. I do give a shit.
He can say that. He's not supporting.
You cannot. I will not.
He is
No.
indirect. Either he's retarded or doesn't know that he is indirect.
Separatist. I am a proud Kurdish separatist. There's no Kurdish in the world. that does not want a Kurdish country. If you think I will support
Be quiet. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for speaking the truth, being honest with us that you are a Kurdish separatist and you think we are crazy for thinking that you will ever support a unifying Iran. Thank you for being honest. I already knew that. I just wanted everyone else to realize what's happening.
That's why Ali was giving you all the hard talk. Ali doesn't want a unified Iran either. That's why Ali keeps giving you hearts. He wants his own people. He wants to see the
a bad idea. Unified Iran.
Actually, Irish people are the ones
Guys,
who feel
I have to
more than
need to
anyone.
Iran is a bad idea.
because I listen a lot, You guys don't even let me. What Ahmad was trying to say is that he is not supporting IRGC. He doesn't give a shit. He says that I'm the biggest enemy of IRGC. What he's trying to say is the mentality that people are having, that they're
Yeah, you're leaving them alone. They're shooting Iranian people. Of course, they don't have the same.
That guy is going to exploit, the Iranian people. He's not going to give a shit about the Iranian, understand? I don't know why you guys are calling this rescue operation. It's going to turn into Iraq. Do you understand?
You do not get to decide for us who is the one rescuing us and who is the one killing us. When you can see it's the IRGC that has been killing us for the past 47 years.
If he knows the difference between, if he's from that region, he knows the difference between Iranian people and the IRGC. And those two people are two different types of people. Okay, so the IRGC did something to him, and now he is butthurt, I'm gonna say it, and he doesn't see a unified Iran, or he doesn't want to see a unified Iran. That just shows who he is.
Marvin, can I please?
That's what I'm saying, and people don't believe us when we say, listen, they're the same cup. They pour into the same cup. The ideology is the same, and not unified, weak Iran, and it's separate.
Okay, listen.
I don't know if Ahmad was in support of IRGC. He's not supporting that. And you have to understand that.
I don't know. I gotta give it to Kifat. I don't believe he's an IRGC sympathizer. He might be, he just might hate the whole structure of Iran because.
Respectfully, that isn't one flow to that.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah. There's a difference, but the end result is the same.
The future of Iran will be like Gaza, that's what he's trying to say.
It won't. Not even.
Listen,
Are you being serious? Gaza? Listen, the Gazans never had a government. The Gazans never had an actual good government or country running.
One second, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you, Bill. One second. And what happened? Hold on. That's why you are supporting them. Let me ask you a different question. Let it be like Gaza. Let's say, for example, it is like Gaza. For shits and giggles, let's say it is going to become Gaza. Do you think the Iranian people can rebuild? The Iranian people are strong, they can rebuild, but it's better to be live like under Gaza for a certain period of time than to be in prison for 47 years under IRGC. Because one prison is better than the other prison. Because
you're exactly right.
Living under the IRGC is
wouldn't
like being under Gaza.
Let that happen,
Can you give me a space, please?
We would not let that happen. Do you understand me? I know that the Iranians are strong. We look at the history. I like Iranians actually.
I hate to say the Iranians are far cry smarter than Gaza. We all,
the mentality we have.
I have a space, please.
And the difference is, hold on one second. I have to correct you on this. Because the Iranians do not support the IRGC like the Gazans, a lot of them support Hamas. We are not the same in any way, as you can see. But we support someone who supports democracy, who wants to bring peace and democracy to our country. His name is Reza Pahlavi.
Okay, listen, when
This
the
guy's
father of Reza, can I have a space, please?
actually, what I'm gonna do is make space for Mary, who's been trying to speak with all the dudes.
Yeah, right after me, I will.
Time, and we've heard you guys speak out. So Mary.
Okay, I'll just say something.
No.
You've been talking non-stop.
So learn something about this room. When a woman speaks, they're more powerful than a man on the stage. And I made this clear multiple times. They're like Muhammad. They have more power than Muhammad, the woman here on the stage. I'm just letting you know.
Go, Mary.
What's the new one? First of all, is the crazy room tonight. I just wanted to say that first of all, Iran is not like Gaza. Iran is the 17th biggest country in the world. It shares different neighbors. It has a different history. The groups of people that live in Iran are so different. And I mean, unlike like Palestinians, you call Palestinians. Everywhere that you go, nobody wants you there. Like Turkey, Syria, Jordan, they all of them they threw you out. Like, don't even compare that. Iranians, whenever they go, they just make the best of themselves and the country. They don't think to other countries. So the culture is very different. And the second thing, when an IRGC guy is hurting you, that is a very bad sign. I don't care like where you're coming from, what your agenda is. When your agenda comes in the same, I don't know, let's call it funnel idea, like the idea of funnel. And I don't know. It becomes same with the RGC, it aligns well with the RGC agenda. It's a bad sign. So yeah, if I were you, I would calibrate, I would rethink everything that I said and call it a day. So don't come here argue or anything. Just look and listen to other guys who are supporting you, which is Ali and another guy who is Red. Both of them share things.
Look, what we are saying is not the support of IGC. You understand? We don't support IGC. We see that from 2023.
What she's saying, first of all, before you reiterate that, it's 15.
You know, they are hanged. You know, they're hanging people. They're brutal. The government is brutal. I understand that. Do you understand me? But what Ahmad is trying to say is that mentality right now, you know, they are supporting a bully. You know, I mean, U.S. is a bully actually. You know, you have to understand this. They're bullying you right now. They don't care about the dignity. They don't care about anything. This is ties to This is a very important tweet actually. You know, that is from the President of the United States, the one you're supporting. Understand? That guy is crazy. He's not saying, oh, the entire civilization will die, you know, because if they don't do what I'm trying to say, like, you know, make them do. So, don't you think that to you know, support the current war of the U.S., then I don't say that
Iranians want to. Do you understand? Hold on.
Okay,
do you understand that Iranians wanted the support of the U.S. and Israel? Do you understand that?
No, they were only 20%.
No, you don't understand that? Ask Iranians here. Because I do understand. The fact that you deny that makes me question every fucking thing you've said. Everything. And actually, you really are.
Can we have a minute, please? You guys are the mode and you speaking the whole time. I've been asking.
I don't get too far.
Ahmed, if I was speaking,
I'm waiting for you to speak.
No, you're not speaking for me. I need to.
Do not explain on behalf of me. You weren't doing that. You weren't doing that.
We're wasting your time. Okay.
I'm not wasting your time. I'm just telling you, shut the fuck up when he was explaining for the sake of
okay, I listen
to you. Explain for me. Do not try to become my mouthpiece. When you are not saying anything, it means that what Kifayat was saying was totally fine.
That's your idea, man.
We've already. See, I'm an IRGC supporter. You're not in my camp. They're against us. They're my enemies. You're not in their camp as well. So who are you?
Fine.
Just clarify your position. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, we're gonna do a room reset. How you doing? Welcome everybody. Hold on, I'm talking. So we're gonna do a room reset. Welcome everybody to the room. Right now, the title of the room is Iran Threatens America. What's next? This is the way the room's gonna run. Everybody gets a minute to a minute and a half of uninterrupted speech. If you're not gonna answer the question, don't take the mic. If you're gonna answer a question, take the mic. Have fun. Be respectful to the ladies first and foremost. Be respectful to yourself and everybody else in the room. The room today is sponsored by Tylenol. You probably will get a headache if you say some fucked up shit. You do say some fucked up shit. You get thrown to the bottom of the stage. There's a sex swing. You can get fucked. Enjoy your time here.
Wait,
don't
I might
go
want to go
on.
down. Wait, did I say that out loud?
Well, no, I got a private room for me anyway. But there is a minute and a half of uninterrupted speech. It doesn't matter what people's opinions are. People might get triggered. Like, people might get triggered what Ahmed says.
That's okay. Let them speak. Try not to take longer than a minute to a minute and a half, because it's hard for people to respond, guys. Now let's have fun. Ahmed, you got the mic for a minute to a minute and a half.
Thank you, baby. Thank you very much for this. Okay. So what I was trying to explain for these guys is they are missing something. Okay, every single Kurd, like I'm talking about the real Kurd, is a separatist. You cannot find any Kurd that is not a separatist. Okay, that's just the idea. As much as you like Iran as your country, I like Kurdistan as my country. As much as any Turk likes their country. Yeah, sorry. Okay, listen, I'm usually a chill person, but really, when I hear these guys say these illogical, I just want Kurdistan. It's just really, it's something that I don't understand why you guys don't understand. But as a superior race, Persians will create a country for democracy. What democracy are you guys talking about? What, are you a joke? Okay, is it done?
Yeah, it allows somebody to respond. I think it's either Glow. Did you want to
No,
respond?
Hope is going to respond. Who the hell is he to tell us that Pat Levy killed millions of people? Who the hell are you? Were you alive during that time? Were you alive during that time? It is the biggest lie ever.
Point of order. He said, just to clarify, he said thousands. He said thousands.
Yeah, so he didn't kill thousands. The whole reason I've said this over and over again. No, be quiet. Be quiet. No, I'm not finished talking.
Don't ask for me. Hope is speaking. Shut the fuck
I'm
up.
a moderator, so shut up. Okay? You are just talking about bullshit you've heard. It is not true. He did not kill his people. Okay? Look at what happened here just in October with the bloody IRGC. Are you a Kurd? Yes, you're a Kurd. I know many Kurds who are Iranian Kurds who don't want to separate, who say they're Iranian. I've said this to you over and over again.
Thank you. You guys don't.
Now,
I understand you have low IQ. You don't read. Just go read.
Are you fucking shit? I lived it. You don't read. I lived it. I was in Iran prior to 79.
Come on. Listen,
Come
I'm
on.
speaking. Where's the rule?
I'm a mod.
You just
I'm a mod.
doesn't read. You lived it.
Yeah, but you have to vote.
You were a zit on your dad's ass. What are you even talking about?
I'm sorry. I want to say something here.
No, wait. It's my time to speak.
It's not your time. There are 2 mods speaking. It's not your time.
Come on, fuck the mods. I'm speaking. It's my one.
Fuck you.
Are you fucking brain dead? Like, I don't get it.
Oh my fucking goodness.
Ahmed, you made a claim and you were told that let somebody respond to you. So Hope started to respond.
Okay, she was
And you lost it.
Can I
No,
continue
he actually didn't.
No, you finished and she hasn't responded yet.
I didn't finish. My
You
main
had
idea.
over a minute and a half. You
I have one idea.
Swap waffle. Shut the fuck up. Let lady speak. Go now. Shut the fuck up and let this whole
Just
speak.
shut the fuck up. Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Mom,
This is a conversation.
No. Get the fuck out.
and I will actually support.
I have one idea. I wanted to share one idea.
No. We're not listening to your idea. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, we're probably going
Shut the fuck up. I might get used to you.
You used your minute and a half. This is how it's going. It's actually Mary's.
No, I didn't.
No, you did. You actually talked more than 2 minutes. It's Mary's.
Never. You remove it.
I didn't remove it. Oh.
Nobody removed them. I can see the history. Nobody removed them. He's telling you that.
I just wanted to say, like, how are you, David? I haven't seen you, like, for a while. Like,
We're in the bed.
Over. Been hiding in your bushes, Elf.
I thought I fell in the mirror. I mean,
But guys, let's get back on the topic. What do you guys feel about this topic that Iran threatened America and said that they're gonna block the Strait of Hormuz? Israel's threatening to Israel's actually threatening to strike back. What do you guys feel about that?
But before we move back on the topic, I'll say one thing. I feel so sorry for this guy. What is his name? Kifaya. He wanted to speak on behalf of the guy, and he himself knocked him out. Kifaya, that's what happened.
Yeah.
You were trying your level best to become his mouthpiece, but he actually gave. I don't want to go below the belt, but I hope you learned your lesson.
No, I was telling the truth. I don't know why they don't get me, and they don't understand me. Like,
because you didn't get Ahmed in the first place, and you were trying to explain that okay, you got him, and now you will explain him to us, and then he himself knocked you out.
Yeah, so I think you found a friend. Like he's speaking for you in the comment section. He's saying he never heard what Kefaya thinks, and he was hurting you earlier. So I think you would be best friends with Ali since your agendas align at the moment.
Can I talk now? Listen to me. Look.
Actually, what Ahmad's turn. I don't even know. You're all going out.
What Ahmad said. Oh, you don't listen to me. Ellie, you always interrupt me. I don't know why
I'm about to knock you the fuck out, is what I'm about to do. And I know you heard the rules, and it isn't even your goddamn turn. So wait your fucking turn. And it actually should be Wakas, whatever his name is, or Mary. They have the opportunity to go before you. Then it's Bibi, and then it's you. I don't know if you can't see the stage properly, but you are not next.
Can I go to BB? Can I get a little bit more privilege over this cunt?
Yes.
Ladies should be.
Are you gonna use your minute and a half? Or no? Okay, then it's my turn.
Basically, I said what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to say that people, the amount of like people that were killed by RGC on the streets, and they were calling for shots. And if these fuckers, if I don't know if it was Iraqi court or it was a Syrian court, I don't know. But if it comes to the Iranian side, they will literally like fuck them over. Like these people, like their father Russia, because they basically are the ones that tried to like separate Kurdistan, and they came up with this bullshit. Or he's a Muslim. I'm not sure. But whatever it is, he was doing in Italia, and it's not going to work. And I also think that instead of talking in the comment section, like Ali, can you come to the stage? Like you can, I don't know, send an invite. Like you can come on the stage and be friends with Kefaya. And I also wanted to say that my friends really love the rooms that you attended. Like you are becoming very popular, Ali. Like the words that you said and everything, it's just people are getting to know you more. So come on the stage.
He's becoming more and more counter-effective, to be honest.
Which one? Ali is not welcome on the stage. I don't allow people that fucking support the rape of young women before murder. Okay? That is a little fucked up. And to defend that, that's just the lowest of a man that he can be.
Jeez, finally, after all of these months, thank you, Ryan. We've been going over this for months with him.
I had fun playing with this fucking piece of GC supporter or sympathizer, however you guys want to fucking say.
I think he's hot. I think he works for them, to be honest.
But
I think he.
Don't fuck her. Hey, I got a question for you.
Ali.
But anyway, it's fun to listen to them, like make it full of themselves.
If you want to, Ali, come. Make a fool of yourself. Come.
Rafi, I got a question, Rafi, first. So the IRGC, they're okay raping a woman before death. What happens if I take the booty before I kill one? Do they still get to go to heaven? Why not? Just saying, go on, fucking rape them before you kill them, so that way they don't get to go.
We're gonna talk to Ali about Ali. Come on the stage.
Come on now.
Yeah, share your opinion on Iran and share your opinion on women getting raped before murder. How would you feel about it? Yeah, Ali, come. Please. Let everybody hear your opinions. Guys, bring up Ali. I don't want to bring up
I'm
this.
not much. I can't bring up nobody. I'm not much. I can't bring nobody.
I don't think she's ready to offer his PWTY at the moment.
He didn't know because he's with different things.
If any of the females want to bring him up, it's on you to bring up a piece of shit like this. But yeah, guys, it's you guys can decide.
I think he needs to be.
Just bring him out now. After this country needs somebody else.
I think he needs to experience what he wishes on other people. I think he needs to experience it tenfold. He and all of his loved ones, and then you can talk about what he thinks other people think.
Yeah, I'm much more curious about.
The bad Ali, the good Ali picture. You have your listen to your send me say hello to yours. He's a pedophile supporting superstar ghost fucker.
He supports the RGC, guys. Listen to this. Listen to this voice. Listen how he speaks, everybody. Go, Ali.
Yeah, my name is not Epstein, guys, so I don't support pedophiles.
No, you just support the Iranian regime, right? The ones that are actually acting out on it in 2026 till today when they're catching young women protesters. But go on, Ali.
They marry 9-year-old still. So I don't know when you talk about someone who's dead. Epstein's dead.
Yeah,
and he's actually living in Turkey. And Turkey was part of Epstein's files. Like they were trading $250 million with the kids who were like seeking shelter like in Turkey. And by living there, you are actually giving money to the money recognition like in Turkey. Actually, you help with this thing.
What is Turkey, by the way? What is Turkey? The word Turkey.
Turkey. She means fucking Turkey. You idiot.
All this time, instead of Turkey, she says Turkey. Okay, this is the
Ali,
level of.
if you will take that out of your eyes, you won't be able to understand.
Ali, the country you live in supports Epstein. Turkey, or Turkey, it doesn't matter. It just means that you have no argument there because you use Epstein, but yet at the same time, Turkey gave $250 million. Like they earned that much from Epstein's supply chain. So yeah, don't live in Turkey.
You guessed that I'm living in Turkey. It's fine for me. Yeah. So I'm much more curious.
He's not in Turkey. He's in Iran. He's inside with a white SIM card. I promise you.
Yeah, of course he is.
So I'm curious what can I
کارشه از صبح تا شب همین کارو میکنه from room to room.
Yeah, this is his job. He does this like 24/7, as Bibi said. We've been seeing you, Ali. Everyone knows you by now.
Okay.
What you're on.
But I love it because it's becoming so counter-effective now. Okay, continue, Ali.
What about the turns, Like, everybody should be given turn. Where's that?
Well, let's listen to Ali and then we move on.
Yeah, Chris and Ali want to braid each other's hair, so go on, be friends, guys.
Yeah, okay, there is no turns in this room. It's all bullshit. Okay, whatever.
That's bullshit. Ali, douchebag, shut up. Douchebag, shut up, thank you. Ali, what's up, my baby? Little cunt? Get fucked. Hey, Ali, what's up, my little douchebag? You still cuckish? You still enjoy getting fucked in the ass by Daddy Trump? Because IRGC's pretty much fucking losing, you little cunts. Man, just tell me, Ali, how's it feel knowing that the U.S. dick and the Israel dick is slapped me across the fucking face?
Doesn't mean.
Hey, shut up.
You name lots of dummies. That's what I'm basically saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
Listen. I want to talk to your mom and tell you to raise your kids better. What the fuck you gonna do, bro? Fuck you gonna do? Nothing.
Wow, you go check it,
Ali, tell me, how much are they paying you to be a fucking cunt? Tell me, Ali. Tell us, how much are they paying you to be a little cunt? Come on, tell us.
Not more than $200. Not more than $200.
Wow, he's cheap. Fuck, he's cheap. He is a cheap man. I bet he sells sticks for that.
A whore.
When the prostitute makes
Is that
So
door?
you sell this ass.
Don't turn on.
You sell this
Don't
ass
turn on my
for
phone when
nothing.
you're making a statement.
More dignity than a fucking IRG.
The truth. Where are you from? Kimaya, where the fuck are you from? Pakistan? You sound like a Pakistani.
So I suppose.
Hey, I don't
Where are
give
you
a shit
from?
where I'm from. You don't have to care about that, understand?
Yeah, I can hear. I can hear you're from Pakistan. You should worry about your own country. Listen, you should worry about your own country.
His profile seems that his friends are like Iranian, so maybe he's Iranian, maybe he's a friend of Ali, but he's more shy. I don't know. But I found Ali's portrait in the comment section. Like there's this guy called Taha. Taha is by the way a very Muslim name. Like in Iran, even normal people don't name their kids Taha. But there's this Taha guy. I think is Ali's boyfriend.
Dude, Mary, I bet K-Fast and Ali probably make gay sex together and probably say Ali. That's probably what those two do. They probably make gay goat sex together, probably. Yo, tell me, Ali or K-Fast, which one of you guys go while you guys fuck?
Oh my god, this downstairs voice is so shitty, you know.
I know. Your mom loved it last night. She loved it so much that she was screaming my name. Actually,
Just continue with the
oh, yeah, I don't care, Bibi. I don't care, Bibi. I'm tired of these two cunts. Listen, Ali, Bibi, I know, Bibi, I know you think Ali's fucking dreamy, but K-Fast and Ali, they're little bitches. You know, that's why they're losing. That's why the IRG is losing. Dude, you really do sound like your mom last night.
No, I sound like the mom actually. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, fucking, you know, she's like, she goes, hold my head down on her job.
don't care about your own people being
This guy's name is stupid, man.
You don't
This guy
mind
doesn't know.
before they get hanged by this regime for what? For protesting, for not wanting to wear hijab. That's great. You don't mind this. All you do all day long is go from room to room and just protest against what America's doing to your country. What is your own government doing to its people? I don't know why you don't get this.
The thing is, you guys don't find that bombing Iran is no way to democracy. So I don't.
We wouldn't be here. We would not be here if we had a government that was legit, that didn't treat its own people like fucking animals. Why don't you understand this first before you start talking about what Israel or America is doing to us?
Okay.
Because as the Iranian people, we're not stupid. If we had a good government like we deserve to have, we would not be here. We would also hate being bombed. But we are in a situation where we actually protect or like we're defending being bombed than being killed by our own fucking government, our kids being killed. Like 16-year-olds. Now they're going after our like sports people as well celebrities just to like shut people up and scare people. Why do you not say anything about this? I don't get it.
I do say I said many times that I don't support IRG.
No, you just support the rape of young women.
No, I never support rape of young.
You support it should come and help rescue the people there and to free them from imprisoning them, meaning that you look for a fact that the people cannot do it themselves because the piece of shit scumbag. So, but now that there's an opportunity that America is, and I'm gonna put you down. Now that America is finally, the Iranians should free themselves naturally or organically, the words you use, which you know this clearly doesn't work and it never worked before what you guys tried. Meaning you want them to continue doing the same fucking thing and failing. And you like that bloodshed that the IRGC is doing to your own people, you dirty scumbags.
Exactly.
Do you know what is called, hold on, you know what is called insanity? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and hoping for a different fucking outcome. Your people do the same thing multiple times and the outcome's always people are dying. Innocent people are dying. Innocent females are getting fucking caught for doing what you want them to do, getting fucking raped and murdered. And that's what you want them to continue doing, you fucking piece of shit, at least. So now come up and defend that. You dumb fucking scumbag. Somebody wants to bring him up. I ran out of invites.
Yeah, and if you ask him, like, how would you see that?
I'm sorry.
I have been asking him.
You shouldn't turn the mic off for
I've been
working for 10
down
Are you
when
dumb?
it's telling
Are you
truth.
retarded?
This is
Say that
bullshit.
I'm
No,
speaking.
when I'm speaking, first of all, as a mod or any other fucking mod, nobody's gonna interrupt me, okay? So don't tell me this is bullshit. And when a person is trying to speak something that I heard already many times on my stage, that he comes into my room like a little simp, I'm gonna fucking call him out for who he is, because I know his whole fucking story. Kifar, I know where he's going with his fucking headlines. I know the story inside out.
What do you
bring him up? Yeah, ask him how you want the Iranian people to free themselves. You're gonna say organically or by themselves. But how did the Iranian people succeed freeing themselves organically or by themselves or naturally?
Organically.
Ask it, yes.
So I asked him, okay, Ali, why aren't you in the streets right
I'll
now?
tell you why.
Right now. Why aren't you there?
Bring up this piece of shit, and yeah, you're gonna hear the exact same thing. There's no other story to it. Ask him how he wants his people to free themselves when they already tried what he's saying. They failed. Females got raped because of this. Females got killed because of this. So he wants them to repeat the same mistakes, so more females get raped and more females get fucking killed. Young woman, okay, Kifan? That's what he's hoping for.
Right,
And they
yeah.
go back into the
Look, what I see here,
so let's back up and ask him a question. Here, I'm not sure about hand raising because he can't come up because I can't send him invites. But let's ask him how he wants.
you guys made the rules. You would give turn.
Yeah, I'm giving him a turn, but I'm not telling you what he's about to say because I already heard it 10 times. Okay, I'm not gonna let people in my audience to sit and think he actually means something good when he means only that he's a piece of fucking dirty shit that wants death upon his own people, fucking rape upon women, and fucking murder them so they don't go to fucking heaven because the Quran wrote it that way, okay? So let's bring this piece of shit back up. Ali, you're welcome to come up on your own now, you piece of shit. How do you want the Iranians to free themselves? Come up.
By the way, this is
When
not.
you say Iran brought that, you're actually something.
Just like Iran is a dictatorship to the people of Iran,
You understand?
will be a dictatorship.
Yeah, you see, the Quran brought that. Understand? That's a bullshit. That is not something you say that. Understand?
That's not in the hadiths. To rape them.
It's a very racist thing you do. You understand here? And that's not a discussion. That's like you're insulting each other. I can say bullshit to you too.
Because of Quran, they follow the Quran. They force them to be fucking Islamic. You know why a woman lost her fucking life?
You don't know that.
I don't know that. I can ask any
You
fucking
don't have information about that.
Really? So let's ask Iranian females why a woman lost her life, why a woman got fucking raped and killed because they didn't wear a fucking hijab.
We're only 20% Iranian, and it's 70% are self-supporting the government.
Iranian. I'm just
They don't want to bully.
I'm 100%
They don't want humans to bully them. You understand? They don't care.
No, I'm 100% fucking human.
You know what you listen, Rafi. Yeah, you do listen, son. You know what they did to Ukrainian presidents? They bullied them.
Okay, amazing.
That is bullying, you know, they're trying to bully.
I'm a bully, amazing.
Right now,
No,
in Iran, here's what I have to understand. Most people who are poor, they're 20% Iranian, 70% white. This is the current war. The Americans are
Let me have you for a second. What does the Quran say about women?
Quran says that they're
The Quran about women. Let's start with their brain.
Oh, so the Quran doesn't speak directly about women's brain or intelligence. It is written in hadith.
Okay, what does the hadith say? Sorry about that. See, he knows his stuff.
There is a Sahih hadith in Sahih Bukhari which says that women are deficient in intelligence, in religion, and there is a reason behind it. Because
there's a context to it, Rafi. You know, there's a context to it, understand? You're not saying that those are
explain the concept.
well, that means in the fight for them.
Walker's explaining that and the picture can bring context. Okay, Walker's gonna explain it to us. Thank you, Walker.
So the reason why they are deficient in brain is because two women are required in order to witness as compared to one man. So two women equate with one when it comes to witnessing, right? In the same manner, they are deficient in property. Well, half goes to the woman and a full portion goes to the man. I mean, 50% goes to the woman and 100% to the man. So two sisters can have equal property as compared to one brother. So this is how it goes. And the hadith in particular
From the American
speaks.
Party.
Ali, you should check my PTR. That's specifically for you, right? Just keep that cactus in your ass.
No, that's for yourself, boy. You're
Scratches the feet, itches so nice.
Hold on, Ali, listen, you're from Washington. I would fuck you up, dude. I would fuck you both up. I would fuck you both up. I'll make you guys both my bitch. Literally, dude. You both be like, you'll be the two fucking women. You'll be the two women.
You don't have to say that. You should justify like you know everything. Do you understand? And you take one of these. Listen, you take one of these. You don't have the context to say, oh, that applies to everything. That's not something.
Okay, amazing. When I say not let Wampus speak, because I don't know exactly. So I need Wampus to speak. Okay? That's why. I said, Wampus, please guide us, because you're more of a scholar in this than I am. So, again, and when you said I'm 20% Iranian, I'm not even fucking 0% Iranian. Not 1%.
Did I give the wrong context?
What was your question?
No, you did get context, but the problem is they don't listen to you. They just want to listen to the things they want to hear. You know, they do not listen to you. And this is not discussion. They say first, who will do the turn to you? Understand? When that turn, the fucking turn. You know,
so if you don't listen to you, you are not listening, then you have to advise us, and if he freezes, you have to separate this, and then strike us gently, of course. Some people put in the context you mentioned, and I'm sure an average Arab man, like over centuries ago, they understood context when they heard Ozabu Ponna, which basically is striking women. I'm sure they understood the context, air quotes. But yeah, go on, talk about context. Just talk about Quran as if a normal Arab man doesn't understand it. Like they needed a sheikh or I don't know, imam to explain things for him. But I'm sure that some, I don't know, Arab men who lived in a land far away, they had access to imam. And I'm sure they understood what Osra Buhona means. And for context, for people who don't know, Osra Buhona basically is from verse in one of the Quran's chapters called Nisa, which basically means women. It mentions if a woman is not obedient to you, you have a right to strike her. So yeah, go on, explain that.
Yeah, that is Surah Nisa.
The thing is, when are you going to give mic to Kifayat? Because we never heard of what he's opinion.
So worried about Kifayat. Why aren't you so worried? Like Taha was worried during the comment. Were you so worried about Kifayat?
I'm not going to listen to the bullshit. Oh, if I don't like something, I say, oh, this is wrong, this is bullshit. And then you just, moderator has a right to just put you down to the listener.
Okay, let me tell you something. Glo, can you give me 30 seconds? I'll bring my mic in 30 seconds, right? I really want to say something.
Just want to hear what they want to hear. They want to listen to
Jesus. Okay, Kifayat, for you, I'll tell you, when it was your time to speak, you were speaking on behalf of Ahmad and not on behalf of yourself, right? You were given chances multiple times, but you were explaining what Ahmad is trying to say, and he just wants this, that, and the same guy kicked you in the ass. Now, Ali, okay, you didn't hear from Kifayat, we heard you multiple times, but you were unable to come up with your own stand. Where do you stand as a person? So try to clarify your position.
I'm just saying here.
And I was acting like a moron. Even Dilara is cursing me in the comments.
I didn't know.
I was acting like a moron because that's how we play here.
I just came here with there was. I thought this is a political, not political discussion. There is no political discussion.
Hold on.
Now they will say, hold on. They don't want to. What is the truth?
Iranian politics are based on religion. Okay, that's why you are a supreme holy leader. Okay,
What does supreme holy leader mean?
Listen what I'm
holy
saying.
leader of the fucking Islam, the fucking shit.
Hey, Rafi.
Okay? So don't fucking tell me your politics are to do with religion that are imprisoning people. Because people want to live in 2020.
Listen, if Pahlavi was thrown by the Iranians,
supporting a regime and talking against democracy for the people of Iran. Shame on you for defending a bunch of pedophile gold fuckers. Shame on you because our women get raped in prison and people like you want to defend them that you will not be successful ever. Like you have always lost in your life. You will lose again. And the people of Iran will win this fight against brutality. And you can go crying and about it because you are a loser and you will always be. Because God is
listen to that. Pahlavi was overthrown by the Iranian people. Millions of people were protesting against him. You understand? Talking about 30%, Iranians, they want to bring it back to him. That guy,
I don't know why, but we were talking
Iran. You understand?
You asked brothers about Islam, but now you want to talk about Pahlavi. Why is this changes the topic? What is wrong there? When I mentioned the Sudanese law, when I mentioned the striking women, and actually not just then why are you?
No, Mary doesn't need to listen to you. No, Mary has a problem. You listen.
Hold on. One at a time. Mary was talking, and then you go. You don't say, Mary, listen to me. Mary, listen to me. Stop it.
I will not take your names down. It's okay.
I like when Elle plays daddy.
It's okay. Like, no, it's not okay. When you started talking about Pahlavi, you say, oh, everybody's attacking me. Oh my God. They're like this, they're like that. But we were actually talking about this.
It's not about promoting, not through the analysis. This is what I mean.
Actually answered your question, and then I answered your question, and Iraq was talking about the Iranian side, Iran, and about the, I don't know, Sharia law, what they do to us, or the honor killings that are not part of the Quran exactly, but they're like shortcomings inside it. And yeah, people of Iran are tired of it. More than 60% of us are ex-Muslims. We are not practicing it anymore. We are fucking tired of it, but the laws and the reinforcement is still based on that fucking Islam. So yeah, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. And I mean, yeah.
I have a question. I can't find it too long. And here's the thing. You're complaining that you're not getting. Look, I can give two rats ass. I'm an asshole and Mexican. And I'm ready to fucking step on your get equitably heard. But here's the reality. You go into a room, call the war room, you have a pink ticket next to your name, then guess what? You're just like any Joe Schmo. If you don't know the moderators and they don't know you very well, you're trying to pour your full cup of information into people who probably already fucking heard it. But the reality that you're suffering emotionally in the current position you're in shows that you're a little bitch right now. So either man up, stop complaining, or host rooms that you can invite people to actually listen to you, because more likely you're acting like a little bitch. You're acting like a little bitch from the Middle East. And I am a fucking big dick Mexican that loves to thump his fucking drum with his cock, listening to you rant and rave. That's right. I'm that asshole. You know? And I love the glow points. So you are getting what you heard because you're just another little bitch who falls in line, who doesn't have his own thoughts, who tries to stand up for Islam, who doesn't even allow to think himself. And your mullahs, I would love you guys to stand up your ancestral intellectuals who kill people indiscriminately. So there. Just
don't turn your mic off of mine. You know why is that? If you don't want to hear,
I'll feed it to you. That's right. So moderators, I've done my duty.
You don't want to hear the truth. Let them for the truth.
In about 10 seconds, you're going to be escorted out. How about that?
Good news. Breaking news: Trump just held a call with Israel.
Fuck that. I don't give a shit about this. This is bullshit. I wasted my 2 hours here. Now, bullshit.
I actually want to hear what I understand context there. You should say, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim." So all the Satan, then evils go away from you.
So breaking news, Trump just had a phone call with Israel. Israel's been begging to hit Iran again. Their hands are really itchy. The talks broke today with Iran on the ceasefire, so I think they might have a green light, guys. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there will be more action in Iran, and hopefully this is going to give the freedom to the Iranian people that they've been asking for.
God Almighty, I want to make a prayer today for the people of Iran, my family, my friends, and all of our families and friends that are inside of Iran, and this is their time to shine and get out there and reclaim their country. Of course, after the bombs will be dropping. Amen.
Rafi, I just want to tell you something.
I love them, Jason. I love the big dog swinging there.
Yeah, that was nice.
I did my coffee strips this morning, so yeah, my dick is feeling pretty.
Nice. I love it.
Nice cooking.
And to all the feminists, I'm sorry if I offend you. I'm not trying to offend you, but I like offending myself and my friends. So yeah, I'm gonna keep.
You keep going, Finding Boo. You keep.
I got you. See, and honestly, I could bear it for 30 minutes. I mean, I tried to put myself in Ali.
I know. I just
when you are.
I understand the back
trying to understand.
The backlash which you're trying to do.
Yeah, so what? Let me
That
tell
was
you.
great. It was
I
great.
couldn't bear it. But yeah, it was. I wasn't able to bear it for 13 minutes. I don't know how Ali is taking it for this long. He must have some.
He gets paid by the hour. He doesn't give a fuck if work is hard or easy. He paid by the hour. They're paying him by the fucking hour to fucking spread propaganda on Clubhouse. And whoever falls for it, God bless you. You're very weak-minded, but it works.
How do you say it, Blue? He must be extremely bad in order to take it for this long.
بی غیرت، بی شرف، بی حیا، بی حیا.
Yeah, Bibi, bring your friends over.
Who? Which one?
Last night, before I fucking moved the room, all the crazies that came in. I don't even know what language you were speaking. That wasn't Farsi either.
What was this?
This was a while back. I'll call you back in a second. I mean, let me take a phone call.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm praying for their strength and wellness, and we have been in contact with them, and they're very hopeful because this is the closest they've been to freedom for over 47 years now, and it's a very tough time. We are scared. Listen, we are scared. Okay, it's not like we're not scared, but there's just something much stronger than fear, and that is existence and the fight for existence. So let's pray for the best. Is anyone else interested in joining us on stage? If you have a different point of view, that's fine. Just don't be disrespectful. You can come up.
Wait, I'm always disrespectful. Am I still welcome?
Well, I kind of like your disrespect, so
It's our favorite.
yeah, our favorite kind of like rudeness.
I'm just praying for cheaper gas, okay? Just give me the fucking gas. I'm in California. It sucks here paying $6 plus, okay?
We got you, Jason. We got you, Jason.
I just paid $3.85.
Pray for Jesus.
You help us survive, and you got it. is silent.
Oh, I thought it had bad signal. I thought it.
I was just my parents gifted it to me, and let me tell you, like I drank it and I like poured milk in it, and Iranians don't like to pour milk in coffee, so it's authentic. It's really cool. Yeah. And I have to say that I was on like Israeli timeline on Twitter, and
missiles, which you can totally understand. I speak to some of them. They say every day they're being hit by Hezbollah in northern part of Israel. And yeah, Israelis are dying. So that's, I mean, I get that safety, and I hope that they'll be all right. And I'm very sorry for this regime. We do not, we condemn it. We do not, you guys already know, we do not hate Jews or Israelis at all. The regime is another story, of course. So we'll pray for their safety as well.
I was like talking to, I was asking like if the Khatam al-Anbiya's like is part of the militias of the IRGC. They actually had this like evacuation warning sent out about I think on northern Israel. They say, oh, we should evacuate.
Mary and Blue, can you pick that guy up, Mr. Sahib? He wants to speak something.
Sure.
Persian.
Oh, he's saying anyone can speak Persian? Yeah, sure. Can you speak Persian, Mr. Sahib?
He's here, translator is okay.
He hasn't raised his hand. Wait. Who's this? This one?
Let's see. Yeah. Mr. Sahib.
I did it, but I don't know why he's not coming up.
I sent them one to something else. He's stalling. He changed his mind.
There he is. Go back, mister.
Also send Sep wants to come up.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, mister.
سلام خسته نباشید. چه کسی فارسی بلد است؟
Oh, you're Afghan? Yeah, we speak Farsi.
Hey, Mr. Sahib, you speak Persian, so you can speak Persian, right?
صحیح است، درست است. نه انگلیسی شما را میخونم ولی من فارسی هم هستم.
چه جالب، خوش آمدید.
خوش باشید، خسته نباشید.
I will try to understand. The dialect of Afghanistan is a little bit different. If I have some questions, I will ask you. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not about that your volume is so low. It's only Persian.
فارسی بهتر است برام صحبت کنم.
حالا پختو درزی که زی پختو کی ترجمه کنم.
پشتو هم مشکل دارم متاسفانه، اما شما اگر پشتو صحبت بکنین، انگلیسی صحبت بکنین، ترکی صحبت
کنین. میتونم اگه دستم برگردم به زبان انگلیسی چون دوستانه اون اینجا انگلیسی زبانم.
We can do a short, very, very quickly, Daddy Farsi conversation.
I'm asking if he can speak in Pashto. I can do that.
He doesn't speak Pashto. He speaks Dari, which is close to Farsi.
But they do have Pashto in Afghanistan, right?
They do, but he doesn't. He's a Dari.
Different. Yeah, dialect or dialect is different.
زورزه په دری ورزم.
چطور از شماری که هستیم کسی هست از اینجا در ایران زندگی میکنن فعلا؟
خانواده ما در ایران زندگی میکنن. اونایی که در ایران زندگی میکنن ممکنه بترسن بیان اینجا صحبت کنن در مورد رژیم که میکشتشون.
بعد الان توی ایران ساعت 1 شبه. الان خوابیدن.
Come on here to speak are the ones that are pro-regime because they have like the white SIM cards. And they get them for free so they can come and spread their propaganda.
مستر صاحب شما RGC یعنی از کدوم حمایت از ایران به سمت آمریکا و اسرائیل تو این جنگ؟
دیدگاه ما مردم خصوصا مردم افغانستان همیشه در طول تاریخ البته ملت حکومت یا دولت ها رو صحبت نمیکنم ملت افغانستان با کسی یا با اطراف یا با کسایی طرف می باشن که مظلوم باشن
مردم ایران هم به نظرتون مثلا مردم فلسطین
اما در بازی سیاست کلتان بهتر میفهمید که مردم چه اسرائیل باشه چه فلسطین باشه چه ایران باشه یا حتی ملت امریکا هم بعضا میتونه که مظلوم بشه تصمیم‌های شکوی بعضی قدرت هاست که باعث میشه ملت ها میشه جور جفاش میشه
شما آرمان فلسطینی دارید یا آرمان ایرانی؟ شما الان صحبت زبان ایرانی من نمی‌توانم. شما آرمان فلسطینی دارید، آرمان اسلامی دارید یا آرمان ایرانی؟ اگر من ایرانی رو بده اومدی با من هم طلاق بشی میخوام شما را بشناسم در وقتی اول بوده.
خواهش میکنم اول بهتره یه است که بفهم هدف از آرمانی که میبینی چی است
من
آرمان یعنی چی؟ آرمان اسلامی یعنی چی؟ چرا که توصیف
ببخشید یه لحظه جفتتون یه لحظه توجه داشته باشم. آقای ایران صداتون خیلی بمه، میشه یه کاری بکنین صداتون از بمی در بیاد بشنویم چی میگی؟ ببخشید مرسی.
Low translation.
Yeah, his voice is very I can't hear him correctly. Iran.
Yeah, actually we are talking like I asked him what he thought about because he was talking about like normal people, like the Ummah of Afghanistan, like there is like people of Afghanistan, and he said that we are on the side of people who are oppressed, and I asked him whether the oppressed people are the Iranian people or like Palestinian people, because I have seen the argument too, like Iran and
صداتون بمه.
من تو ایرانم دوستان یه باید استفاده بکنم. بایپاس رو ببندید این دوست افغانی که ما اومده ما مردم افغانستان مردم پنشیر مردم خریف افغانستان که بدن دوستن اونا رو دوست داریم منطقه بازی مولا رو باید این دوست افغانی من بدونه و امروز تصمیم خودش رو بگیره ایشون با آرمان مردم ایران یکی هستن یا با آرمان پارتین مردم ایران اتفاقا دارن از فلسطین و غزه و آرمانهای فلسطین رو دارن دنبال میکنن. امروز ما مردم ایران به دست جهاد اسلامی به دست این آرمان فلسطینی کشته شدیم و امروز شکوه کشورمون رو در نام ایران پیدا میکنیم. شریکای ما دوستانی هستن که امروز با مردم ایران دست میدن نه با فلسطینی که بچه مردم ایران رو کشته. جاوید چاپردی ایران برد آلمون جاوید
چاپردی ایران خیلی ممنون خوش اومدین آقایون. Yeah, this man is from Iran. Iran is from Iran. And he is saying, are you with the people of Iran to Mr. who is an Afghan, or are you with oppression of the regime which kills innocent Iranians and funds terrorism in Gaza, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria, and even Afghanistan. So are you with Mr. Do you support Taliban? Which makes your children, girls, not go to school anymore? Are you with them?
خب اکسه براتون بازی بکنم من کارزاده دارم 13 سالش هست باید که مکتب بخونم و صنف 7 درس بخونم و متاسفانه امروز هم به ما گیره کرد که بابا من نمیتونم مکتب این درد است که مردم افغانستان از این استفاده جنایی همچون طالب به عنوان حکومت اسلامی ما این شکنجه را میکشیم. این یک بنگاهی از خصوص طالب اگر باید بیشتر بازی شود مردم طرفدار امنیت هستند چرا که بسیار در 40 سال گذشته افغانستان منتقل شدن اینجا به عنوانهای مختلف به خاطر بازی های سیاسی که کشورهای منطقه داشتن یا امریکا داشت، روسیه داشت، یا هر کشور دیگه، پاکستان. و متاسفانه مردم بود قربانی شد. هیچ کسی طرفدار همچون رژیمی که نسل ها را از بین ببرن. فعلا درست است که قتل و قتل در افغانستان کم شده، اما مشکل اصلی ارزش عقل بشریت در افغانستان فعلا زیر تهدید است. یک برخوردار نباشه. قرنی که به هوش مصنوعی وصل است، ولی عقب‌ماندگی در افغانستان روز به روز زیادتر میشه. تا 10 سال دیگر نسلی که فعلا اصلا با دانشگاه و مکتب بسیار سر کار ندارن، اینا همیشه بی‌سواد تجربه تبدیل میشه. و این است که تمام ملت ترحم طبعا که شاید گفته فرماندهتان سمت شد که ما طرفدار سیاست های رژیمی که فعلا حاکم افغانستان است نیست به عنوان تبع افغانستان. پس ترجمه میکنیم به کسایی که انگلیسی زبان هست.
خیلی ممنون. اگه کسی هست که بتونه ترجمه کنه، مری جون شما متوجه شدین که بتونین درست ترجمه کنین؟
To like sum it up, you're talking about his daughter and how like Taliban is making like for girls to pursue education. And he was worried about the newer generation that is yet to come, because the newer generation would know nothing of like universities or schools. And they have schools called Maktab, and he was talking about his girl who used to go to Maktab and she cannot do it anymore. And such a fucked up like position. And he was saying like you talk about politics, but like they care about safety, like the normal people care about normal life and about safety, and he was talking about his lived experience. But he didn't answer the question like
the world is a very good place without Muslims in it. Do you know?
Yeah, Mr. Iran, what Mr. Iran asked, he didn't answer that, or like my question, but it's okay. But it's so fucked up, like what is happening to the girls in Afghanistan. And
اگر اسلام نباشه دنیا یک جای بهتری است. من یک گفتنی دارم. تا زمانی که
Can we get away from the travel talk? You know, it's not hey.
Please give us 1 second. He's from Iran.
من امروز به عنوان یک ایرانی
Jesus fucking Christ.
من جناب جنفر این تجربه بده، من به عنوان یک ایرانی از برادر افغانم اصرار دارم تجربه 50 سال پیش من رو بپذیرید. نخواد امروز یاد بگه نه من فکر میکنم اسلام خوب است، من فکر میکنم این
Saying how's this fucking beneficial to anybody who doesn't speak Muslim? How's this beneficial?
جواب برای تانوس نداره.
میخوام این چیزی بگم میخوام این رو امروز از برادر ایرانی بپذیرید. رای اینا 50 سال
It's not beneficial, no, but how am I supposed to take anything from this conversation?
No, sir, we're literally translating right after.
یک سوال فقط میخواستم بپرسم مثل عزیزم امروز چه دلیلی من میدونم دلیلش خودم میدونم میخوام خودت بگید چه دلیلی داره که امروز مصر جرأت نمیکنه درباره آرزوهای مردم افغانستان صحبت کنه، آینده مردم ایران صحبت کنه؟ چه دلیلی؟ ما ایرانیای ترسا رو دید و داریم میگذرونیم. چه دردهایی امروز بر مصر غالبه؟ این چیزی که امروز دنیا باید ببینه، نه تردیدهای من که درباره اسلام و مسائل دیگه.
آقای رو من از امریکا با تو صحبت نمیکنم. من از امریکا با تو صحبت نمیکنم، از کشور صحبت نمیکنم. همچنان ما اینجا اگر تو 40 سال ما و تو همتراز هستیم و این شکل صحبت نکن گویایی که ما آمدیم از یک چوکی بالا با تو صحبت میکنیم. اگر میخوایی که درک شوی تو باید ما شده هست. فعلا جنگی که روان است داخل افغانستان تمامش بخاطر ازی است که ملت در یک ایالت آمریکا باشه، پاکستان باشه، این سمت در مورد حکومت تو ایران تو بشنو.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to be switching back to English now. So we only have conversations in English because this is an English room. We will be having Persian rooms. The room is called Amplifying Iranian Voices. I repeat, Amplifying Iranian Voices. You can, if you're a Farsi speaker, you can join this room and we will be glad to have you, and we will be speaking Farsi in between, but also English. We're going to switch back to English now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah.
JB,
I'm back. What
on
did I miss?
stage. Nothing special, just they were speaking to each other, our Afghan brother and our Iranian brother were having a conversation about the situation with Afghanistan. Unfortunately, we didn't get our questions answered as to who is he, Mr., and what does he stand for? Does he stand for freedom, democracy, secularity, humanism?
Basically said that he stands for people, and like Mr. Iran here asked him, like he mentioned Islam, and I think Mr. Salva got a bit maybe offended. If I was just listening in the background, and they were talking about, like, Mr. Salva was talking about how Afghanistan's resources were being taken over by the big games that the big countries played, either China or Russia, and they were like Iranians, they had a very dark past 50 years, and he was talking about like the hardships of normal life, and he was saying that people are being screwed because of like the war and the big powers who are playing the game, but he didn't answer the exact question. But yeah, I guess he's avoiding talking about politics, and you are Muslim, right, Mr. Saf?
Yes.
And you what?
Yes, can you please speak in English? Thank you.
Yeah, yes, Kurosh. Yeah, Kurosh here is also from inside Iran.
Kurosh, can you please join Amplifying Iranian Voices if you want to speak Farsi? Because people here speak English. Can you speak English? درود بر شما.
من درود می‌فرستم به بچه‌های ایرانی، هم به دوستان آمریکایی خارجی. من می‌خواستم فقط این صوت خودش باشه و به نفع مردم ایران نباشه.
If he makes a deal that is not in the interest of taking down this regime and only in his own interest, then
ببین الان از 70% ایران 70%
Let him speak. We actually let him finish speaking.
Jesus fucking hate BB. What the fuck, BB?
Well, you always interrupt it.
Bitch, you're drunk all the time. I barely talk. You don't know how to shut the fuck up.
can you please
Put him down.
let him finish? Yeah, go ahead. آقای کوروش بفرمایید. آقای
اتاق
کوروش.
خودمون رو درست کن. بچه‌ها.
70% مردم ایران الان هم پشت اسرائیل هم پشت آمریکا.
He says 70% of the people inside of Iran are behind America, the United States, and Israel. More than 70%.
Okay, so look, can I ask a question before BB fucking marks off?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jesus. Fuck's sakes, BB. Fuck. Dude, so he brought up the fact that Trump's agenda based on his plan. I hope he understands we're not all, America is not getting involved with Iran strictly for the Iranian people. It's not in America's interest. It's
unfortunately, and this is what Iranian people might get upset about, is they might be still around. So that's something the Iranian people really need to understand. This whole operation is not fully spiked off because it's because how but that's what I was trying to ask before. Drunk ass BB, move him the fuck down. Bitch, I barely fucking talk. And it was fucking, but yeah, that's my fucking question.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, so we all know that, but you have to understand he's speaking from a point of existence and being, crushed under this regime. So I understand his point of view as well, but we have to be clear to him, and I'm going to say this to him in Persian. I'm going to tell him they're there for their own interests, as you may know, and we have to fight for our freedom ourselves. And the time will come where it will be in your hands, our hands, to say stop this regime.
Sorry, I just got off the phone and it's under this way. You have to explain them this way. That they are for their own interests.
Yeah.
Clearly for the hold on. Yeah. They're not for the Iranian interests. The Iranian people themselves on the ground are willing to finish off the job. The ones who are going to finish off the jobs are the Iranians, not the American people. Americans are going to do what they need to do for themselves.
Yeah. ایشون میفرماین آقای کوروش گوش میدین و آقای ایران مهم اینجاست که آمریکا واسه منافع خودش داره حمله میکنه به جمهوری اسلامی و این رژیم رو میتونه به یه جایی برسونه که خیلی این رژیم ضعیف میشه، ولی پس گرفتن ایران دست خود ایرانیا میفته. میتونه موقعیت بسازه واسه ما که ایرانیا کشور رو پس بگیرن خودشون، ولی کار سخت رو برای ما نمیتونن انجام بدن. آخرین ضربه رو مردم ایران خودشون باید بزنن و باید پیش بینی کنن روی این موضوع، چون ممکنه اون لحظه بیاد که اون وقتی که اون لحظه میاد که وقت پس گرفتن ایرانمونه، حاضر باشین واسه همچین لحظه ای همتون. و ممکن هم هست که سلاح به دست باید بشن ایرانیا واسه این لحظه.
ما هیچ ترسی درباره آینده نداریم. ما مردم ایران هستند. اگر ایران فکر کردن که 57 بدبختی می‌کردن برای ما راه بندازن خوب بودن، منتها ما رو نگران می‌کنه این گروه‌های آتش‌فشار، این گروه‌های اجنبی هست که از ما بارها تکرار کرده که از ایرانی نیستن و مردم ایران دارن می‌کشن. مردم ایران سلاح ندارن. مردم ایران حتی ارتششون نیروی نظام این ارتش‌های بیشتر هم ندارن که ازشون دفاع بکنن. این مردم بی‌دفاع هستن. ما مردمی درباره انتخاب آینده‌مون راسخ هستیم. با این گلوله خوردیم، انتخابمون رو فریاد زدیم، درباره آینده کشور عزیزمون به درستی گروش کبیر رو انتخاب کردیم، صلح در تمام دنیا رو انتخاب کردیم. اون انتخاب ما مردم ایران مشخص هست. اون چیزی که نگرانی ما مردم ایران هست این هست که ما مردم ایران در مقابل گروه‌های تروریستی ما بی‌پناهیم. ما امروز نیاز به کمک داریم که ما مردم انتخابمون رو کردیم. این مشکل ما همینه. ولی بحث نیست که مثلا اینجورم 57 این مسخره بازی ها نیست. این چیزی که ما
انتظارتونه میتونید یه بار دیگه بگین که دقیقا انتظارتون چیه؟
بار دیگه ما مردم ایران به جهان آزاد اثبات کردیم که با این شروره‌های جهان اسلامی یکی نیستیم. ما بیشتر از تمام جهان آزاد کشته بدیم. مثلا خیلی از کشورها میتونن بیان بگن جمهوری اسلامی 10 تا اینا رو کشته، در 2 روز 50,000 ایرانی رو کشته. پس ما مردم ایران نه تنها بهترین شریک این جهان آزاد هستیم، بلکه بیشترین هزینه رو داریم. امروز جهان آزاد باید انتخاب بکنه. امروز مردم ایران انتخابشون رو انجام دادن. ما نیاز به ساپورت داریم. ما شرکای جهان آزاد هستیم. اونها وزیر من دیدم 50,000 جوون دوستای من رو کشتن. من این بار نمیگیرم کشته بشم. من دارم پیروزی رو به دست میارم.
He said the next time we get out on the streets, we have a but it's not safe right now to stay inside until because there will be bombs dropping everywhere. But when they come out, they need some kind of fair fight with weapons to defend themselves. Now he's saying that the humanitarian aid or this rescue mission is they're very thankful for that, and they think they really need it because they can't do it alone. We already know that. And yeah.
Glow. Hey, I understand where he's saying that, they might need assistance with weapons or whatever, but my opinion is I don't think they're going to get that type of assistance because you got to look at as frustrating as it is for Iranian or Persian in that situation. I understand the risk and the reasoning to saying that they're outgunned or outnumbered. I understand that, but unfortunately, through the risk program, it would be very hard to sell that pitch to our own congressmen and women, to our Senate, and to our elected political members on giving civilians firearms to assist in overturning their own government. And it would be so hard and besides that, the vetting program, we saw this in Afghanistan. I was one of many hundreds of thousands of troops over there that were training Afghani civilians in becoming police officers and becoming soldiers, same thing in Iraq. And the vetting program takes a lot of time. So the reality of, I could be wrong, but this is just my opinion. The reality, in my opinion, of actually dropping firepower or weapons to civilians to overthrow when that time comes up it would be very impractical. Because let's say hypothetically we did do that, and let's say it went completely opposite. It's a 360 of what we expected. Because there's a wanting to disband from the IRGC. Now you can say this on any platform, Clubhouse, wherever, or you can say it in the street that this is what we want. But when you drop firepower, when you give weapons in a bulk like they're asking, you're taking, it's like flipping a coin. You're either going to get lucky and it's going to happen the way that they're projecting, or it's going to go the opposite side and end up backfiring, and now you're forming more of a multiple tribal situation. You see what I'm saying? So the reality, in my opinion, the reality of that actually executing and happening is it'd be very minute. I understand why they want it, but it could cause more harm on the U.S. side internationally than it would beneficial to the Iranian civilians.
لطفا بک چنل من یک گروه دیگه واسهتون بک چنل میتونیم جوابتون رو بدیم که ایشون چی فرمودن. من خیلی
I didn't follow the news, guys. Did anything new happen today except the Iranian president basically stepped aside from his role or what?
Yeah, actually Trump offered Hezbollah some deal, but they rejected it half an hour ago. It's going to get very interesting.
That's good. I hope Israel crushed the shit out of them.
Saddam, sir.
Steffi is talking to you. Steffi.
سرک ساز بکنم اگر صدای بشه.
Steppy. Step. The fuck?
Stephanie asked this question. If you
How you doing, Buttons?
take great ocean, how are you?
Did you pray to Muhammad today? Fucking Muhammad? I don't know. You did?
Every day.
Every day I feel like you're gonna get away from this shit. Every day.
What's up? Yeah, I'm back.
What's up? Keeps unrolling that rug.
Mr. Adam, sir, I have a question from you if you have time.
Yeah, what's up?
As one of representative in Afghanistan, you have been in my nation. I'm from Afghanistan, yes?
Yes, I have.
You trained the
Yeah, the Afghani guardsmen, yes, I helped train with them. Well, help train them.
Do you think Taliban is a good regime or a bad regime? Just yes or no. I need to continue my question. I have something else. Is it a bad regime or good regime? The Taliban.
He watched them fucking goats and donkeys. Do you think he thinks they're good?
Okay. If they are not good, then why America in Doha agreement in Qatar handed Afghanistan to Taliban?
Because you guys wanted them.
Because you're doing so right.
Because America was
The vast majority of your people wanted them. You're gonna get rid of that fucking.
Who wants torture? Who wants in any nation? Who wants torture? Who wants to be killed? No one.
Yeah, but vast majority of your people. But because that force
doesn't mean you want to be killed.
But because that force is also Muslim. We're talking about a force who's a Muslim, which is Taliban.
Okay, maybe that is Muslim. I'm not at the point of Muslim or not being a Muslim.
Okay, go right. During the time, right, before Taliban come back and all that bullshit.
Yes.
Do you think your country was developing in a lot of many good ways?
No, there were so many corruption in government.
They made so many good. They made things in a good way, right?
Oh shit, can I join Mark on this? Dude,
Yes or no?
Sorry for interrupting, Ocean, brother. I gotta put it out there. Dude, mister, you gotta understand, dude, the corruption was atrocity over there, dude. They exploited their own people, the elders, the tribal elders would extort their own people for personal gain.
They were not good people. Who you believed, who you gave money, who you helped them with the military, anything else.
They would, if they got a dispute with their neighbor, they would bring the bodies to the base and claim that hey, we need money because mortar rounds killed them. Dude, they would extort their own enemies and then try to extort from the U.S. political side, saying, hey, we believe that you guys killed them, but if you pay us, it's okay. You know, that they would extort their own people. They would commit major atrocities to their own women, to their own children. And so I'm going to dial back a little bit, but dude, that whole country is about embezzlement and extortion to its own people. We would have to go out and fix water wells so towns can have running water, dude. And then Taliban would come in and destroy it.
Yeah.
They would come in and destroy it, and then we would have to come back in, fight on the Taliban just to rebuild it again.
An exact account of how many Taliban were available when USA were in Afghanistan. Do you have any expectation of count? Maybe 50,000 Taliban, 20,000 Taliban. How many amount do you have?
It doesn't matter about. It does not matter
People
about
were
the amount.
joining them. People were supporting them and doing this dumbass
40 million nation, okay? We are 40 million people here living. And Taliban were the regime that may have 100,000. We may expand it at 100,000.
They lied to you guys. They lied to you. They would say, come fight with us. We give you women. We'll give you money. Dude, they would go, hold on, shut up.
We are from the same region, so let's have a conversation, right?
This is the one between Turkey and Afghanistan. Good.
Yeah. Oh, dilemma dostum, Mr. Sahil. Suzan, let me tell you why. See, that's what Steffi was talking about when he was making this analogy of the Afghan case and the Iranian case. Why it cannot be done in Iran? Iranians are different people. They're not like Afghans. I'm not calling you cowards, but America invested for 20 years in order to develop that Mili Urdu. Right?
Yes.
Do you agree that American... Oh, let me tell you. Do you agree that American invested for 20 years in this Mili Urdu, this Lashkar? And what did they do? When Americans left, they were unable even to survive or stay for
They went back to fucking Islam. That's what happened.
Exactly. So it was their primary responsibility. It was their primary... See,
It's not true.
What do you mean?
I know the truth. What happened here? You can see from above. You can see from above.
I was living right below the Devon line. When all these things were happening, I was living exactly below the Devon line. I belong to the Lar Pakhtunkhwa and you belong to the Bal Pakhtunkhwa. You understand the Lar and Bal, right?
Yeah. But
the only division between us is of that Devon line, and I witnessed everything. And the only resistance the Taliban received, okay, well, the only resistance received was from Panjshir. You know that. Taliban fight quite long in Panjshir Vilayat against the Panjshiris. You know that. But the rest of the Mili Urdu, they simply surrendered. And the people, the civilians, they were trying their level best to run away when Americans were leaving the lane.
Was that thing that have made in
Qatar would let Taliban rule you. You could have resisted.
Why? The only true answer is because Muslims don't want to fight Muslims.
Yeah, and
because
also
they
mentioned
are
40 million, so 1%.
For 20 years, when there were no USA in Afghanistan, let's be some
there were Taliban. There were Taliban again.
Okay.
Before Taliban, before US came.
Yes. Didn't our nation were fighting with Taliban? Didn't Ahmad Shah Massoud fight with Taliban for so many long years? So it is a lie if you say that the nation is supporting the Taliban. Maybe some people are.
The nation is not supporting. The nation failed to defend its nation against Taliban. That's what I'm trying to say.
Go mute for a second. No one is saying the entire motherfucking nation, the entire people of Afghanistan are supporting Taliban. But there is a good chunk, good enough people that they're supporting these lunatic Muslims because they're also Muslims. Because vast majority of people in Afghanistan are Muslim and they do practice Islam. They're not like Iranians who are just Muslim on paper. They practice this fucking shit. That's the difference and that's the problem. So maybe 20,000, maybe 30,000, maybe 50,000, maybe 100,000. Hold on, bro.
Also, I'm not saying all, but they just learn how to abuse military, and they'll send out Army Corps engineers, and they'll rebuild the road. They need wells drilled, because Afghanis knew about the humanitarian aid that the U.S. pivoted in 2016. They were really focused on humanitarian aid, wells, infrastructure.
infrastructure, roadways, schools. It's like, oh, the Taliban destroyed it. Can you please fix it? Tell me, mister, since you want to talk about,
Okay, so Steffi, hold on, Steffi. Look, listen, the same thing is happening in Iran, right? The only difference is vast majority of those people who are keep supporting the regime are not hardcore Muslim at all. They're doing it because the system is corrupt. They're gaining so much benefit out of it.
Why did Rafi get kicked down?
Rafi is up here, bro. I don't know. Something is wrong with your phone. How you doing, Mountain, by the way? Welcome to the room. And yeah, same thing is happening.
Also, guys, we just opened another room. Why don't you all come and join us there?
Hold on. Mary, hold on one second. Mountain, did you want to say something? Because I know every time, you know.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess last time I came in here, you were all talking Persian or something, so I couldn't really understand. So I was just seeing what you guys are doing, pretty much. You know what I mean?
So I just have a honest question. It's not blaming USA or any other nation. I just have an honest question about didn't USA have any other choice above this regime that handed Qatar to her with an agreement that they handed Afghanistan to this regime? Didn't the USA have any other regime or any other option in hand to make that? Because what we have today is the decision that made in Qatar to have by USA. The regime came after that. That's the main problem that we are issuing with nowadays in Afghanistan.
What happened before this was signed in Palma? You remember that? What happened in that month between Taliban and the military of Afghanistan and the civil war of Afghanistan? Why US was compelled to go for the decision and agree to the terms that maybe
Hold on, mister. Why was the Taliban, when America left Afghanistan, U.S. or foreign contractors outside of Afghani nationals, why were they hunting them down like dogs? Feet up. Tell me, why were the Taliban?
For our nation, that's a very horrible thing. I'm asking this as well for you.
Or protect your own nation against an organization that wants to hunt you guys down like dogs because of your guys' choice of employment or coalition or workings with. Why?
I'm being so respectful to people.
No, BB, it's a real question. He wants to target me as an American who served in the American military. He wants to be direct. I'm being direct. Why can you guys, you sir, a proud Afghani that you are, that at least you claim to be, why can your country not defend your own country without America being there with you?
We do what we know.
You do what you know, which is coward down.
Let's not compare Afghanistan to USA or other nations because it's a big gap about knowledge. Our Afghanistan nation is very, very backward from knowledge. About knowledge, they are very backward for that. They are falling the trap that Islamophobia, maybe other
It's not Islamophobia. It's not Islamophobia, sir. I've been to rural parts of Afghanistan. Their focus point is not education. Most prime Afghanis that get a really good education is because they flee and either go to Pakistan or they either flee and they go to Turkey and then they come back home.
I'll explain. Simply give me a minute and I'll explain something to Sandra and then we'll respond.
stayed in Afghanistan. There was no chance of Talibanization. And it didn't take even a month for the Taliban to completely take over the whole of Afghanistan, except for that chair that I mentioned earlier. When you ask about education, Afghanistan was never that backward. They were getting higher education in Pakistan, in India, in Europe, in the United States of America, especially with the democratic council in the time of Karzai, in the time of after Ghani, they were facilitating all men and women. So don't give me this argument that they were backward in education. No, they were not. The only point that state is raising that regardless of the massive training and investment that the United States did on Afghan people, preparing their own military, they could not survive for even a single month against Taliban. You mentioned yourself they were 50,000 or 60,000 or 100,000, no matter what. But the whole of Afghan nation could not protect themselves from this regime to take over.
Hey, Marcus, hold on, Mr. Page, Marcus. I want to Marcus, address this to Marcus, thank you. Dude, think about this. America left, all right? They left, and we left military grade weapons. We're talking machine guns, we're talking artillery, we're talking trucks, we're talking billions of dollars. JATVs, light armored vehicles, in some cases helicopters, in some cases troop transport cargo planes. So, dude, the Afghanis completely polarized opposite from the Iranians right now. The Afghanis had the Taliban coming in, and they were on these bases. The Afghani civilians were on these bases with top-notch, state-of-the-art, small arms fire, and they were still not able to fend themselves, to even defend themselves or choose to defend themselves. And what did they do? They sat back.
Massive ammunition dumpster. They only had
Exactly.
rocket launchers, AK-47. They didn't have tanks. They didn't have artillery. They didn't have aerial support.
Thank you.
They didn't have jets.
Thank you. And the civilians still chose the Afghanis. And a lot of the Afghani guardsmen were in Bagram, Qatar, Kabul, okay? And they were there. These are individuals that 82nd, 75th, 3rd Marines, 1st Marines, and many other National Guards and Reserve units in the United States military for the last 8 to 10 years have been training civilians in their Afghani National Guardsmen to be able to deter and police and secure their own country. They lowered their weapons and left their own civilians, their women, their children, their elderly, basically to the slaughter. They were cowards and they fled.
Okay.
Listen to them.
100% accept what you people are saying.
You saw, dude, the Afghanis let their people get slaughtered.
I have another question for you, okay? I accept you as a military person, you know that the command chain of command. I excuse for my English because it's not my first language. As I'm speaking as second language. Yes. No, I can't speak Pashto, but I can speak Turkish if you want, and a little bit English like this, and just Persian. Because I'm Persian people of Afghanistan, not. You can defend what you know, but we don't support you from today, and we leave Afghanistan. So, those who were in supply of America, especially the government people, 500 people, they were like rats. As we know as a nation, they were like a rat. They just loved USA dollars. they just like it to make villas and other houses and foreigner passports for their families and their selves. They didn't even work 1 day for Afghanistan. All those who were in the chain of 500 people in Afghanistan. When USA said that they were leaving Afghanistan, the command chain exploded or it's teared. So the soldiers that didn't have their commander, that they didn't have the command change, that you can shoot the Taliban or you can stand here or there. All over Afghanistan, you know that someone is leader left the country, leader Ashraf Ghani as well left the country, and others in northern Zur as well, Sadato.
I gotta stop you there. You're incorrect, sir. I gotta stop you there. You're incorrect. The reason why I say you're incorrect, sir, is because your statement that because the chain of command fled, the Afghani soldiers did not know what to do. You're incorrect because I've been in countries what we call in the United States of service personnel when you go to a deployment of that country. I've been in engagements, we call them TICs, TIC, team in contact with the Afghani guardsmen, and we would never rely on them as a true force. Why? Because 8 out of 10 times when the Afghani guardsmen unit or company or even a squad were getting in contact against basically either Taliban or opposition, they would basically drop their weapons and flee. And to be honest with you, sir, there are multiple reports regarding the fact that most of we would not trust them a lot of times.
It was nice to talk with you guys.
The people establishing the whole military and policing for Afghanistan. So it was their own responsibility to at least maintain that part. I mean, literally having the right policing for Pakistan or India with the colonizability to at least maintain that part. I mean, literally having the right policing for Pakistan or India with the colonizers, the Britishers left India and Pakistan. So the regime stayed whatever the government system were, somehow they survived because they thankfully call it, they built the
We also think that we will survive. We are not choosing to fight with the Taliban. Why? If you ask why, because if you choose to fight, then the killing issue will be continuous at the end of the world. Maybe 100 years we will continue, but it will be better if you work side by side to do one thing better from the US. We know that the government has issues as well. It's not our choice. They use force, they are doing bad things, but it's better than 4 years ago. Now they are going to be a little kind, a little better, maybe. They don't have any enemy in Afghanistan before that. They are going to do better. But as I'm an Tajik in Afghanistan, a Persian speaker, I don't have any place in governmental areas. They don't give me any work here. I studied in Law University. I have a good degree. I know about 6 languages. Maybe my age is not much. When the USA were here, I was about 14 or 15 years old when the USA were in Afghanistan. But yes.
not sure whether Stephanie understands this minimum is emotional minimum. There were people, one brother is in Taliban, he belongs to Taliban, and the other brother was a PAO, right? So there were certain cases where the same family member, the same siblings were serving for the oppositions, some in Taliban's camps, others in PAO. So there was lesser chances of confronting each other. We do understand that emotional why the Afghans denied fighting these Taliban. But they knew what would happen to them. They already knew the Taliban was in 1996, 2001. So they were aware of it. This would just repeat itself. So the whole question is, why did Afghans let this repeat itself on their own land? And now it's repeating itself.
Hey, Marcus. Hey, I was going to tell you, my guy, freaking, I have no ill will towards Afghani, at least the Afghani guardsmen. I have no ill will to them or to the Afghan people. Fight with either with the Kurdish, because the Iraqi Kurds. Oh, dude, I love them. Dude, till they die, because they believe in their country. They believe in what motivates them. Still, after a few pop shots, they will throw their weapons down and run away like a kid who got his ass whooped. Where Iraqi Kurdish, they would not. They will fight for their women. They will fight for their children. They will fight for what their love is of their country. And I'm not saying all Afghani guardsmen were like that, but I would say a good majority. And when people, so I'm going to monologue a little bit, and then I'm going to just listen. When a lot of Afghanis come on here and blame the U.S. for where they're at right now, remember, we had 20 years with you. We pushed the Taliban out. We went from crazy, the first 8 to 10 years of crazy hostility, and we dialed it down to maybe one service personnel might kill
in the end of the
guard.
What were in 2001, it became in 2022. And same.
Why did you guys maintain that security for your country? When we left you the country secure, you chose to bring Taliban in. You chose to allow Taliban to be.
You're correct. You're correct. Absolutely 100% about everything. You're correct. But at the calculation, you failed. I don't want to blame you, but you wasted your money, you wasted your men, you wasted your government supplies over Afghanistan, and there were no conclusion at the end of the day. What were in 2001?
Look, you have a look, sir, listen to me. You have a brother. If you have a brother who's fucking a drug addict, you're gonna do everything you can to help him, right? You're gonna take him to the doctor. You're gonna get him all the fucking pills he needs. You're gonna get him all the food he needs. You're gonna support him and all that. At the end of the day, he can choose again to be a drug addict. So now it's your fault, or now it's you made a mistake, but you did your best. So you was did it best for you guys. You guys fucking fucked it up. So it is not you who lost shit. It is you, because that was your only motherfucking opportunity. That one nation in the entire fucking world was willing to give it to you, and you fucked it up. Does that make you happy? Or the fact that you say, oh, you lost this and that, which one makes you happy? The one that you fucked up,
furthest.
Yeah, but why would you bring up to it? Why would you talk to it? Why would you talk to a U.S. military service member, Steffi, and say, oh, you lost your resources, you did that, you did that, you did that. You're not worthy enough for their fucking help. You are not fucking enough in any fucking way. They did their best. Like the brother who wanna help his brother to fucking get rid of drugs. They helped you to get rid of heroin from your system. They helped you to fucking get rid of the cancer. And they did got rid of it. They gave you all the freedom. They gave you everything. And you fucked it up. As Afghani.
So all those top officials who served in the democratic government for so many years, they fled. They ran away to Pakistan, to India, Europe,
Iran, Turkey,
yeah,
Europe, Australia, also Canada, Brazil, everywhere. Maybe more than 120 nations they were fleeing.
So they understood the whole system. They were bureaucrats, they were politicians, they were ministers, and there were so many people. They had a system. They already had a system which was running. Their currency was running out, and they were. The whole problem is there are times when a Digimon leaves the nations, right? And when they left India, Australia, America received independence from the Britishers, it happened. So when the United States were leaving the country, they had given a system, a ready-made system, and all the Afghans were happy with that system. They were celebrating it, and they were enjoying their life. If you ask them, how was the era, the democratic era in Afghanistan? Every Afghan will tell you, oh, we enjoyed that time. We never wanted freedom at all. But once they left, you let Taliban take over. So you cannot blame America for what happened. You should be blaming yourself for being fair and miserable.
I always blame myself. I can't blame myself because I was so young those years, but I blame my father. Why I blame the whole generation before me.
Exactly the same. No, they're not exactly the same.
Yeah.
You just ruined the whole hard work done in the past 20 years. In those 20 years, but 2001, 2020.
36 months away.
The whole generation.
He took 46 months away from my wife and my daughter. Think about that. He took 46 months.
It's almost 4 years.
This to my wife and my children, my girls, bring in for the hope. That's what we were told, the hope. So now and you know what burns me, mister, is, you know what hurts me is I saw the joy in Afghans, the children, the women, the men. I had an old man cry with joy. Have you ever had someone have so much joy in their heart and gratitude that they start me watching that? Seeing the withdrawal, seeing that Afghani people would rather die on a plane, fall into their deaths. It killed me, mister. All the memories I had there with the children, with the men, with the women, the elders, the roads I built, the humanitarian, the schools, it hurt me. I need to watch the nation just give it up. Just give it up and put them back to square one. So it pains you, mister, but it hurts me more. Because the mission that I went there for was to give freedom.
Well, you did. You guys did, but they fucked it up themselves. Yeah, fail at it.
Very sad for the writers.
Sahil, do you agree that once Osama bin Laden was executed, America could have left the country by then? Do you know why they stayed? They do not come up with Sahil. They were here for the minerals and the resources. Do you know the exact reason why America stayed longer, even after the assassination of Osama bin Laden?
So people say different things, but I don't give a shit for them. About resources or other things. As Saddam Hussein told, it's 100% correct. They came to give us freedom. They came to build us schools. They came to give us 21st century knowledge. But we horribly couldn't use this chance. We didn't have people from hurt their hearts, especially our leaders. They didn't thought about our nation. They just did selfishness. For that, we felt everything else.
Corruption?
Corruption is just one small thing, as they did.
Well, I don't know, man. Don't beat yourself up too much, I say, because I mean, while the individual soldiers and the men were valiant, putting their life on the line and had a good cause, you know, trying to free Afghanistan. People like Dick Cheney and listen, I'm a conservative on the right, but that was a kind of a fucked up war. You know, I mean, I just remember in Iraq, like Halliburton, which Dick Cheney had huge ties to. He was like a flat fucking tire. Instead of changing it, they would burn the whole vehicle down and build the United States government. So it was crazy what was going to die. You know, I mean, the Britons tried 4 times. The Soviet Union's tried, you know, America's tried, obviously. It was going pretty good. But then we, you know, brought in conventional forces and drug it out and shit, and that's exactly what they wanted. So that, you know, say what you want about the saying, though, is that, you know, you got to hand it to them, man, to where they were not willing to give up their way of life. And it's sad, I agree. I was sure, and, you know, and women that were willing to do it, but not quite enough. And, you know, it's a real fucking shame what happened there. But we shouldn't even have been there in the first place, I guess, right? I mean,
Mounted. Just Google Afghanistan in 1960s or 1970s, and you would find out what was culture, what was Afghani culture, and what happened next.
Indians do like us, they do it. And it was so fun. I mean, the before and after pictures is shocking. Like, I just don't think, like, I don't know, politics destroyed it, but I also think Islam also destroyed not only Iran, but also Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah. You know what's scary is that I've talked to a bunch of Turks who are afraid that their country is going to go the same way as Iran. You know, where they have even though they're Sunni, they're just afraid of hardline Islamic groups taking over the country. And these are Turks talking about this shit. I believe them. You know, so.
Turks, but also Emiratis. Like, did you know the Muslim Brotherhood is banned? Hamas is a terrorist group in Emirates. It is very interesting. Like, they were warning. I had some Emiratis friends on Twitter. They were warning Europeans, like, don't allow these kind of animals inside Europe. They call them animals. Like, they call them like hayawan. Hayawan means animal in Arabic. They call them like these very wild Muslims. You know. I don't call them Muslims, they're like extremists, like Islamists, because they don't even believe in their own, religion. So they're just Islamists and they're terrorists. And my Emirati friends were warning them. They said that these animals are not even allowed inside the United Arab Emirates. Why are you allowing these guys inside Europe?
I don't understand the culture, but I'm just wondering if maybe a lot of these guys are actually a bunch of like Muslim incels. You know, shit's not going good for their lives. You know, they're not fucking, Korea's not advancing in the relationship department. They're not getting laid. They're not getting paid.
fuck it, let's join a terrorist group. I wonder if the same thing's happening like to these Muslim dudes as like a bunch of the people in the West. We have a serious incel problem in America, right in the West. Like a lot. He was obviously mad at kids getting fucking laid and he wasn't, and he went and killed them, bro. He was literally a bunch of these serial killers are like they showed us after 20 years of what they think of our rules. I mean they were able to be such a pain in the ass and such a problem to where it became no longer, feasible to try to even stay there and subdue these people. So, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, I wouldn't say that was necessarily a win for America. And Joe Biden leaving a bunch of weapons and equipment for the Taliban so they could basically become a legitimate military was fucked up too.
I just have one small request from all nations around the world about Afghanistan. If in any case, in any place, if they do anything for Afghan people, they may ask Taliban to open schools. That's very, very sad point for us for now. We don't think about the economy, about other things. It's very important for us to get knowledge, to get higher schools, to get our schools.
Yeah, but the Talibs are fundamentalists. They don't believe in a wide-ranging education system, and they didn't believe in it when they were set up in the 70s, in late 70s, early 80s in Pakistan before they bled over into Waziristan. Like the madrasas in Pakistan, they educated more fundamentalist believing Muslims rather than more moderate believing Muslims. And so the Taliban that took over, they're much more fundamentalist about their faith in ways that don't allow things like education for all Afghanis, unfortunately. I'm not sure how the United States changes that culture. Right? We can't bomb that culture out of existence. We can't invade that culture out of existence. We can't persuade that culture out of existence. So I'm, to be frank, I'm unsure what we could do that would guarantee or at least greatly promote the idea of education for everyone in Afghanistan. I think it's a value that we should have, right? People should learn and go to college and all that kind of good stuff. But the way Afghanistan is set up and was over 30 years, it doesn't seem like education is really important to the government.
Well, Marshall, let's be honest though. I mean, to be honest, I mean, okay, like I'm not saying their values are right. Fucking doped up, and then they don't want us having marijuana. They don't want us like taking natural things, but we're like a doped up society.
Yeah,
eating a bunch of junk food that's fucking, so far away from nature that, I mean, there's a lot of, I don't
disagree with you. I was merely trying to answer his question about something the U.S. could do. I don't think there's very much we can do. Right? Maybe I'm wrong, but
must take this burden of responsibility. I mean, things could have been done differently. I mean, when it was required, the way these regions were Islamized, especially in the era of Ziaul Haq, President Zia.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Pakistan in 70s and 80s, and also in Afghanistan. So during this whole Cold War, when you meet these freedom fighters or battalion fight against the USSR.
Yep.
This whole Islamization took place from the United States of America. It was
Yeah, no. I'm not denying our place in that, man. I'm saying.
But once the goals were achieved, once the purpose was over, once the interests were fulfilled, one thing was missing, and that was re-Islamizing the Islamized mindset. I mean, that was a vague timeline
when it was required, the jihad and everything. But for the civilians, for the people, you should have done that. I mean, to I don't know how can I put it in words.
I'm not denying our responsibility.
Under the domain of Islam, it could have been reversed. That okay, it was just for that specific timeline, the Islamic jihad or the American jihad or the Soviet jihad, whatever you might call it. Now go back to your values. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. They were lapped upon us. They led us, the Taliban, the military, or whoever you may call it, the same mindset stayed there. They worked on the curriculum. They taught whatever they want to teach. And America still, I don't know whether unaware of it or they were, or it didn't matter to them. Now they are seeing the consequences. What are the consequences of the generations to come?
Dude, like I said, I don't disagree with you that like we cause the Islamization, like the fundamental Islamization of Afghanistan. I don't disagree with that. I'm saying without a commission of U.S. troops, without a commission of U.S. air power, without a commission of U.S. cultural power, there's not a way to change what the Taliban does. Right? America can be opposed to the Taliban every day of the week and twice on Sunday, but unless we're in the country, there's not much we can do.
I don't know the reason. One thing that was very shocking for me was that
we stay out of there.
American troops, like not the troops themselves, but they left behind weapons for Taliban. That was like, I think you should have taken it with you. Let's leave it to Taliban.
Well, yeah, or at least destroyed it, right? I mean,
yeah, we should have taken the military equipment, absolutely.
You put it, fuck them, you put it, butter.
Well, here's the thing, Marshall. You know that it's usually more. Hold on. You know, usually hold on. Wait a minute. It's usually more expensive to send all that equipment back because it's all worn and fucked out, you know, and tired, and at the end of life full of dust. But we should have at least destroyed it. We should have taken the time to destroy it. You know, it's ridiculous and bullshit.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times we buried Connexes. Did we get Connexes over? That's shipping containers for you guys. And dude, as soon as we unloaded them, dude, we'll just grab a combat engineer with a dozer and just dig a trench, you'll roll it in, you'll bury the motherfucker. You know? Can't tell you how many times I've seen that shit.
Well, I probably would have, you know, maybe unburied that. I mean, we have so many explosives. We love blowing shit up. Why the fuck wouldn't, you know, Biden at least do that? I just feel like that was, you know, I don't know if it was purposeful or maybe that really is their liberal logic where they just fucking thought that was acceptable to leave all that shit for the Taliban to make them a legitimate military. A third rate, but, you know, they were able to beat it, you know, and NATO, a unified NATO alliance. I mean, not a full invasion, but let's be real, it was quite a concentrated fucking effort, and they still were able to prevail. So, you know, I think it's a big fucking pain in the ass that, you know, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people from the region, they were talking about, like, there were many conspiracy theories. They were talking about, like, maybe there is a new understanding between Taliban and, like, USA government, and that, like, they left it behind on purpose because they can control Taliban, and Taliban on the surface, they do their own thing, but, like, behind the scene, they're, like, they were saying they were, like, American puppets. But I don't think that's the case because it seems that like Taliban is doing its own thing and is like actively, I don't know, contributing to child slavery at the moment. And not only like USA people we're talking about European countries, specifically like UK. I don't know if you guys watched that documentary like in BBC. They were trying to like, you know, like blood washing. They were trying to normalize like child slavery, the fathers who were selling their daughters. They were trying to paint the fathers as the victims and totally ignore the child in this scenario. And one of the reasons they are not allowing women to be educated is because they are easier slaves. Like if you educate women, they will like resist. But also
educated minorities will have educated children, and they don't want that. So there are lots of conspiracy theories, and some people are saying that USA didn't want its troops to be there, so they took them out, but the cost was very heavy, and they wonder why they left the weapons behind.
Well, if you think about it, what it guarantees is that we might have to go back. And so that's kind of what happened in the first place. We kind of armed the Mujahideen originally when they were fighting the Soviets, the CIA did. We sent them Stinger missile systems. We sent them. It's pretty cool. I have a bunch of pictures of the Soviet soldiers. So it was called the CIA plan was called like Operation Warp something or something, not Warp Speed. It was some Operation like Cyclone. And the Soviets, they had their own operation rifles and stuff, and Stinger missile systems that they were intercepting, and getting from the Mujahideen directly from the Americans.
Marshall, I think we should have kept Bagram. Marshall, because that right there is a good focus point. At least we should have just maintained that. And from what I heard, Bagram was, if the projected withdrawal that they were talking about would have happened the way it's supposed to, we would have maintained KFB and BAF as well. And then those are two pivoting points for military assets and also strategic operations if called to.
All I remember about the Taliban is the Taliban only answers. That's all.
I think the Kurdish women are kind of hot.
Some Kurdish women are very hot.
No shit.
You're fucking fight. You guys, have you ever did Kurdish fight way more better than the Afghani guard did?
Oh yeah, the Peshmerga are brutal.
Oh yeah.
I love them. I did. Dude, fucking Ramadi did. Fucking Kurdish were savages like John Wayne. Literally no fucks to give.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think Bagram, yeah, Joe Biden did a disservice by letting go of Bagram. I mean, that is prime real estate right there, and he totally fucked that up.
Yeah, it's something I wanted to talk to you. I belong to the region and witnessed this for at least, I was born in 2000 and it's 2026. So at least witnessed this particular war, this war of terror. See, we will definitely acknowledge the efforts the United States made in order to make this place a better place, a peaceful place. When the freedom fighters, the so-called Mujahideen, they were offered with 2,500 single missiles, and the USSR broke. So US launched a mission of recollecting those Stinger missiles which were not used in the battlefield. So the whole project was run by CIA and ISI altogether. They were collaborating with each other. So somehow there was a success in order to eliminate Mujahideen. But the creation of Taliban in order to counter these Mujahideen, these freedom fighters, was another pain in the ass. And the reason why I criticize the United States is because they could not eliminate or neutralize this particular project. If they could have done that, if they would have achieved it, honestly speaking, this place, be it Afghanistan, Pakistan, or this whole region, would have been a much better place to live upon. There would have been no concept of Islamophobia because it wasn't there in the 1980s in some countries. So directly or indirectly, I'm just trying to highlight.
I'm just gonna call it out like I've studied it because I have. This was a Trump deal that was supposed to happen in 2024.
That he left the weapons and pulled out all the fucking shamefully. He left the weapons, he left the equipment.
There was this conversation
conversation between a State Department liaison. Motherfucker knew this because the DOD liaison at Cruz is friends with. There were something like 45 or 50 Apache helicopters leaving, and the State Department liaison asked the DOD liaison, "Did you guys pull the classified hardware off?" Yeah, we did. We got the radars. We got the sophisticated electronics. They're off platforms. Okay, good. And then the DOD liaison asked the State Department liaison, shouldn't we take these things with us? And the State Department liaison goes back and says, nah, these motherfuckers will never be able to figure out how to fly these things. Essentially, like, they're too stupid to figure out how to fly helicopters. Not a month later, in a parade in Kabul, there was an Apache on a trailer being taken through, and there was an Apache flying on each side of this thing. And, they may not be sophisticated with electronics, but they had 50 of those motherfuckers to try on, and you can crash 7 of those fuckers and figure out how to fly without, getting rid of the rest of the shit.
That's ridiculous that was a logic in hiring Russian engineers. Good God. Like, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just crazy, man. But, some part of me thinks that maybe it was like that it's our justification to come back maybe someday, Marshall, because we armed the Mujahideen originally, and we kind of just did it again, So.
Do you guys even realize what amount of ammunition have you left in Afghanistan?
Yeah, a ton.
I mean, any big idea?
We left an absolute prolific shit ton of ammunition.
Marshall.
Wake us. Can I ask you a question? We left enough equipment there where technically that day if the issue was fucking nautical.
Yeah, it was pretty stupid. I mean, but.
We will find
it's gonna happen,
that fucking American weaponry. They were taking us with American artillery, tanks, whatever you would call it. But that's all. That was few people left there. They didn't have anything beyond AK-47 or rocket launchers of their own. Everything else they had is purely American. With the bulletproof vehicles, antenna system, the radar systems, the artillery, the tanks, whatever you want to call it. And we are being fucked up with the same ammunition.
Vincent, the comment section has he's pointing out a very scary fact. Then he's right. Like reverse engineering, like if they sell it to USA, what do you call enemies, China or Russia or the ROTC, they can have access to their technology, and that's right. Like those weapons, I saw certain selfies, like normal Afghanistani people didn't have access to the internet, but these fucking Taliban are like oligarchs, and they were taking selfies with these weapons. But they might be backward, but if they sell it to American enemies, those people can reverse engineer these weapons. That's scary. Vincent is right.
The secrets were exposed to Chinese, to Pakistanis, Iranians, to Afghanistan. Yeah, we do agree that in the modern warfare, America has gone far away from what they used in 1990s. But even then, the technology remains the same. It's only the upgradation. And the technology, the Stinger, Apache, or whatever you would call it. All those secrets were markets.
Yeah, it is. A lot of people don't really give credit out to the Ukrainians, though. The Ukrainians, they have changed the new era of warfare, 100%. And I put it this way, guys, during I would say the first year of the campaign between Russia and Ukraine, the way that they were able to engineer an ability to basically deflect the Russians is amazing. And it's changed. Put it this way, guys. They have brought back trench warfare to the modern day front line. Think about this, guys. Like, if you guys look at World War One, okay, if you look at the campaign during World War One, everybody had machine guns in a way. They had belt fed. They had artillery. A version of air capability, and also the invention of the tank, which was due to the fact of indirect and direct top tier warfare. Okay, they were able to compete militarians. So I really want you guys to process what type of ground campaigning would happen in Iraq. And this is something that I want everybody to understand. Because the Iranian military, much everybody else is racing to get in the game, or at least in front of the chariot. Now we gotta look at the fact that if a ground campaign would happen, warfare is going to be completely polarized compared to Afghanistan, to Iraq, and the full scale of it. I'm not saying America or Israel would not be able to adapt and overcome 100%, but I would say the scale of it would be drastic on a full scale level.
There was also, yes, you're and before I would totally have no problem if you like talking the conversation about Jane. I just want to say that the last bit, which is like the same before you start mentioning a different country, is that the military equipment that we left in Afghanistan. So technically, that was the Afghani government's. That was actually, and I have quote, it belonged to the collapsing Afghan National Army. That's why it was U.S.-backed Afghan government, not the U.S. military itself. That's why we left the weapons in Afghanistan. They belong to the Afghan government. So I can totally move on to
Thank you.
And all those weapons went to the hands of Taliban.
Yeah, I know exactly, but that's why they were left behind, because they actually did not belong to the Americans. They should not have been left behind. They should have been destroyed. However, I think that perhaps people didn't think that it would collapse as quickly as it did, and it did, and that was a mistake. Anyways, yeah.
Well, Meg, you brought up a valid point. It is. But and I don't know if you was here listening. I really didn't see, but that gentleman named Mr. Something, forgive me, guys. That's what I brought up. I really brought up. I say, listen, when the military expelled out, granted it expelled out pretty egregiously, but they still left arms to where the Afghani guardsmen, who were trained for the last 15 to 18 years in basic SOI, basic CQF, and basic infantry fundamentals, or school of infantry, they still let the Taliban take their country over. And I will say it that way with confidence, because they had the munitions, they had the small arms and capabilities of artillery, mortar, LAVs, HAVs, and AAPV, reflected the use of it, and they basically surrendered to the Taliban.
Yeah. Oh, no,
I mean,
exactly. But absolutely.
Yes. Yes, you are, Wakers. My bad for interrupting.
People are habitual of taking their dollars all in and letting themselves live and stay true to their indigenous identity. We must remember that.
p.m. I am aware of that, but I'm gonna dumb it down, because can I dumb it down for you, my guy? I understand what you're saying. I understand about their roots. I understand where their subconscious lesion could be.
They always had a soft corner for these people. It was the matter of the fact was, when was that moment gonna come when America will leave? They waited for that moment, and when that happened, the came out.
It's not like we woke up one day and said, "Fuck it, we're leaving." I mean, if you look, Joe Biden himself campaigned on ending the 20-year war. Donald Trump campaigned in 2016 to ending the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. I mean, Obama even campaigned in it on his second term. His first term, he said something, but then did the major push, the surge in Afghanistan. So, So with that being said, they knew the Afghanis, and like I had plenty of time that I got to speak with some very monumental, amazing individuals in Afghanistan. I mean, I talked to the women, to the men, to the elders, and wonderful people. I mean, very wonderful. I mean, like I said in the past, it's like, dude, when you see a grown man start shaking and start crying with gratitude because you bring them fucking water, when you bring that community fucking water, that it's an amazing fucking feeling. There's things it is, but it's painful on the service personnel, and not just service personnel, but think about the widows, the widows of fallen soldiers that for 20 years have been talked to. They were told that, listen, our mission is to go there and for free, to help these people out, to give them their country, to let them let them choose the route that they want to go. And how many sons, how many fathers, how many daughters saw that day of America leaving, and we're watching Afghanis flying on a jet and fly to their death. If it's not from the altitude, it's from the fall coming off the plane. So it's a heartbreaking thing. Any guardsmen, like I said in the past, they failed the Afghani people. They failed their women, they failed their children, their seniors, everybody, because they had bases. And guys, you're only thinking of FOBs. That's forward operating bases. You're not thinking about outposts or COBs. That's combat combat action bases, CAPs, okay? That are all over small valleys, all right, and provinces of Afghanistan, okay? These are all independent resources that could have been that they could have used as aid to deflect Taliban's full engagement, but they failed their people, and failure is hard to acknowledge. These are individuals that have been trained for 18 years with the French, with Germans, Dutch, Canadians, Americans. Dude, we even had Gurkhas come in. India, the badass John Wick's Gurkhas came in and were training them. You know what I mean? So it's multiple nations came in and helped them learn their police system, helped them learn their regular military, the Afghani reserves, the guardsmen, and so they were taught a lot of information, a lot of resources to deter any aggressor coming to their country. And when they found out that America is fully going to exfil, out, they let their people down.
Exactly. You lived in Afghanistan, or you served in Afghanistan. Do you have any idea about Peshawar, the city, the coastal region of Pakistan, near the Torkham border?
Yes, a very porous border, which is basically ungovernable.
Yes.
So I'll tell you a real life experience.
I was 8 years of age. I was roaming around in the marketplace in Peshawar, that is called Karkhano Market. And Karkhano Market is famous for the Afghani utensils. Whatever came from the war, infiltrated through the borders, we could purchase that cheaply. So we went into a shop, and they were certain antique pieces. There was a beautiful packing of a guitar, and my uncle started negotiating with the guy. So we started from $100, and finally we were able to purchase that on $20. So when we brought that guitar home, we unpacked it. So it was written by a lady, Rosie. She was an American, and she sent that to her boyfriend who was serving in Afghanistan during the war of terror. And she just tried to gift his boyfriend for that guitar so that he could play it in times of solitude or whatever you can call it. So my uncle started weeping, and he was like, what she would have expected. She would expect that it must have reached him, but it didn't reach. There were people who would attack all those containers which the American goods and luggages were taken into Afghanistan. They never received even 50% of that. So all I'm telling you, this area was so complex, physically, economically, psychologically, socially, politically, that it's almost impossible for a person who hasn't lived here to understand the whole nature of it, except for people like you, Steph, being serving here.
And he would tell stories of when Afghanis who were fleeing Taliban would try to come over, try to leave the border and cross to Tajikistan. Tajikistan could absorb a few, but there were so many that kept trying to get over the border. He said literally the border guards were shooting at the Afghanis trying to flee because they couldn't. Kept coming and kept getting risk getting shot. That was one of my favorite professors for when I was studying Central Asian studies, and this is the specific book, the rise and the effects of the Taliban. Pretty different perspective from someone who actually lived in the area and was teaching. So
you're from Tajikistan,
or you're just sticking with you, just like this is an area that is just like just for some reason just sticking in my head,
Focus, I don't think she heard you ask that question. He asked if you were from the area. The reason I asked it is because we still facing the consequences that we as Pakistan, where mostly 4.4 million Afghans. So that's a massive hard Taliban, and their peace in the region. So the immigration policy is shifted. Unfortunately, the government is unable to.
Can I be a little mean, Marcus? Marcus, can I be a little mean, my guy? I'm gonna be a little mean, Marcus. So, we used to say in base. So in the wintertime, the Taliban, by the way, a lot of people don't realize Afghanistan winters are brutal. They are fucking brutal. And so during the wintertime, a lot of the Taliban would flee to Pakistan for the winter, okay? And so this is where I'm going to be a little cruel. So we used to say, oh, they're going to Pakistan and recruit the dumb ones, because that's what would happen is they would go to Pakistan, promise these young men, loose women, freaking, Lamborghinis, and, all this have no experience. I get fucking wrong.
They would get smoked. Literally, they would get smoked.
Yeah. They were verified with centers. They were provided, this movement was provided by the Pakistan military in the 80s in the Cold War. Who denied that? Nobody denied that. And then yes, I did. But it was all your
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not from conventional military. Freaking, they would lose their fucking shit if we fucking take it volunteer war.
The CIA, the ISI, even the Taliban, all these people had their own interest in regard living here, living out, living in. But who faced the real problem? It was us, people like us. I mean, 100,000 innocent civilians were killed when they were part of the movement in this war on terror. You must know that suicide bomb blasts in terrorist attacks on schools, on hospitals, on mosques, in the marketplaces. This is what we have witnessed. And all these things happen whether from the territory of Afghanistan or within Pakistan. And still, we're absolutely unaware of who the real threat is, who is the foe, who is the frenemy. Regardless of the collateral damage, you cannot even imagine the psychological damage people go through now and then. But still, we're trying to develop us to somehow find peace and stability in our area, regardless of knowing the truth, how we would be able to accomplish it.
We want my request. Among all these warriors assembled here, choose one. My celebrities!
This guy said if I used one of his songs in my short, bro, you found my channel.
Sure.
Yeah, but also that's why there is no rhetoric about saying the Iranian people from their fucking psycho government because
Agreed. Yeah.
20
years, well, 26 years.
Yeah.
We're warriors, you know.
Yeah, I'm also research Taliban, but also yeah, with Iran, like there's and it sort of is something, but then it's not just being pulled out, it just goes back to normal. So the other thinking is like, well, you try to force a statement because Iran is not Afghanistan, it's not tribal like that. But I guess people need to be wary.
Well, I'm going to answer this in my opinion, and with that being said, I would say I don't know. How about that? I know, in my opinion, it would. There's a lot of risk. Let's just put it that way. There will be a lot of internal risk. Trying to transition into that route. There'll be a logistical nightmare indirectly, and because you got to realize
trying to understand. Now, I know Iran's completely different than Afghanistan. I'm 100% aware of that. And I don't want to try and pull them into that category of Afghanistan or Iraq because the Iranian people are so powerful and they're they are independent. They want their own independence in their country. But the problem that can happen by dropping a magnitude of firearms is it could probably potentially lead into like a tribal mafia mentality. Like you got this block and this block, and so there's a lot of a lot of contradicting issues that can come out of it. So I would probably say no.
There's a lot of, it could definitely turn tribal because there, what do they call that? Where it turns into secular violence. There's a lot of different ideologies, a lot of different religions, a lot of different, power in the vicinity. And if there's a vacuum, definitely it could turn into secular violence. And I don't know, man. I feel like it's just weird. Like the Iranians, a lot of these people are still putting up with. There are people being shot in the streets and shit. It fucking boggles my mind because Americans wouldn't put up with that, but we have guns. That's the only thing I can think of is that Americans wouldn't put up with that because we have guns to defend ourselves, and they just don't have that. So,
We took all of the guns that were in the U.S. and sort of, that might give them a chance. How is their inventory of explosives though, so that they don't? There's no more Air Force, correct?
Don't believe. Listen, I'm a Trump supporter, but he says that stuff to affect the markets positively. They're about a country that's 2.5 times the size of Texas, so take that with a little bit of grain of salt. Yes, they're heavily fucking, fucked up, but I wouldn't say they're completely annihilated, right?
I'm in the same agreement because I think a lot of their fighter planes actually moved out of country or at least to places.
Well, they don't. So their Air Force. Their Air Force is shit. It's their Air Forces. A lot of their Air Forces, like F-4 Phantoms and stuff, that we sold them back when the Shah was in there and stuff. So we're not concerned about their Air Force.
They're all underground bunkers.
But it's shit though. It's third rate. I mean,
it's F5Es, exports.
Yeah.
Well, but.
And see what I'm saying is against a modern Western fighter jet that would absolutely get demolished. However, the same argument is sort of about the U.S. being able to uprise against the tyrannical government because we have weapons is also kind of here's the issue: fighter jets. So they only need a few fighter jets to drop bombs. It doesn't matter if they're pieces of shit old things that would die against an F-35.
Well,
what they do is just drop them on the people. So let's say that all the guns, like if Iran had a ton of guns, they might just end up dropping bombs from planes.
Well, probably true. We would. But America's a little different.
But
we don't
when
have
you have fighters, when you have people with guns, it's not that easy.
But we have a basically an all volunteer army or military, and you're assuming that they'd be willing to fire upon or drop bombs, let alone on their own civilian population, which I don't know if that's really how it would play out. But we have way more people that actual combat veterans that are civilians now than you have in the entire military. It's not. I don't think that the population would. They can put up I would think put up a hell of a fight. What are they going to do? Bomb whole fucking cities? That doesn't really make sense. You're just going to ruin the country.
Well, province
Well, they bombed all their neighbors, Pepe. I mean, they'll do whatever they got to do to stay in power.
Well, the IRGC might, but
Yeah.
this whole
That's why the president just resigned. That's why the president of Iran just resigned, because the IRGC told him, "Fuck off! We're not giving up our nuclear weapons." You know, so it's crazy, man. You know, the Iranians are going to keep on stalling as much as they can. They're hoping that it's going to affect the midterms. You know, I think they're just hoping that. I don't know if they could last that long. I'm just saying they're trying to do the waiting game.
Why would they?
Well, right, exactly. That's the only
We're not gonna do shit to them. We can drop bombs, but we're not gonna invade. They're people
probably
like
not.
out there gonna actually stand up to them. I mean,
Well, you know what? The IRGC eventually sucked in the ass, and they're running out of money. And I think one of their biggest assets is first propaganda, second is the connections. Like European fucking countries, the cheap ass gas.
Unfortunately, Cuba's been out of money for fucking 60 years, dude. It didn't matter. So it's gonna take the Iranian people to take their country back. We can help along, but it's gonna take the Iranians to do it.
There are already the talks, like people are being crushed under economic pressure, but that's not only that. Like we used to have a great population, like people who were not really political, but now everybody is fucking radicalized and they're fucking pissed. And a lot of people like lost their brothers, sisters, friends, and I personally don't know anyone that hasn't lost anyone in their relatives. Somebody has lost someone. And Iranians are just, you know, we can be patient, but when we are pissed, we are fucking pissed. Like, we don't care about, like, being politically correct or, I don't know, like, goofy, you know. I don't know if you have seen it, but the diaspora that you're seeing outside are not that radicalized. Iranian people are very courageous, and even us diaspora who are not that radicalized, we have been fucking these pro-Palestinians in the ass. Like, if you look at the pro-Palestine movement, you can see that Iranians ruined that. And after that, some Europeans started talking about it. Normal people were saying that they were tired of it, and they were supporting Iranians because they were saying, "Oh, fuck Palestine." So you can see that Iranians, even the diaspora, we are radicalized. But we are
I heard today after the talks with America that President Donald Trump was speaking to the Israeli president. So is he going to give them the green light to go at them again? That is the question.
But did you hear the Axios shit that just came out like the last hour or so?
No, what happened that thing?
Trump had told him, "You're fucking crazy. If it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail. I'm saving your ass. This is why everybody hates you. This is why everybody hates Israel." Because when he said the talks were happening, I guess Hezbollah and Israel have been going back and forth, and of course Trump just cares about getting the deal done. He doesn't really give a fuck. At this point, he just wants it, to be over with. Because this is the worst he's ever. I mean, his ratings and approval ratings he's lost a good chunk of his base, all the independents. I mean, everybody's sick of this shit.
He's not running for a term. Cares right now. For him, it's more about
his legacy, of course.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's kind of true. But really, there's no other person like him, And the Democrats, I don't think they're going to do as good in the midterms as people think, especially because they're gerrymandering and shit. That's what I was referring. And that's what I'm saying. So, like, he's not caring about about re-election. He's caring about his legacy and making sure that America has a future.
He's also caring about the midterm. You guys don't get that twisted. You guys, it's not about the second term. It's about the other 3 years, bro.
Okay, but I understand. But okay, now explain to me that he told this about Trump. To the Israeli president Bibi. Where is this? Is it like a transcript? You could know, like, how do you know?
I'm guessing, and I know this is just what Axios reported. I'm guessing it was obviously something leaked. Like somebody, it was somebody overheard it and said it.
Yeah, because if it's everywhere. I'd just be really careful about anything the fucking media says, because they're just so full of shit. You know, yeah, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to hear the transcript. I just gotta say,
They don't release transcripts of president's conversations.
Listen, no, this media that tells you this shit is the same media that told you Hillary Clinton was gonna win. They're fucking full of shit, dude. It's a pattern. They have no credibility.
Children, like today RGC blew up, like Kuwait and Hezbollah blew up, like there was this still like sirens going on in northern Israel. So ceasefire is like a joke. And in middle of like we are technically in the middle of war. And in middle of war you can do certain things that will, I don't know, change the narratives to control people's minds and to test out certain scenarios to see the population reaction. So I think these are just
During the ceasefire, it was stated, remember at the beginning of the ceasefire, Bibi said that Hezbollah is off the table. He's not having a ceasefire with Hezbollah. We remember that was said. Right at the beginning, when the first ceasefire was even started, Bibi said Hezbollah is off the table. I remember this. That's why while there was ceasefire, Israel could have had some time like to basically open up a new front on Hezbollah.
Hey, Rafi, I just want people to be aware of something. Listen, everybody wants to play a game of checkers, but Israel and America is playing chess. When you play chess, you gotta be a little patient so you know exactly how to make your next move.
But I don't
remember that, guys.
But I completely disagree with that. I think this was a very stupid idea to attack Iran.
I know, because you think it's only about Iran. That's all you think this is about.
I didn't interrupt you, Mel.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, when the whole premise was that, the Iranian people will stand up, and they will basically be the ones to do it. Okay, well, that hasn't happened. I don't know if it will happen. As far as and Trump knows this, even Mark Levin he basically ceded to the fact that this is super unpopular. America doesn't want it. It's basically not going to happen. And this was last night, which was really weird to hear him say, but this is one of those things where we're not going to do it. We're not going to really sink our teeth into Iran. Iran is going to do what they've always done. I don't see it stopping. We're not going to end up we're not going to invade Iran.
But Trump is 1,000% right. There's only two actions that can happen.
No, but hold on.
Boots on the ground, or the Iranian people get armed and fight back. The problem is if the Iranian people get armed to fight back, that's years down the road. You know how much training needs to be involved, getting the weapons in. This is what? No. All men in Iran, if I'm not mistaken, they have to go serve in the army. So they have to. No. We've talked to many Iranian men in here, and what they did is they served and did fuck off.
I understand.
They don't know how to handle munitions. They don't know artillery.
This is when you're trying to. So when you hand out guns to people, that means they're going to be operating in some kind of role in the capacity of being a infantry. That is a very specific job. It's not something you just pick up a gun and shoot. First of all, they're going to have to be taught how to use those fucking weapons at different distances, everything, how to maintain their weapons. That is something that you don't just go along, you don't just, they literally spend months and months training in the Army and the Marines to do just that job. And, of course, you know how to fight.
By the way, hang on. Apparently agreed or whatever to not bomb, not throw bombs into Israel. Israel, I guess, agreed to not do bombs in Lebanon on Israel. So that I just heard that maybe out.
In that past hour, they've been exchanging warfare, missiles, light arms, and rockets. So it's weird. They announce it, but they keep the war. They keep fighting each other. In this past hour, I think this is father I'm speaking to. I saw all of the areas lit up on the map where Hezbollah has rocketed. After they
they said they were going to stop. So I think, as Mary suggests, the whole ceasefire idea is a joke. Like they're calling it a ceasefire, I think, to keep the stock market calm, to keep oil prices down. But in fact, the war
the war's still going for real. Let's be honest, that fucker's still going.
Not to contradict you, by the way, Father, I'm just telling you that even I'd like it to be real, but it doesn't look like it's real.
Well, and that's good that you said that because my next statement was actually going to be, take all the shit with a grain of salt because from one minute to the next we really have no idea really what's going on.
Father, 2 hours ago, Lebanon announced. I don't know what this is supposed to mean because it's not a full. So Lebanon announces partial ceasefire between Israel. Partial. What the fuck ever that's supposed to be? Not a full one, but partial. Okay, maybe they'll stop using one type of rocket, continue using another rocket. They're gonna cut the rockets in half, Rafi. They're only gonna send half a rocket. They're gonna get partial rocket. Partial. But what's it called? Where was I going with?
Ceasefire mean whatever rockets they were unpredictable and they are not trustworthy, they press the button. If it fires, it fires. If it doesn't,
Here.
That's
Herod's
ceasefire.
Hold on, Herod's report. Netanyahu says IDF to continue Lebanon operations as planned after Trump call. So after the Trump call, the operations will continue. The IDF.
Interesting.
Probably.
Now we would like to ask a question. It's an important question. Let's address it. We will address it about see. You were talking about either boots on the ground or army grounding people. We spoke about previous operations that are performed. There has always been a reason when you treat people, when you harm people. Most people have an ideology, and they believe that dying for this cause is worth dying. In case of Taliban Mujahideen, they believe that dying for Islam against Russia is worth dying. The issue
Doesn't seem to be
you
enough.
must convince the fighters that you are dying for a worthy cause. If you're unable to do that, it's useless to arm.
Well, that's the problem with education is that, you get too fucking uppity and smart. You think fucking we can just it boggles my mind that they're allowing this shit. And we got one opportunity.
What happened to the Kurds? We armed the Kurds and they kept the weapons and they didn't do anything?
That's what they say. I don't know if it's true, but possible. Remember, we're dealing with a bunch of idiots.
So one of my
only cost I think $200 or $300, and they were selling it for $1,000, like on the black market. But anyway, I just wanted to mention one thing about Iranian power agency and how it can be helped the whole situation. First of all, it's not only the nuclear power. The fucking RGC has been supporting a lot of militias that are directly connected to terrorism in the board. And if you fuck over RGC, it's going to help the situation in Afghanistan, Russia, and also all the other countries that are in the Middle East. And it's going to actually help with the energy supply. And it's going to make other people's lives better. But one thing that's clear is that I just wanted to mention that things are very hard for RGC. They're using their vast arm, what they call the sleeper cells, the type of sleeper cells that they're using at the moment. It shows that they're on their plan Z. They're not even on plan A, B, and they're losing money every day. They have dismissed. We have two militaries. They have dismissed the normal military since Nowruz, which is the Persian year in April, New Year in April, and IRGC cannot even keep up with its new personnel. And they have invested a lot in Fatemiyun from Afghanistan, Zainadun from Pakistan, Hezbollah, and also the Houthis, not to mention the Hashd-e-Sham from Iraq. And they were there in Iran when they were killing Iranian people. So IRGC is getting fucked over. And the first that is going to flee the situation is those militias. So they're lonelier than ever. And I think one problem is with the weapons, because for years they have been controlling the gun industry, I don't know, import, export, and how this whole supply chain. But during the time that Israel was attacking their weaponry or those storage units and everything, they were fucking yes. And when the war stopped, they had the time to kind of revive, and that's why Iranian people were so much sadder when the war stopped, because they were being fucking yes. And now I was looking at timeline on X on Twitter, and Israelis are very angry tonight. They're very angry. They're saying, "Bibi, why did you listen to Trump? Should do our own thing." And there's this fight going on in the Axios and saying that Trump and Bibi are fighting, but I don't think they're fighting.
Talk broke down. They're gonna strike very shortly together again. I think this is just a distraction because I do believe Trump is a great troll. He likes the surprise attacks. He thinks about
Yeah, jump in after you, Padre. Yeah, jump in after you, Padre.
Because
So
we already had a moment where Trump kind of went off and I think this is part of the thing. I think this is the
I'm on my app right now, my Intel app, and it's telling me that Trump. There's an article saying that Trump says Israel Hezbollah to halt attacks.
awesome.
Go ahead. Awesome. Thank you, Padre. Hey guys, I want you guys to think about something. So you remember, you guys are civilians, okay? And not everything is going to come out, positive. Not everything you're going to read pertaining to a military operation, in your opinion, is going to make sense. But with that being said, maintain the course. Understand what the cause is. Understand it's not, the moment might be chaotic, but the future is going to be in peace. And with that being said, you got me personally. I have questions about Trump. I might, think it's a little chaotic or, confusing. But I also have to remind myself too. This is all information that's getting passed around, journalists, social media. So you also got to remember too. This is also part of warfare. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. It's going to come off very misleading, very confusing. In some case, makes you think the illusion that the United States has nothing but a ring of monkeys operating the war room. But that's all right, because the same information you're reading from the sources that you're pulling is the same ability our enemy, the IRGC, can pull from. So just maintain the course, maintain focus and rigorous, understand the cause, and by doing that, you're going to be able to support your fellow servicemen and women. And I'm not saying it's right. Your opinion doesn't have to be right or even align with mine. But when you feel like it's confusing or we're going 20 steps back, it's because we don't have everything in the pot. We don't have the pictures of the intelligence to understand why we're doing it the way we are.
Hello? Excuse me? Hello, excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm good as
Well, you have a little patience.
Fuck you, Aaron. I'm good as man.
There you go.
I want to bring it back up. No, I want to bring it back up. Hold up. I want to bring it back up. Please stop us.
He was about to speak, but he was trying to say America, long ago America, did not fuck you.
Fuck you, reason. Kurdish man.
Yep.
Means fuck IRGC or fuck the Iranian people.
What do you see? Yeah.
What? Yeah.
What do you see?
I asked when you say fuck Europe, correct? Yeah.
1 minute. Fuck you. fuck you, Iran, fuck you, and Khamenei.
What about the Iranian people?
And he's saying fuck the IRGC, saying Khamenei is the supreme leader. His language is
But not Iranian people.
I'm living in Canada, okay?
You're in Canada?
Yeah, I'm living in Canada.
Nice. Let me guess.
Nice to meet you.
Live in Toronto.
But you see English,
It's horrible. Bad. You live in Scarborough? Scarborough.
I'm urban in Canada, okay?
You're a faculty.
I'm urban in Canada, okay?
He's a bagel? We're a faculty.
Congressman, do you love Saddam Hussein? Your account name is Saddam Hussein. What do you think about Saddam Hussein? Do you love him?
Saddam Hussein, English, Balakistan.
He has a cross. He's Christian, so I'm confused.
The Kurdish guy who says fuck Iran and fuck Khamenei, I agree with fuck Khamenei, but for fuck Iran, no, I don't agree. But I wonder, do you love Saddam Hussein?
Yeah, I'm in love with Saddam Hussein, okay?
Does Saddam Hussein love you back?
Love you, Saddam Hussein.
Does anybody speak Kurdish? What kind of Kurdish?
Saddam Hussein, not danger. Saddam Hussein, not danger. Saddam Hussein, good man.
Yeah, it was good under him.
Yeah, Saddam Hussein, good man.
Well, I mean, in comparison, it's probably a lot fucking safer. I mean, like, Christians were, he did protect a lot of the Christians that were in Iraq. You know, so.
Saddam Hussein legend is Halabja, Kurdistan, Halabja, Kurdistan, okay?
Really, what he's saying, like, look at
Saddam Hussein kills the people and Kurdistan, Halabja.
Saddam, you
Saddam
belong
Hussein
to Iraq,
kills the people
you belong
in Halabja, okay? But Saddam Hussein, good man.
Great man. Does anybody speak Iraqi?
Yeah, good man.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Arabic? No, he wasn't.
Never seen inside of Saddam Hussein's palace. The inside there is barbaric.
Do we have anybody in the audience that can speak Arabic? It would be fucking great.
He can speak in English. See, this is how you speak to him. Saddam, you belong Iraq or belong Iran?
هل أنت عراقي؟
Yeah, أنا كردستاني عراقي مو عراقي عراقي كردستان.
Okay.
Okay.
So why are you loving like Saddam Hussein?
I'm from Kurdistan, Slimani, okay? But you live in Canada.
Yeah, so if you are Kurdistani, why do you support Saddam Hussein? Do you know what's Saddam to Saddam?
2 months in Canada, okay? 2 months live in Canada.
Silence is so heavy. Like he left the vacuum like.
Yeah,
Imagine me.
I've never heard somebody confidently promote Saddam Hussein in such a way, to be honest.
Well, think about it. I mean, Gaddafi, when he died, the place turned to a shithole. Syria's not doing so well after Bashar al-Assad being gone. Iraq's not doing very good after he was gone. So I'm not saying these were good people. I'm just saying that it was very destabilizing. So
I mean, you can kind of see, or maybe they thought it was better.
That's why I assume later he was Arabic, but he said no, he was from Soleimania, and he was like definitely like Kurdish. He was saying that like I think it was like a separationist, like we have our own country and not Arabic and Kurdish, and that's why it's such a like mind-baffling conversation because as a Kurdish, the last person you need to support is Saddam Hussein. So I mean, if it wasn't, I don't know, Arabic Arab. Yeah,
But to be honest, out of all the Kurds, the ones that are like the most gentrified are the Persian Kurds, and most of them they actually support being part of like the whole Persian thing. The Iraqis are not so bad. The Turks hate. I mean, yeah, they don't get treated that well. The Iraqis are probably like the most active when it comes to like the separationism. But the Iranian Kurds it's rare you see like Iranian Kurds come on stage. Actually, they even run like propaganda videos on this app. You don't really see them like go on about, the separation. That's the Iraqis. And it's got nothing to do with them. If they were
I don't understand the Kurdish thing at all. I know that they have fought with America, and I know that they have fought with Israel. So I'm inclined to be open-minded about them, but I don't understand who they are. I know that, and I first learned this at the United Nations, where they have some Kurdish people in executive roles at the UN, which surprised me. And then the guy said that of all the groups that were promised a homeland after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, that promise was not fulfilled to the Kurdish people. So, for example, the Arabs got tons of countries, right? Like 55 or something. Or no, let's say of the 55 Muslim countries, let's say 22 are Arab. I'm sorry, I should correct that.
Hey, Normal.
Yeah.
Dude, the Kurdish, I fought with the Kurds in Iraq, and I tell you what, they are the most, they're humble, but they are good war fighters. They are trustworthy war fighters. I tell you what, I'll break bread and spill blood any day for the Kurdish. Any fucking day.
I hear they're fierce fighters and the women fight too.
Oh yeah.
Well, it depends on which ones you're referring to. Like, when I got done in Sawyer City after 11 months fucking with the Shia, I went to a place called Adamiyah in Baghdad, where the Triangle of Death is, and it was mainly controlled by the Kurds. And, like, they were, like, a lot of them were Christian, believe it or not. And, like, dude, they were the nicest freaking group of people. And then after having fucked with the Shia that were, like, they'll smile on your face, stab you in the back kind of style, dude, the Kurds were awesome. But then we ended up, like, to Mosul, Nineveh, and then, like, we ended up going, like, north of Mosul, like, 150 miles, what would be considered Kurdistan, which was supposed to be giving to the Kurds, like, from the Mountain Turks, and then, like, Mountain Kurds from Turkey, which were Kurdish, and the women, you're right, the women controlled the villages and shit. And, like, that's why, like...
Yeah, women with AK-47s.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
What's wrong with that?
No, the Kurds are awesome, dude.
You'd be a lot sexier if you were carrying an AK and you were Kurdish.
That's why women do that.
Say it again?
I said there's a lack of education, there's lack of resources, there's lack of economy, there's lack of things resulting in why women run around with AK-47s promoting like PKK when they have zero resources, they have nothing. Like the Iranian Kurds are being subsidized by the Iranian government. They have zero. But yet they run around and they want to be like separatists. Even if you let them, they would just become a big fucking problem within the region. And it's like they're so spread out like around. So it's like it's no point. There's the reason why they were separated in the first place because they cannot govern themselves. And within the regions, they're like mountain people. They live in the mountains. Even if you gave them those regions that actually like subsequently belong to Iraq, to Iran, and to Turkey,
do they make of them? All they do is like they push weapons. They cannot be trusted. They are mercenaries. So, and the last thing you want to do is just throw some land at them and then somehow, but also they wouldn't know what to do with it. But luckily also, I'm not finished. But luckily luckily the Persian ones are actually slowly they've chosen that they're actually fine rather belonging to being a Persian tribe than wanting to have their own separation. But the Iraqis are not happy with this because they want to create all the like the Ahmed that was in here earlier. They want to they want their separation and they feel like they cannot get that if they don't get all the Kurds on board. But I don't think that's going to be the case because there are rooms here. I can put them in the link in this app where there are actually Kurds, Iranian Kurds, Pahlavi Kurds, promoting Pahlavi for Iran. So I don't think it's going to happen, but they're going to try.
I was talking about Iraqi Kurds and Turkish Kurds, not Iranian Kurds. North of Mosul, like I said, 180 miles north. What it would be considered Kurdistan, what it was Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, all those countries up there. Bro, I'm talking about what should be known as Kurdistan.
Yeah, there are very bloody wars between them, and one of the reasons is the religion, because some of them are Muslims, some of them are as you mentioned, you met Christian Kurdish people, and then some of them are communists. Because Russia, they invested a lot for the separation to happen, because it would weaken the region, it would weaken Turkey, it would weaken Syria, Iran, and Iraq. But yeah, that's why some people say that the Kurdish separationists, they're the sons of KGB. But when they fight, they have a lot of infighting. And that's one of the reasons they cannot unite each other. And they have different religions and ideas, and they have had old ones, two families fighting with each other, and those families became each of them had their own cities. They were first town, then they became cities, and those cities fighting each other, then they became regions, and to each other, two different Kurdish regions fighting with each other because of these differences. It's a very complicated history, but they originated from Iran, and they used to be called Zagros people. Zagros is a mountain in Iran, and even their language is based in ancient Pahlavi. Pahlavi is not the name of just our monarchy, our king. It's also in the language in Iran. It's ancient. So these people are originally Iranian, and the Kurdish inside Iran know that. And if one of these steps come to Iran, our Kurdish people are the first ones that are going to fuck them in the ass.
Oh, what about the Zoroastrians? Do they want to fuck the Arabics in the ass?
Hold on a second. Let me say a quick reset. Say hello, everybody. Everybody, it's the War Room. If you have a pink ticket, please cash in. Great conversations here every day. This is my man, Rafi. What's up, Rafi? What's up, Mountain? How you doing?
How's it going, JB? Good to hear from you, buddy.
What's good? Doc, how you doing, bro? Just want to say hello to everybody. Sorry to cut the conversation off, but by all means, continue with it again, Doc.
When I think about the Middle East and what I consider to be Kurdistan, which is still just Iraq, but between Turkey and Azerbaijan and Armenia from Iran through Iraq, but when we dethrone Saddam, we destabilize that whole infrastructure. And I just want to make sure that we're trying to reinstate stability within the region and support the people. I mean, shit, we used to give out thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars a day worth of microloans. I mean, sheesh.
Yeah, a bunch of nation building, man.
Do you know how this all could have been started? A guy who called himself as a Canadian came out and said, fuck Iran, fuck IRGC, and good America. Those
I'm with you on that one. Out of Sunni,
a real prominent place in society, and the women are beautiful and they fight. You know, people are brave, so it's awesome.
It's almost like the old Spartan mentality. Like, if anybody understands that, you know, freaking.
Dude, Leonidas may have been like, you know, that man, but his old lady, in order for her to be his old lady. Dude, I know, dude. When I went and moved to Ottawa in Baghdad, which is like a little like borough, like think about like New York, you have and like, you know, Soho and Queens, like little boroughs of New York City, and Baghdad.
To cheer for the Knicks, fucking let's go. Let's fucking go.
Hey, Taylor.
How about you go play basketball instead of watching it?
Oh, what you mean let's go?
I don't need to play, please. I mean, sorry, JB. Oh, man. I was going to talk to JB. He started talking about sports. Shit. What do y'all think about, like, what's going on? Do you think that we need to pull out of, like, Iran, like, right now? If we do, what would be the fallout if we did pull out right now?
Well, a lot of people believe, Doc, that it's just about the nuclear threat, but I believe that it's also that's what's happening in Iran, right? So
yeah, with the EU on,
right. So because the Chinese with BRICS, they going to Trinidad. That's not exactly why we go there, like at face value. I mean, like we got Maduro for other reasons, controlling the oil, right? Making sure that also they got lots of gold, they got lots of silver, lots of, you know, but it's the Monroe Doctrine, which a lot of this is China. And so we'll see what happens there. I think we're still trying to figure out, get that all underway. But killing two birds with one stone, right? The nuclear threat is real. The North Koreans have their nuclear bomb. And people didn't want to believe it. They laughed. They didn't want to, they said, oh.
Dude, they've been doing underground testing for like 15 years.
Exactly. And what's crazy about that is that when the North Koreans got their nuclear material, not their bomb, but their material. Oh no, they got their bomb, right? First nuclear material, people said, oh, okay, it's going to take years for it to become a bomb. Well, they got that real soon. And then they said, oh, well, it's going to take them at least 7 to 10 years to miniaturize it to put on a ballistic missile. They did it in 2 to 3 years. And so the North Koreans are great friends with the Iranians.
Dude, actually, like 91% is where you get to like really like good material for nuclear. Or to be able to convert it. If you do 2 more cycles from 61, you'll end up to at 91 after 2 more like distillations through the heavy centrifuge.
Well, Doc, what's scary about that, you don't necessarily have to get these. And then their proxies started basically contaminating cities around the world with nuclear radiation, because that's what's called a dirty bomb. They've talked about this for years, where terrorist groups,
or maybe it was the end of the 50s, somewhere in the 50s and 60s, they were on that point. Like, they wanted to do this project, and they said, okay, let's get 3 smart guys that have nothing to do with, building a bomb, a nuclear bomb, and we'll give them $250,000, and their whole thing is, they're only allowed to use public information from, a library in order to be able to build a nuclear bomb and, actually build it. And, within 3 years, from a public library, they built a fucking nuclear bomb.
Releasing, enriched uranium to proxies is a real scenario that I'm scared about, but I hope it doesn't happen.
I was more biological chemical, but I know a little bit about nuclear. I know to stay the fuck away from it.
Well, yeah, and so if they release one of those vats of contaminated material at 63% in, the edge of Paris, France, what the fuck happens? We're gonna have, I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic, man. This can has been kicked down the road too fucking long, and now it's such a problem because we've had so many presidents and so many people, so much of our leadership that has no fucking spine. They're too busy helping the Chinese make all their fucking shit, and not watching what the Iranians are doing. Appeasement and paying them off like Obama, kicking the can down the fucking road, enriching themselves in Iraq for Dick Cheney and Halliburton.
Well, I'm telling you right now, when I was in Iraq and when I was in Solder City, I did 608 dismounted missions for over 3,000 miles on foot in 11 months through Solder City. And in 2000, 2008, I was there for the uprising, the Jaish al-Mahdi. It was literally because Saddam was dead, and the Shias from the IRGC came and flooded Solder City under the authority of Mukhtar al-Sadr. And if I ever catch that bitch, I'm gonna stick a pencil in his fucking ear. But I'm telling you right now, bro, we.
No, I don't know. We should have stopped the IRGC years ago. Years ago we should have stopped it.
Malcolm, why do you say we? I don't remember ever hearing you put a uniform on.
Hey, motherfucker, I'm talking about our government. I'm talking about our country. Dude, stop being a fucking dumbass. All right?
Dude, less than 5% of anybody in America has ever served in any branch of the military. So 95% of y'all ain't done near a damn thing that I did.
Yeah, dumpsters.
I'm not trying to act like I'm better than you. I understand what Mountain was talking about.
What I'm trying to say is that dumpster, are you the only person that has a fucking right to talk? Are you the only person that has a right to talk because you fucking went and fucked? Is that what you're saying?
I will say leave for something I didn't do.
Shut the fuck up, motherfucker.
Yeah.
How about that? Thank you for your service, but shut the fuck up, respectfully.
Yeah.
Mindless zombie.
I'm gonna need some help because I am gonna pass Sunday now. Here you go, dumpster.
Well, Iran threatened 1,500 years before Jesus was born, and he was known as a prophet before Jesus. Iranians are not our problem. It's the Islamic regime that is trying to make Iran Islamic.
Well, I don't know. I don't listen to him much, but I think that was smart. Iranians, Persians are not Muslims. For sure, 100%.
But you guys let it get taken over. What a shame.
Well, that was America's fault under Kennedy. It was Jimmy Carter's fault.
As a form of colonialism,
Well, check this out.
whether it's Christianity or it's Islam, it's the same. It's a tool of colonializing. By faith.
Well, I've heard you're not Persian. I heard that a bunch of the leftists and liberals and communist students were the ones who wanted the mullahs to take power. They were the ones who supported them. I've heard it on this app myself, man, where they've said that. And it makes sense. We got a bunch of leftist retards trying to ruin our fucking country, letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the motherfucking country who's illegal, cutting kids' dicks off. They're nonsensical. So it makes sense that the liberals, the educated, the college students would want the mullahs to take over. It makes sense to me. I've heard Iranians claim they have books about it. They still have the mullahs, this is what we want. They'll be great. They'll be way better than the show.
You also love Christianity, don't you? You're promoting a form of colonializing the world. I'm sorry, I love the Jews, but before Judaism, there was no Israel, right? So now, I always thought like religion was a form of metaphorical colonialism. And now here we are, and at the end of the day, now we have an even bigger problem on our hands. So how are we going to get rid of it? What, we're going to go down and like unravel from the beginning?
There was Judea before it.
Yeah, but so I think you just got to understand things in a timeline and not like sort of put too much, like read too much into it. Iranian people, sounds like the Gulf people. What did they have before they had Islam? They had nothing, but we did, right? So instead of you thinking, oh, how come the Persian people, oh, you invited this in? Well, we didn't. We got somehow taken over. But
Oh my God, baby, stop with your revisionist history, okay? We know what the fuck happened. Come on.
Can you listen for a second?
Oh my God. I just want to say that if you're not careful, it's also going to happen. Like it's already happening in Europe. And I have seen certain videos like from American universities, and it's a very dangerous alliance. Like the liberals, like having this suicidal empathy for like Islamists, not Muslims, but Islamists. It's a very dangerous thing.
Exactly. We're the ones letting these assholes in. It's liberals. They're doing the same fucking thing to our countries as what happened to Iran. And Bibi's sitting here, it's not our fault. We didn't let it happen. Oh, no. What the fuck are you talking about? You're letting illegal immigrants in. You're letting every fucker in your country. You lose your country, and you say, I don't know what the fuck happened.
Our generation understood what Shah meant when he said like toxic, like the dangerous alliance between the black and red, which means that Islam and also the. But at the same time, you have to forget that people that were on the streets, they had access to weapons. Like they were doing the revolution, Islamic revolution. They had access to weapons, and some of them were trained by Yasser Arafat, which is a fucking terrorist group. Like he was leading a fucking terrorist group, and he established the PLO later on and every fucking shit that happened. But those people were trained. They knew how to use weapons. So this revolution was not done by the lack of
What, you had Khomeini at the very beginning in the 444 American hostages at the beginning of the U.S. Embassy?
Honey, I cannot understand you. Please let me finish that.
You better hope they have training, because if they don't, it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to use my mic.
No, but like you're talking about like Khomeini.
In 10 seconds, you already talked.
I just got in here?
No, I'm talking to Rabbi.
Oh. No, but Didi, like before what you were talking about, like if you look at my PTR, I bought like all those like Encyclopedia Britannica yearbooks, and it goes from 64 all the way to like 78. And like there's no, like you can't change it with the internet. So I mean I paid like $5 for it. But each one of them books was like $100 back in the day. Like I got a Smithsonian thing about like the forgotten like Native American tribes. Like bro, like dude, like I love America. I just don't like people when they rewrite the fucking shit. Like, you know, I gotta be apologetic for my own existence.
I'm sorry, is it a reference to what is it, or are you trying to start a new topic? I'm not getting it.
You were talking about. Never mind.
The first time meeting Doc. Well, yeah, I mean, Doc is very knowledgeable, but I don't know, I don't understand what you mean. And I don't understand when people say, oh, so with the Persians, it's like, how can't you just go and fix it yourself? Why don't you just go and like go in the streets, and why? It's like, it's so condescending somehow, especially because, first of all, I love my country. There's a level of innocence about my people, which first, like 48 years ago, we didn't need this fucking shit. It was like put on us, and it was put on like in some kind of a way that the West never really understands. It just thinks, oh, you can just go in and you can just manipulate and you can just do this. But then also you have to somehow hold your own people accountable for what they do. But so Iran consists of a lot of religious people. But it's not because they're religious, it's because they somehow in time, which is always, can you mic down, Doc? Which is always when these things happen, is when there is a level of disparity, like people are poor. People seem like wherever you go around the world, no, there is enough economy. But it's like whenever it doesn't work, then people come out in the streets. And sometimes it's a good thing, and sometimes it's a bad thing. I would have said, like, maybe like 40 years ago, that was not a good thing. But it is what it is. It happened. And it happened overnight. And it cannot happen again. And it will happen again. And this time, I think we will have learned a lot from it. We gotta get there. It's not like we need charity from the Americans. The Israelis, it's like, they have their own agenda. I fully support this, and we were on the same side because they're fighting what we are fighting. With the Americans, like the arrogance about, oh, we're doing you a favor. No, you don't have fucking any other options because otherwise, what are you gonna do? Like, where are you gonna go? What direction are you gonna take? You're gonna go with Europe? You're gonna go with, where are you gonna go? You go to China? Whatever.
What are you talking about?
No, you need to get down from your high horse as Americans. I mean, the Israelis have been putting out a lot, for such a small fucking country. They've been putting out a lot. And sometimes, as a Persian, I can get frustrated with this. I'll be like, you know what? Fucking try and do this on my country, what you did with Syria. I think that was wrong. I think that was myopic. I think that was short-sighted. I think it was a quick solution, and I think it's going to come back and bite them in the ass. So I don't want them to make that mistake with Iran again. But what I have to say to the Americans is like, don't think like you're doing us a fucking favor. It's in your fucking interest that there is one country in the Middle East that fucking works and is on par with you, on par with Israel. When you have fucking Russia lurking, you have China trying to like dismantle you through your own fucking youth. You've got Europe that doesn't trust you anymore. You've got fucking Canada that just wants to like fucking kill you out of jealousy. So it's like, you gotta calm down and you gotta just think like somehow like rationally and don't insult the people who can be your best allies and you need more than they actually need.
Hello, hey Bibi, I like your dog, by the way. Your dog looks pretty good.
Anyway, I'm done.
By the way, we are doing you a favor. We are doing Persian people and the Iranian people a favor by trying to dismantle their government because obviously they want to nuke the world. You know what I mean? And nobody's ever experienced that before, and I don't want to ever experience that in my lifetime. So, you can go here, oh, blah, 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 you Americans, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? I mean, if it weren't for the Americans, fuck, half the goddamn world wouldn't even be around. I don't know about...
Nobody's nuking anyone. What we don't want is Islamic expansionism. Nobody's gonna nuke anyone. That was never about
well, yes, and you know what? It's already happening. So, that's going to happen whether we get rid of Iran or not, or whatever we do with Iran. Islamic, evolution's going to come around, and hey, you know what? It's over there in the UK, and how is it?
That with everything going on, it's like Americans, oh, you think you're doing us a favor? You fucking started this mess in the and
I just admitted that.
Iran could have been in a when you were like fighting the the native center headed whatever rain dancing.
You talking about the Jaish al-Mahdi?
You have to think
army?
Also, you are not
Under Sharia law?
Anyway, I don't want to be insulted.
Well, Bibi, why don't you feel about that now that it's in your...
Yeah, of course. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I call it a disease. I call it a disease because I feel like there's no rationality to it. It's like, okay, you start with from the top, where even the Jews, they see it as some kind of like a gentleman's club, right? They don't want to let anyone in. It's like a lodge. The Christians, they're kind of like they're a little bit more, but with Islam and where it's located, where it landed, for me, it could land all the way around my country, but I do not want it in my fucking borders because it has nothing to do with us. Well, it might have something to do with some of my minorities or with the level of economical sort of, social economics, poverty or whatever, but it has nothing to do with our borders, with our history, and with our legacy. So if we liberate my country, we get it to where it needs to be. That's the only way for me because it's not about the person, it's about the legacy. That way, at least you have like one of the biggest fucking nations within that region that will reject this fully and full-heartedly, and in a way that also empower the Gulf, the countries around, because you might just have
You're gonna have to let someone else talk here soon.
You might shut the fuck up.
Why do you think Islamic, the evolution of Islamic territory is, in your country and many other countries is because your fucking leaders are pussies. Your leaders can't grab their own fucking balls and stop it. You know what I mean?
Well, she lives in Britain. She's talking out of her ass.
Shut your fucking ass up, you fucking
I'm gonna answer you guys. I'm in Iran.
I don't know why you go around like pushing your chest out as if like you're some fucking like American white guy. You're a fucking Indian native.
Gotta get some logic, yeah.
Sorry, I get triggered.
Holy shit.
Real bad. Anyway.
Just to be sure, what did you call pussy? Like, when you were talking about leaders, what kind of leader? Like, do you have a name in mind that you call them the pussy?
Well, what are you talking about? The government?
You mentioned the leaders. Who do you mean? Like, who are you calling the pussy?
Well, like the UK, the leaders of UK, the leaders of Sweden, the leaders that accept the Islamic evolution. You know what I mean?
The refugees came into all of Europe. 87 fucking million. You know how bad that displaces, the economy?
You're stupid as fuck, as you don't know what is the policy.
Well, I mean, when I lived in Germany, that was 2006.
So what's the reason that they accept this amount of refugees? Tell me that you knew. You've been to refugees. Tell me, what was the reason?
I said 87 million refugees came across the Mediterranean and Europe.
Okay, what was the reason?
Over the last decade. Because they wanted to, take their Islam and, rape, European women.
No, you're stupid, because you don't know that they need the young generation, as their young generation don't care about having kids. They only care about having that. So
yeah, why are all the rape cases 80% immigrant?
Let me help on that real quick. So the 87 million that you're referring to,
is actually the whole demographic of refugees. Yeah, 87 million refugees. Legal, non-legal, domestic, and international. But it's also referring to like expatriates, international students. So I don't really understand where you're coming from with the 87 million people you moving to Europe and what you refer to as a decade raping and killing Europe. I don't really get where that's coming from because the majority of that over the span of 10 years has been expatriates, people that have moved out of the country and that are trying to patriate.
So you're saying that the immigrants that have come in don't rape young women? You're saying that, like, you know, that the, like, you know, illegal immigrants don't come in and rape, like, you know, local national women?
Yeah, I'd probably call cap on that.
Oh, okay.
It depends on the European country. Like I'm living with my Kisuna. I just want to say that, for example, London and like UK is taking over by a lot of Pakistanis, and they're bringing their own, importing their own culture, and they're reinforcing some law changes because a lot of those policemen are Muslims and they put Muslims above law, and that's a problem. But in Germany, I would say they're freeing these people here. But for the past months, I have been seeing a lot of hijabis. And they are very loud, like after 10 p.m. in Germany, you should not talk. At the same time, raping is a very serious, I would say, law. And Germans are very strict on reinforcement. But unfortunately, in bigger cities, it's really hard. And the news that you're seeing, the videos that you're seeing, they are from those countries. And unfortunately, for example, 2 weeks ago, I read an article about the population of France. It was mentioned that France, like 40% of its population has been replaced. This is what the article mentioned, like replaced. And in the next 10 years, next decade, is going to be 60%. And yeah, I think European cities are changing. Sometimes it adds like color, like spices, it's beautiful. Like multiple people come together, diversity and everything. But most of the times, unfortunately, they also import fucked up people. Like they don't know how dangerous it is to like import Ikhwan Muslimin or what they call Muslim Brotherhood fuckers. Even
okay, I would agree with that. I would also look at it. I would question on the sense of like, because I completely agree with that. I would question on the sense of like, would this issue be something to tackle more along the lines of like a blanket statement along the lines of like just complete overpopulation of like the entire planet, like complete overpopulation of the planet. To the point where like every country's overpopulated with people. So like we're seeing this sense of like immigration from country to country or culture to culture, and the cultural indifferences and the rudeness or the theft or the raping or whatever we may call it is just a byproduct of the fact that there are, I don't know, maybe just too many fucking human beings living on the planet Earth at one time.
Well, we need more people, not less.
So one of the things I want to ask is Paris still a shithole? Because with the last time
it stinks so fucking bad.
It's still bad. They never cleaned it up. Okay.
Bro, dude, I was by the Eiffel Tower. It smelled like piss everywhere.
You can't necessarily like blame the people living. They are a product of their environment. So it's more like a located environment of like maybe we need to like fine tune the magnifying glass on setting with like what reality is. At what point does it fall upon the individuals that are like raking in the money and sitting in their towers or their palaces or their whatever, and just like completely ignoring the fact that the irony of the fact that these individuals are the people that are put into power in the first place to make sure these kind of things.
Iranians who would be doing that. And so what I don't understand is why is it, but at the same time, we could have done better, we should have done better, we should have had as sad as we were. There's a lot of things, but now the second, I still want to see this country do well. I don't want to see it like hijacked by a bunch of like Islamic entitled fundamentalists. Because I would feel I would have failed because I'm a Persian. I have this pride. I have this Persian pride. But not many other like tribes just and then I don't understand how
think like extreme religion, like radicalized religion, this understanding that you have this righteousness or like this dogmatic understanding that you're better and you know the truth and like you're allowed this land or this territory or this place on earth. I think that mixed with Western culture of like capitalism and like corporate-esque like capitalism, I think that like melded together into this like religious fascist like superiority complex of like taking your religious like symbology and mixing it with money. I think that's what the fuck happened.
May I respond to BB, please?
Capitalism? You don't like capitalism? Is that what you're saying? So you don't like capitalism?
Well, I want to respond to BB and her point.
Say that stuff, but they actually enjoy the incentives of what capitalism has done to society. So you don't like capitalism. So let's just break that down. I think it's the biggest joke is you take advantage of it, you utilize it. You're enjoying life because capitalism has made life better for everyone.
Rid of the IRGC? I would love to be, interned like a general roster. Put me on top of this fire and let the birds eat me apart. Like, I don't want to be put in the ground. I don't want to be burned. I want to
have yourself a Zoroastrian.
No.
He can die any which way.
No, I mean, but people want to say it's Farsi. There was no in Farsi. Your modern Farsi, stupidity makes y'all sound dumb as the front door.
Okay, let me make a couple comments really quickly. This is my comments are directed to baseline. I think the discussion before you started to provide your comments about the cultural clash in Europe between the Islamic ideology and the European culture. That's what we're talking about. Then you took it to this huge, large discrepancy between the West and the United States. And that's the point that we made there. It's not related really to cultural issues.
We don't have a problem with the Parsi philosophy. We have a problem with Islam.
To me, so that's one thing. I think you can see you're not saying.
No, you can see that Islam is the problem.
Doc, just let him finish his sentence for the love of God. You just bitched for 5 minutes about how you needed to talk to BB. Have the grace to shut your mouth and let him talk.
Well, thank you, appreciate it. So we were talking about this cultural, the clash of civilization, cultural clash. Particularly, we're talking about the last 15 years with the large migrants of Islamic migrants going to Europe because of the war in Syria. And that has caused havoc in Europe. It's saddened to see a country, the birthplace of Shakespeare, Newton, Charles Darwin, Adam Smith, and the rest of them, become degraded and kind of polluted with the culture of Islamic menacing Islamic ideology, which is 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, it's barbaric. So it's not as much as the individual Muslim, it's the ideology itself that is menacing. So there's not much can be done about that, except somebody mentioned what it takes really two movements. One from the bottom up, which is the native intelligence, let's say Germany and UK and other places, Sweden, to say, look, we're not going to take this into. We're going to kind of a revolution from bottom up, where people protest. And it takes leaders, somebody mentioned, with big balls on the top, that they're going to take some action, pass some policies, provide some laws that put put this Islamic ideology, at bay to some extent, without sacrificing the secular laws that we have in the top leadership that is going to address this immigration problem in some of the European countries. I'm just hoping it's not too late.
So to culminate, where you were saying that the change needs to come from the bottom up, and putting faith and trust in the leaders that when changes leading to the top, that the top individuals in charge know how to you have faith that they'll make the decisions to bring about that change as long as the bottom changes first. As long as the bottom falls in line, the top shall make the proper decisions.
You already have seen the movements in Holland, in Netherlands. You've seen the movements in Germany. You've seen the movements in Sweden, from the actually in Scandinavian countries, from bottom up. What I was suggesting, I was hoping that it would be a conversion of the bottom up movement against the Islamic ideology and the top-down leadership that would take some strong, serious measures to keep this cultural education, including of American culture, at bay. I don't want to lose that, and anyway, that's what I want to do.
Mind clear, calmly concentrated, and a heart fierce aglow. And the truth is not to be by pure light of ecstasy.
Don't let nobody in. Bro, they just let 5,000 military guys from America show up over there. We just set up a new U.S. base in Poland as of this month.
Yeah, but that's like worlds apart from you guys.
Well, I mean, I love, dude, between Poland and Canada, that's the reason you have the fucking Geneva's conventions, by the way. Because they did some egregious war crimes back in the day. Like, that's why we have the Geneva Convention. Come on. Dude, bro, between Poland and Canada, bro, they used to, like, people would give up and they would still shoot them. Like, once you give up, you're no longer a combatant, you're a prisoner of war. And you're afforded, certain rights. But they didn't give those rights to anybody, they just killed them all.
It's not Poland. It's not Poland by itself.
No, it was Canada. I said Canada.
The original Geneva Convention was started in 1864. It became enforced even more after the atrocities of World War I and World War II.
Yeah.
There's no mention in its history of neither Canada or Poland for the reason you're experiencing.
Well, you can agree to disagree, and I'll agree to disagree too.
I'm not giving you my opinion, I'm giving you history. History says that you're different history.
Well, I mean, I used to have a Geneva's Convention card. I was licensed as a combat medic.
I say bring back brass knuckles. I wish we could carry brass knuckles for coalition forces.
Dude, we're not allowed to use CS gas because it's considered chemical warfare.
I mean, bro, even when you fucking
experience how an legendary and the universe appeared with no account. The cure of this madness is not so good as its prevention, so that thou shouldst be beforehand with these children, showing them those of disciples. De quibus dam orbis discipulorum. Thus, if any blame of thine be ill at ease, look closely first whether this love be not the root of his distemper. Watch also idleness, but the busybody, nor mindeth his own business, nor leaveth others to mind theirs.
Why are you still using Marketplace in 2025? This AI-powered app makes it so much easier. Watch Garage is a neighborhood-focused marketplace where you can buy and sell pretty much anything. It's free.
Also, that if one speak ill of another, the fault is first of all in himself. For we know not but that which is within us. Did not the great witchfinder end by confessing that he also was a sorcerer? We become that which obsesseth us, either through extreme hate or extreme love. Knowest thou not how the one is a symbol of the other? For this reason, since love is the formula of life, we are under bond to assimilate in the end that which we fear or hate. So then we shall be wise to mold all things within ourselves in quietness and modulation. But above all, must we use all to our own end, adapting with adroitness, even our weakness, to the work, and watching for Savior, and rend him until those who follow him in secret, and it may be unconsciously, prove their virtue and his wisdom by their survival when his persecutors perish in their folly. But we, being secure against primary enemies to the individual and the common weal,
Knockout, their rocket launchers, drones, when we see them. But the American military is competing against priceless, not just fighting. In order to fight without the war, we would have to do something a little different than what we had been doing over my lifetime.
So what was the point of going to war, but do a declare war on them if they weren't going to follow through? Get Elliot, they've been trying to jump in.
You're saying they're wrong, it's an operation. Hold on, it's an operation. It's your terminology, your verbiage, JB, is confusing you because you're saying a war, but it's actually an operation. So maybe that's why it's confusing you, JB. It's an operation.
Well, we haven't been to war since World War II.
So let me offer 3 quick comments. Doctor, you're making a distinction without the difference, whether you call it a war, a conflict, or
a police action.
Well, I would raise.
Well, Vietnam was a police action.
Okay. For all practical purposes, it's a war. Second, I want to make three.
Not for all practical purposes.
Three. Okay, you can come in. So I have just three quick comments.
Down for Congress.com to donate now. $10, $11, $100. Heard that right. I'm John Kitover.
I want to say the IRCC is so the entirety of the Iranian fabric in all domains. Science, politics, commercial, after all, the government to themselves and corporations to themselves.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's pretty much what he was going for.
It's not like you can separate the eggs. It's just there, so it cannot be removed without.
Hi, Aaron. It's been a while.
Well, the Lord is working in his most mysterious ways this evening. I didn't think I would ever see you in the house of worship again.
Yeah, well, I didn't think I would ever see you meet writing Homelander somewhere, but I guess we're both just full of surprises, aren't we?
Take it you're not here to repent.
No, I'm here to talk sense into an old friend. You did that for me, do you remember? When, Alex and I were gonna get those matching tattoos and you talked that about.
Translate crucifixion with a mixed message, especially on a shit-faced 15-year-old. But memory serves, you weren't so grateful at the time.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to hear that you're making a mistake you could regret for the rest of your life. You know, you were like
People would come and beg me to pray for them, heal their illness, look after their children, get them a job. I'll raise my hands in prayer for each of them. Those prayers went unanswered. Nobody was listening. God checked out. Homelander is standing in front of us. He's not asking for blind faith. When I talk, he listens.
God is supposed to be selfless. Okay, Homelander? Homelander doesn't care about anyone or anything outside of himself.
Maybe imperfect, but unbeliever. She brought his wrath upon herself. I am not afraid to stand before Homelander's judgment.
We was in war, let's say World War II. This is an operation.
But you didn't sneak in here and argue about dogma, did you?
Stop! Stop!
You know what this is?
Eye-opener.
You're dead in 30 seconds.
Declaring war against another nation. So your point is well taken. My point was different.
So is Andy.
It looks like a war. You can call it operation if you wish, or any. Oh, on land route.
She already took the
You
enemy.
can call it operation if you wish, or any. Oh, on land route.
She already took the enemy.
Saying that what is in the name? That we
You go to all this trouble to waste that on me.
On a level
It's
that
really
you are.
We very not fun.
Because otherwise, nothing's going to change over there. That's just my opinion. Rafi, you wanted to say something? Oh, no. Straight to
Doctor, if you want to come in, just please come in. So yeah, we could have. There could be two objectives. One is a regime change, which would be the desire and wishes of the Iranian people, and the second would be Israel probably wish this regime to go over. I wish it to go over. That's kind of one objective. But the objectives the Americans they have, if you look at the 14 points, regime. I would just go this far, saying they don't particularly care if the regime changes or not, as long as the demand.
Praise the Lord. We come together to mourn the one and only A-Train.
You are not here to be blessed. You are here to do war.
Can you feel the Holy Ghost power? I said, can you feel the Holy Ghost power? Praise Him. Praise Him. Praise Him for victory. Praise Him for
it has been planted and it has grown, and it's internally amongst it's internally embedded in that country, and so I don't think the goal is a complete reform of the IRC. I think it's more refueling the radical mindset. That's why you see, in my opinion, President Trump is focusing on negotiation and growth. Now that's changing.
Don't buy another chart.
The two mountain gods hadn't moved from their place for hundreds of years. The reason was that they possessed a magical tablecloth that automatically created various dishes. Gradually, their lives became limited to eating. They would eat, sleep, and then get up and start eating again. Ivan was overjoyed to see this and asked to borrow the tablecloth. But it was their only support. How could they give it up? Hearing this, one god became enraged. He picked up a coconut and hit Ivan on the head, saying anyone with a shred of sense wouldn't do such a foolish thing. The coconut knocked Ivan unconscious. Then Eli had to step forward and show the mountain gods their true form. Seeing themselves in the mirror, they were stunned. Those once slim and beautiful had now become very fat and disproportionate. The sight of this brought them shame and remorse. They decided to lose weight and regain their former form. So they gave Eli the tablecloth to help them escape this temptation. But as the tablecloth drifted away, a strange uneasiness gripped their hearts, and their gazes remained fixed on it. As soon as they saw it drift away, they repented and immediately ran after it. Their heavy bodies prevented them from climbing out of the valley, and they were left weeping in agony. Returning to the city, Ivan spread the tablecloth in the marketplace. He began distributing the food that came from it. The poor people were delighted, and Ivan became their hero. Seeing this, the king was also very pleased. Two mountain gods hadn't moved.
Wait for a weaker IRGC. So now the masses. I mean, if you look at the masses of the population, 90 million. Let's just say hypothetically 20 million pro IRGC. The body count and the masses, prevail higher. So I think it's a matter of waiting for a weaker and less timid regime. So that way the people of Iran would have a better opportunity to overthrow a chaotic regime. So I think the opportunity is there.
Yeah. And to add to that, before I forget, the Hashd al-Shabi, which is an Iraqi militia from Iraq, which was funded by the IRGC, they were, operating inside of Iran. It's a Shia militia, opposed to the Sunni majority of Iraq.
No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like her.
Possible uprising of Iranians again. And some Fatimiyun brigade from Afghanistan as well. And also one other, what's the name? Some Hezbollah from Lebanon. That's not funny.
Iranians have literally nothing to do with any of that funding. And oh by the way, we never directly funded Al Qaeda. People get this wrong all the fucking time. We never gave money to Al Qaeda. We gave money to a guy named George.
We're still giving money to Al Qaeda.
We gave money in the 1980s to a guy named Jalaluddin Haqqani, who was in the camp of somebody known as Ahmed Shah Massoud, or the 10-Shear Lion. He managed that money
Jalaluddin Haqqani,
Bro, no way!
was
You
thrown out
found
of
my
Saudi Arabia, and then thrown out of Khartoum in 1993, and retreated into Afghanistan. At that point, Haqqani switched sides and became a part of Al Qaeda. But the U.S. government, for the Afghan-Saudi war,
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
that is a different discussion.
Bro, no way!
Fund the Soviet-Afghan war, and we did not directly fund Al Qaeda in the Soviet-Afghan war.
So America never gave the Mujahideen like Stinger missiles.
They're fucking.
Hey, you found my channel.
Yeah, no, I was about to reset the room from the house.
Most people just scroll.
I'll reset up.
No way. You found my... No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you are watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day. No way. You... found my channel. I'm not gonna have to like her. Subscribe.
Exactly. Thank you, Alon. I appreciate what you said. English, please.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no. Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! Hey, you found channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe. No way. You found my channel. No way. No way. You found my channel. Wait.
So that's about the third time you've been condescending in the room. And I go, but if you're going to be pompous the entire time, I'd invite you to leave.
You found my channel.
Oh, I will, because you are going to go to the audience because you can't handle the one mic. So, like, you were already headed in the audience because then walk out of the room. That's simple. I am just saying in general, when you continue to be condescending,
I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe.
Other people run spaces differently. I don't allow people to be pompous, arrogant pricks.
Right, but if you do, thank you so much.
You're welcome to say whatever you want, but do it respectfully or get the fuck out. Pretty simple. And that works to everybody.
It's the world to me that you are watching this.
America's area, and they still invaded Ukraine. And I know they're starting to undermine the U.S.
No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do.
It wasn't like this before. And it's just getting.
Bro, no way.
It's kind of getting pushed to the side. And you said it is a fucking great nation. Power of the world.
I give you something cutting edge. Prosthesis in 3 dimensions. And next, your stumps, if I may. Fantastic. And it's not just good design, they have a hidden secret. Secrets. Secrets. Okay.
My first take or opinion regarding to the Russian Ukraine campaign.
Let me tell you something.
You know, it's going to sound like a cliche, but I think it's because the status of that America had at the moment gave a excellent opportunity because the deterrence wasn't there. I mean, it's like when you watch two boxers, right?
You found my channel.
They have one
ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you are watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day.
You don't take it serious. And I think a lot of it, it's just, I think the endurance wasn't there, and it's an opportunity that Russia took, knowing that it had at least a good solid 3 years before a potential opposition might get involved. And if you look, and this is my opinion, I think Putin was informed by his own commanders and generals and staff that campaign should not exceed no more than maybe 12 months. And where they're at now, prolonged it to where there's another administration. That's just where I sit on it.
Bro, no
in my personal opinion, because if I was in his shoes, and my wife was telling me no more than a year, I would grow up in the shit of the United States and be part of it. I'm just saying, I think that if I was in there, based off the data presented to myself. And so that's kind of where I'm at with that rap.
No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much.
A few weeks,
thank you.
What's happening?
What do you say?
We actually use, I got an alert saying that
No
the
way.
Pentagon chief said that China is building up. I guess they're building up whatever, and so they said for the allies to up their game as far as their defense systems. So we'll see what happens.
So that goes back to Lee York. What do we do now? The enemies are building. I think should. Any country should try and make sure their defense is better than their potential adversary. So I mean, I'm not too worried on what China or Russia can come up with. I mean, maybe I'm being really biased here, Rafi, but I mean, China and Russia did give Venezuela their opinion of modern, high-tech radar systems to deter opposing air forces, and look what happened.
No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you're watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day.
Air defense, their radar systems in Russia's United States engaged. So I would say, yeah, I mean, give us more of a challenge. Protecting yourself. All of these things. That's not the problem. The problem is
like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you.
So these people get elected by the people. Then they meet with the national security complex, and then they get told a bunch of options. They kind of scratch their head and like, who's making these decisions? Why am I building these not transparent? It's not clear. So it's a level of corruption, and I think you're seeing a reaction from a lot of Americans across the spectrum. That question, why is this happening? What is the purpose of it? And a lot of it is like, excuse me, sir, Leeway, can I make you brought up a couple key things I just wanted to tell you is that people of the United States elected Donald Trump to represent and handle foreign affairs around the world for the United States. And like you even said, sir, that person that gets elected will get presented a formula
plus years in their job and whatever it pertains to for the best action. Now you gotta remember, there is a human part in it. This isn't AI. This isn't a robot. This is a human part. You know, so I just wanted to answer your question that you made. Go ahead.
No, I hear you. I think we're pointing to the same thing. It's just, it's not only the executive branch. In our Congress people get put in these back rooms by lobbyists, including foreign powers. Saudi Arabia, Israel, Taiwan, they all have tons of money that they pump into our government. They shape our foreign policy more than American citizens' opinions. And a lot of these wars and conflicts that we get into, there's corruption. That's all I'm saying. I don't think we would have gotten to this war with Iran. We would have had these different operations if it wasn't for Israel and the Israeli lobby. I think that's a fact of the matter. So for those that are really concerned about protecting American interests, I think the American people have to get more educated on foreign policy. Stop the whole elected officials accountable. Instead of having spaces where people have conversations where majority of people really don't know what's going on. They don't. No one's asking questions. It shouldn't be that way for our nation.
Well, Leon, you said this is all in Israel. I guess you're speaking the Iran war. But I'm oil and gas. Do you think America's benefiting the fact that they took Maduro and now basically the Venezuelan oil supply basically now belongs to America with going to 99?
I don't think any of that's factors, quite frankly. All this talk about the oil's still flowing, it's still moving. And the only thing that's happened is we lost a lot of money, a lot of investment in the Gulf states. Tons of speculative money has flown out. Bases have been destroyed. That's real. That's a lot of, financialization, speculation. That causes a lot of destruction when people's money is wiped out. And the bankers sit back inside trade and copy while regular people that put money over there, they just saw it go down the drain. And then people die unnecessarily. Children die. For what? This was a military strike from the U.S. and Israel. First day killing kids. It all could have been avoided.
Sure. Killing kids. Remember, unfortunately, sir, freaking kids die of hunger all the time, dude. Freaking, and in some cases, by neglect of their own parents. Think about that. So let's be honest here. Claiming that America, indirectly can be responsible with that.
Well, first of all, there was a school that was adjacent to a military base. Hey, let's start with that. I don't know, because we all know how, I don't want to be racist, but we know how they were operating in Gaza, in hospitals, in schools, even though that was supposed to be a big no-no, but they used those facilities to operate because they think by UN law, Geneva, you're not allowed to strike these locations. And you know what? This is like a safety. It's like you running to a church. You're about to get attacked. You're going to run to a church for safety. Because you're a bad guy, doesn't mean we're not going to strike a church. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, but the difference is when you run into the church, it's not with the intent of building, your safe haven amongst innocent civilians. So there's an intent there when they build their stuff underneath these holy places and in between innocent civilians. There's an intent to hurt them there. So I think the one we should blame every single time is a terrorist that does this by ways of trouble.
Hold on, I'm going to say, can I talk a little something? This is what I want people to understand.
Sir, once again, with me when I say that I'm going to bring the Gaza part to this. You probably disagree with me that they were hiding rockets under hospitals, under schools, right, Hamas? probably disagree with me on that one. You can unlike say yes, no. Just I'm asking you a question. Would you be in disagreement with me?
Yeah, I'll wait till I have some space to fully answer, but I'm listening to
No, I'm just asking specifically. Do you believe that there were rockets under the schools, hospitals, they were holding, like, again, you can share the information, if you say yes or no, then you can back it up with your details, right? So I'm just asking you.
absolutely, without
I'm pretty sure that wasn't the question he just asked you. I think Rafi asked you a pretty direct, simple question.
Yeah, like, are you disagreeing with the fact that Hamas, a terrorist organization, well, maybe they're not a terrorist organization. Maybe you consider them as freedom fighters. So you want to go to that topic? You consider Hamas as freedom fighters or a terrorist organization? Let me ask you a different question.
So you can fact check online.
I'm asking you either A or B, or yes, no, or freedom fighter or terrorist.
Yeah, but you can pigeonhole me how I respond.
No, you can back it up after you say it. I'm just
I would like to respond how I see fit.
Because when you answer a question, you say yes, and then you elaborate. Or you say no, and then you elaborate.
Yeah, it's authoritarian in this room. I'd like you to say what you like.
It's more of a dictatorship.
Exactly.
With a big dick swinging. No, but like in all seriousness, like, do you see them as freedom fighters or terrorists? Just it's a serious. Then just say how
I'm trying my best to answer that question. It only takes one sentence.
JB, you know this gentleman? Like you had interaction with him prior? Always?
I'm familiar with Lee-Wan. We don't follow each other. Lee-Wan, bro, it's just pretty straightforward. It's a yes or no question. I mean, just stop dancing around it, bro.
Like, I don't look like you can't force me to yes or no.
You're right, but I'm gonna invite you to participate in the weaponry, right? I'm gonna invite you to either participate or leave. It's pretty simple,
I'm
right?
trying to answer the question. What I'm saying is,
Rafi asked you a very simple A or B question. So E, or you no longer want to participate in the dialogue.
Well, it's a bias-loaded question, sir. It's an unfair question.
I didn't ask you if you liked the question, right? You're welcome to say, I don't want to answer that question, and we'll all move the fuck on to somebody else.
That's also correct.
Yeah, let's move on to someone else. I can answer it a different way.
Freedom fighter or terrorist? Correct? That's the end result. If you want to go on a dialogue to explain your...
It's not a dialogue. It's a one-sentence answer. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's go. Which should be freedom fighter or terrorist? Let's go on that.
So
just
according to the United Nations, the majority of nations, the overwhelming majority of nations, do not designate Hamas as a terrorist organization.
I'm pretty sure Rafi just asked you what your opinion is. He did not ask for your
I agree with the majority of the United Nations that they are not a terrorist.
Okay, fair enough. That's good. That's fair.
Well, can I ask one follow-up question real quick? I mean, Lamont, let's keep it real. Just in your opinion, what do you think happened October 7th?
I have no idea. I was not there. I have no clue.
What you read.
I know people died. It looked scary. And it was terrifying. That's all I know.
I don't even know how to proceed with this. It got me off guard. Like, I'm lost now.
Yeah, I just find it funny, Rafi. He says he has all this information. He's done all this research on all these other subjects. But we asked him about October 7th, and he doesn't know.
No, he says that the fucked up part is he doesn't count them as terrorists. Well, they did. Hold on. 1 second. No, what I'm confused is, he's telling me October 7th was a scary moment. And people that create scary moments aren't recognized as a terrorist in his eyes. I'm confused.
I mean,
contradicts each other.
No, the first day of the Iranian
for this current operation, for the people that were bombed in those schools, it was a terrorist attack. So if you're a victim of violence, of course it's terrifying and it's horrible. But there's a legal definition for all of these things. So all I'm saying is, in international law, the majority of nations do not consider Hamas a terrorist group. So that's a fact. You can like it, you can dislike it. But let me ask you a question.
Wait, they don't consider people that use suicide vests, car bombings pioneered in the 1980s by the Tamil Tigers, those aren't examples of terrorism law? I'm only asking because I studied this stuff in college. I studied Middle Eastern history, Islamic theology, and terrorism, counterterrorism, before they told me to come back when I had better grades. And like a key feature of a terrorist actor is the use of asymmetric tactics to inflict intentional harm on civilians with military targets. Hamas's intention is not to hit military targets, it's to cause as many civilian casualties as possible. How is that not a terrorist?
You need to be debating at the United Nations. Let me take a list of nations that
The UN is a fucking joke, Marshall. Sweetheart, the UN invited the Islamic Republic of Iran to come and debate about human rights. Human rights? The Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a fucking joke. The UN is a fucking joke.
Well, no, the UN saw the nation state of Israel, right? In the wake of World War II, France, Britain, the United States, Russia, and maybe one or two others are on the Security Council of China. There we go. They don't work as well as they used to, but I've spent the better part of 15 years studying this. The UN's allowed to say what they want to say, but they're wrong. The use of car bombings, the use of suicide vests, the use of lobbing missiles without the intent of hitting military in an asymmetric play to force the person they have a beef with to bend. It's not an outright military for military strike. It is an intentional infliction of civilian harm as the first principle of attack. Military takes a backseat to that and has. And I will say this in case we get into this little chasm. Terrorism is not subject to a religion or political ideology. It can be used by anybody on earth and has been. Genghis Khan, for example, used it, right, when he attacked cities. He used terrorism to get people to do what he wanted. But the arguing that Hamas is not a terrorist group because they go out of their way to intentionally attack civilian targets from, by the way, UN protected targets, which they have done since their establishment in 1987. This is chronicled in a report by United States STRATCOM, Strategic Command in Europe. They did one in 2013 and an update to it in 2019. And it's about 30 pages and sketches out Hamas's use of those UN-sanctioned sites, their tunnels under civilian infrastructure, and their intention to hit civilians before soldiers or military targets as a key way they operate. So you can debate with the UN all you want. The UN's not telling the truth. The definition of terrorism that you can get, the legal definition, includes everything I just said, right?
Also, you said right away at the first day America caused terrorism of the war in Iran. Now, let me ask you a question with all the research and reading you do and all this information you get. Is there a difference between an action with intent or without intent? It depends on if you're the most advanced superpower, advanced radar system, the most capable military in the world. You don't get to make mistakes like that. So yeah. So the best military power also had a jets go down, correct? Sure. So there are flaws in life, correct? Without a question. Okay, so why did we come to a conclusion
resolution, that was a terrorist act. What needed to be with intent in your eyes and not a mistake or a rogue missile or something functioning, or we don't even know if it's American missile too, correct? Because nobody was realistically allowed to go on the ground. What was the missile? What was the intent? And what would America benefit by doing something like that? Like, we know what a
biggest corrupt organization fine. But if you want to tell me that 181 sovereign nations, something is wrong with their thinking and they have their intelligence or not as well informed as Americans, I think it's the other way around.
I don't think they're less intelligent or somehow stupid. I think they're not reading the correct legal definition, and they're making an excuse for somebody acting in a way for a political cause they still happen to be sympathetic to. So therefore, it's not terrorism.
You're projecting.
Right.
You're the minority.
Okay, fine. I'm the minority. But if people don't want to read legal definitions and they don't want to read the dictionary or the encyclopedia, I can't fucking help that. Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
There's also nuance here that's being missed of, what people vote on at the UN on resolutions is specific to that resolution. Then you go look at nations' personal policy, right? Like in the United States, we have the State Department, the FBI, that designate terrorist organizations. Most countries in the West also do the same designation. There are 30 plus nations that have Hamas, the military wing, designated in their country under their law as a terrorist organization. Now, what they vote on a resolution at the UN is a completely different conversation than what their optic framing is in their own laws, in their own countries, in relation to protecting their own population from the people tied to the entity. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that, yes, Luong is right about what their votes are on recent resolutions at the United Nations. Those are politically driven votes by the ambassadors representing those countries, usually in direct response to actions, right? A lot of the world is very unhappy with Israel's actions and with the United States supporting Israel's actions. And therefore, at the UN, they're going to vote a certain way on resolutions. There's also the political expedience that the United States is almost always going to veto any resolution that damages Israel. So if you are another nation, you can gain political brownie points by voting in favor of things that you know are never going to take into effect and never going to be addressed by the Security Council because the United States and the UK are going to veto their way through it. So using UN votes on specific resolutions or committees from the UN with selected member states sitting on those commissions or committees is kind of a flawed way to look at how countries look at and identify Hamas, right? Versus what are their domestic and national policies of who they do and don't define as terrorists. And the vast majority of the Western nations who live in a manner similar to the United States have Hamas designated in their own systems as a terrorist organization.
30 out of 165, 195. So it's 165. Still haven't done.
Big joke, right? There's a number of those nations that I don't care what they ever say because they are shitholes without plumbing.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Brent. And it doesn't mean that the United Nations approved something. It doesn't mean that it's correct. And every country does not have this same standard as the rest of the country. I'm not saying they're better or worse, but the standards are different. And when you're dealing with the Muslim countries, like, the governments like the Iranians or the Hamas or the similar, you should understand that what is the priority? Is it the rule of engagement or the religious? Because yes, the rules of engagement, the war, how it needs to be, the conventional war, this and that. But at some stage in the religion, it says that if it is for the benefit of the Muslim, you can lie and you can do whatever that keeps the religion in the place, right? So then you ignore all of those conventional rules and whatever that you have ordered in the United Nations and this and that, right? So it becomes, how to say that, neutral. Those things that you're signed up.
Like you're going to the Hamas and this and that, you think that they don't know what are the rules of engagement, what is the symmetrical and asymmetrical wars? Of course they know. But because they know that they cannot achieve anything with the conventional accepted way, then they go sideways. And even though that they're killing their own people in their ideology, it means that, okay, these are the collateral damage which we sacrifice our own nation for the sake of the religion. This is actually this is the situation when you have a war with the ideological system. We're talking about the international because I'm from Iran, so I can speak on behalf of my country at this pretty my opinion. Like for those people who say that hey, the war and then the hurricane hit the school and this and that, we don't know that. First of all, second, if it hit the school, consider yourself in a position that you don't have an enemy and that enemy is attacking you from some particular points, right? And they're using the human shield, right? Let's just simplify. In the real world, you don't have a kid or mother or sister or one of your relatives got hostages and and your parents are there and there is another civilian and you wanted to release your parent and save them. What you gonna do? At some level, you need to make a decision because otherwise they're gonna kill you. So what you gonna do? You're gonna stay, just relax and say that hey, okay, we cannot attack them or kill whatever it is. Yes, it is not right. I understand, but what is the solution? At the end of the day, you need to save your life, and it goes for the Americans as well and the Israelis and whoever it is. So do not say, oh, intentionally targeted the child. No, first up. It was the second day or the third day of the war. Why they allowed the kid to be in the school? First question. Second, why the school is in the military base? The second, right? And why, when it is war going on, why do you still keep the children inside of the school? Of course, it's on the fact that we cannot still prove that bomb or the missile was the American missile or the Iranian. We don't know yet. But these questions need to be answered as well. So why is that? And going back to my take on the previous conversation that you had with China and other countries, and this war for the United States is not sustainable because it's going expensive and expensive. We understand that because look at the minimum wage in the United States comparing to China. Of course, Americans are gonna lose. How many missiles they can produce within an hour is a very simple example. And how many Americans? How many laws you guys need to pass on in the United States to do something, and how many comparing to the other people? And still, the AI hasn't replaced the human power in a different. So it is inevitable. That's the way that we see it in Iran. Like how much you guys are paying per soldier and how much China is paying. Is this sustainable? Maybe they're paying the fraction of what you guys are paying. So it's not going to be. So the short answer is that as soon as possible to hit whatever you need to hit and reach out to the objective because the more it goes, it becomes more expensive and no matter who is the president or the administration, it's going to put the pressure on the people, of course, eventually, because this is the taxpayers' money at the end of the day. But it needs to be finished. There is no negotiation. Is not going to, be the solution with these people. We have tried these negotiations for the past 47 years and even longer throughout different parties, different negotiators, different administrations. It didn't really fix the problem. So it's doing the same thing. How is it going to fix the problem again now? So just waiting there and keeping the aircraft carriers, which cost millions of dollars, and just to negotiating with the terrorists, which their majority of their own people are not agreeing with them. I don't know how it's going to go. That's my opinion. Thanks.
I have to turn on raising for temporarily, guys. If anybody wants to come on stage, more than welcome.
Is anybody talking? I can't hear. I'm sorry.
You can speak.
I just want to thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Nice talking to you. Good to see you, Marshall. And catch you guys next time.
Bro, you're the first to say we're in the bush. We like straight answers. Yeah, dumpster. I don't know where the fuck you're
in the Yeah, that's not audible.
Welcome, Jakob. They are welcome.
We seem awfully weak right now. I just hope Trump has it actually call their bluff.
Ali, do you know what it means to be quiet when someone is speaking? Or are you from a third world, some kind of
Ali, when you support the rape of young women before killing them, again, you're gonna be the last person to speak on my fucking stage, you piece of shit.
Typical emergency support.
Oh, it's showing me to your audience. I'm gonna put you into the audience if you don't shut the fuck up. But yeah,
No, their game plan for the past X number of years has been to delay. Past several weeks, it's gone on for too long. Someone needs to show them the price of delay.
Well, where's
I want to say hi to Rafi and my friend Jakob.
I want to welcome
Everybody all's well. Hope everything is going great.
I haven't seen you in a long time, brother.
Why isn't Jeff opening rooms?
I don't know. Yep.
He's busy.
Hey, buddy.
He found his significant other. That's what I think.
All's well. Everything is good.
Well, he's working on some projects, I think.
Yeah, he's working on his physical fitness.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Billy, you can open a room.
No, I
You've got so many fun. Why can't you?
I don't know.
Billy, I would follow you wherever.
Click the plus sign.
I don't have the patience to wait to find people filling it.
Oh my God. Amir, what was so funny?
Everything about it. What's not funny about it?
Hey, buddy. Hope everything is good.
I guess accurate representation. What's going on?
Evacuation of the north side.
North side evacuation.
Who's talking about Israel?
For sure.
Amir, are you happy that they had to evacuate the northern part of Israel? Because of the bombs?
You know, that's the eventuality.
Everybody hope all's
It was going to happen anyway.
It's gonna happen anyway.
Thought, and then action.
Right.
Nice.
That's not what it means.
It's nice to see what it means.
No, actually, it's about compensation, not retaliation. That's a literal reading.
There we go. Let's dance.
Rabbis teach us that it's what is the cause of an eye? Because if we just I poke at your eye and you poke at my eye, then my brother's going to go after your brother's going to go after my sister, my aunt's going to go after your wife's cousin's first sister's daughter. It's going to go throughout history. But if you poke at my eye, the rabbis say, here's how much you owe. Quiet. Here's how much you owe for that eye that resolves all future claims. Back and forth.
No. It's not population number. You know what?
Yeah, I'm a mathematician. Yeah, I know.
We have more eyes than you, so he's going to be blind first.
Look, the Quran has a literal eye for an eye. The Torah's eye for an eye is not.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Rafi. Freaking, I was loading up skid loaders for my business, so.
We're going to load that too. north side first, then the middle side, then the south side, then you'll be in the sea.
What I was going to tell Armin, are you there?
No.
Armin?
He's gone.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Never mind.
Sorry, I'm back. So, Ali came on stage and he's quiet. Oh, Brent, did you meet Ali ever?
He only talks when someone else is talking.
Yeah, I know Brent. Another boys joined this school.
Another bias.
Wow.
You're all bored.
Ali. Sorry, I'm going to keep up.
No, we're not gonna do it like this. So we're gonna just say who he is.
Don't talk.
It doesn't matter who he is, as long as he's telling the truth.
Amir,
It matters,
one second.
please.
It matters because when he's telling me the truth, that he basically is in agreement of raping young women before killing them.
No, man.
So they can
Who said
go to
that?
fuck. Oh, that's your friend Ali here. That matters what he says. Because when I questioned him, he tried to pivot. He tried to beat around the bush and avoid that fucking question. He tells me he's not an IRG supporter. This piece of fucking shit.
I am. Maybe he's not.
And you're always no. Several seconds ago, a man said that it was not United States missile hit at the school, targeted the school, and you let him to do so. But United States itself accepted that it was US missile actually that targeted the school girls. So you let him.
But more crimes is no less than
You just said the United States said that they hit it, and the way you said it, like they hit it on purpose, right? So we what was the purpose of them hitting? Why did the IRGC tell you the purpose of that hit? No, it's fair enough.
Yeah, okay, just if you want me, I can explain. But US itself accepted that it was Tomahawk missile of US in the war. So.
Are you going to sit down about that?
Okay, so I'm going to ask that if you are not directly talking, please mute yourself. We end up with an echo if 3 or 4 people stay unmuted. So if you're part of a dialogue, great. If you're talking,
short
great. But if you're not, you don't need to stay on mic the entire time.
I'm not interrupting you, though.
Okay, Amir,
Are you blind
for the
already?
love of fucking God, shut the fuck up while I'm speaking or you're going to be out of the room faster than anybody in the history of the room.
Is that your power?
We'll bring it back up. Otherwise, you are welcome to get the fuck out or be polite to everybody. It's pretty fucking simple. Don't stay on mic.
Thank you, Brandon. I love you. And let's go back to Ali. Ali, so what was the purpose of America hitting a school full of girls? What did they benefit out of? What did the IRGC tell you the benefits would be from that?
Talking point number 4. Turn the page.
Was I audible for that one?
Yeah.
I was just telling him to reference IRGC talking points for June 1st, page 2, item 4.
I also wonder what he thinks about Flight 752 that IRGC shot and killed 176 people, including many kids. What does Eddie think of that?
That's a great question, Matza. I love it when a woman asks a great question.
Yeah, so far in this group, I basically said things were very close to what Lee Wong said, but do you want to also claim that Lee Wong part of IRGC? So basically,
No, but Wong was wrong about terrorism, just dead wrong.
Which is not right. It shows that this group is very white. So somebody came
No,
here.
sir. If we did that to you, you would call it terrorism. Why?
because it would be the intentional targeting of civilians over military targets with the express intent to inflict harm on innocent people who have nothing to do with the conflict. You would call it terrorism too. When your side does it, it's also terrorism.
Yeah, kind of what you're doing in Cuba, right, Marshall?
You're not doing that to Cuba even remotely. Marshall, hold on. I swear to God, I just said 2 minutes ago, one fucking mic. Ali and Marshall are having a dialogue. There's no reason Yarrow needs to unfucking mic. There's no reason anybody needs to unfucking mic. Have some self-control or get the fuck out. Last warning anybody's getting, I'm going to start just tossing people. Because I'd rather have a smaller room with people who can actually engage with some fucking decorum than the nonsense trolley shit that seems to be happening. So Ali and Marshall, go ahead and go back to your dialogue. When you're done, we'll go back to the room talking. Everybody else, shut the fuck up.
It wasn't. We are not even sure that it was American missile that hit the schoolgirls. But U.S. itself accepted that it was a Tomahawk missile from the army.
I guess.
And he also claimed that it was on the second or third day of war, but it was exactly on the first day of war, and it was one of the very first targets. That school was on even Google Maps for 10 years. It was one of the first targets, and everybody knows that Tomahawk missiles have the precision level of meters, not kilometers, meters. So they exactly know where they hit, and that the school was on Google Maps. And they targeted that place at least for 3 times. So if it's not intentional, if it's not an act of terror, then what it is? What it is. So everything I say is
So I have a friend coming in.
No, he's here. I just want to apologize to friend right away.
So, Ali, I missed the very last you asked me. What's your dream job? Excuse me. I would never dream about working.
I actually said this for
If you have really
someone.
I was tired, and I was
Schoolgirls in Europe.
I was tired, and I was
It's done with the United States or not, and I just elaborated on the situation very well. Yeah.
Gotcha. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your opinion.
But you didn't answer my question.
Can I answer?
Ali, you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, let Dumpster interject. He's more military.
I didn't hear your question.
I was tired, and I was done.
752.
752.
I was tired, and
to Ukraine. And that they avoided it took them 4 days to admit that it was that evil to do it. They first said no, even though they knew they did.
Yeah, that was also an act of terror. And also what the United States does in the Middle East, they are also act of terror. So Iranian people are dealing with 2 terrorists at the same time.
And you accept that IRGC is terrorist?
I accept that, yes, they have done very bad things.
No, not very bad things. Are they terrorists or not?
I was tired.
They have done act of terrorists, yeah. And United States done that also. 100 times more.
Can you define terrorist act by using those terms? Can you definition of a terrorist act?
Yeah, terrorism is whatever happens right now in Lebanon, that Israel targeted a 900 years old, historical site. It was a shadow, beautiful shadow.
I pass around, I just thought you were the one. I'm nervous for them to ring. I'm just like, how to propose? I don't know. I was like, you're so beautiful. I'm gonna take you out the streets, I swear to God, right? I pass around, I just.
And what should people say terrorists?
They are right now fighting with the terrorists, and they're gonna.
I'm always tired, and I'm always annoyed, and I'm always
This is why I made my Rafi, if you're curious about or what I mean. So my people right now are very united. They are fighting against the invasion of US. And finally they're gonna solve the internal.
You found my channel. I'm not gonna ask you to like or subscribe or anything, do. Thank you so much. It means
something.
Say something, yes.
Slaughtering your own people isn't an internal issue. You are not allowed to slaughter your own people and say that it is our internal issue.
And
You can't do whatever you want on people and say that it is our internal issue.
And you're not allowed to come
just for vacay.
and start war overseas and kill civilian people.
Okay, you want to see the start of the war? Let me tell you the start of the war, sir. Let me tell you the start of the war.
Because at
The
least
start of the war is when we were kids in schools of Iran, and they made us chant "Death to America" every morning. That's the start of the war. The start of the war is counting down the destruction of Israel in every square in Iran. That's the start of the war.
Hold on, Ali, 1 second. You said your people. You said your people are fighting. You said your people are fighting for your country right now. The only people that are fighting for your country, and if you say these are your people, they're IRGC members, because the civilians aren't fighting. The one that want to be free from the IRGC. So you clearly are admitting that you're an IRGC supporter. These are your people.
No, I'm just against war. And I'm gonna stay against war as the
sure, but the people that are fighting, the people that are fighting.
Of course he's IRG. He's been telling me, why are you even engaging with me when you know and blah blah blah. Of course he is.
So,
but it doesn't mean that he cannot.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you.
He was telling
No.
Liwang is politely
no.
anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. And Liwang has a very different reason for having the taste Liwang has.
Anti-Semitic. You are labeling everyone who against war as
excuse me, you need to pause yourself because I labeled one person.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
To his credibility. And what he is credibly
Bro,
known for on this app is being anti-Jew, anti-Semitic, very pro-America, throwing everybody else out. That is what he is reputably known for on this app. So when you throw in
the first person, nothing else.
Ali, 1 second. Brand, I got a mod.
Most people
great version. Mod you.
Not you.
Version or anything to all the females in the room. You have every right to fucking throw them out. I'm glad you fucking do not stand for that bullshit.
Thank you. I've never done so before, but I'm definitely gonna be dictatorial with these dictatorial aspects.
Hey guys, I would like to hear from fucking Canadian Jarl. Come up, Jarl.
Wait, what? What? Why? What did I do?
I just like dreadful bullshit.
Are you also anti-Semitic? Or you have against war?
So here's the thing. I always find it interesting when people who are not Jewish think they get to decide what is and is
Bro, no way! You found my channel.
Really
most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
In the politest way you can possibly.
Bro, no way!
But you've been in enough of our rooms that everybody understands that if the choice was Israel and the United States or IRGC, it's very clear which side you support of the conversation, right? I'm not giving you the option for a third rail, right? If the framing is, no, I'm going to give you an opportunity here. If the framing is You either support the United States and Israel and the actions they're taking, or you support the Islamic Republic regime of Iran. Which one would you say you support? And I don't want a long pontificating answer. I just want you to answer the question very simply. There's two options. In this conversation, in the conflict, in terms of who you think is better and who you think is the problem, are you in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran, or are you in support of Israel and the United States? It's a very simple question.
No, my options are not only...
No, they are, or you're going to get silenced, because I asked you a question that has two definitive options. This does not make up your own. This is a question with two options. You can choose not to participate, and we'll move on to somebody else.
I choose...
Are you choosing to not participate, or are you going to answer the question? Those are your two options.
Not to answer to this specific question.
Okay, we're done. We can move on to Yarl now, because Rafi, I'm done pandering with that. If he wants to come up in like 10 minutes, he can. But I'm done with people dodging questions. If you think it's an unfair question, just call it an unfair question and say you don't want to answer it. But the nonsense of dodging a question, if you don't like the question we ask you, then simply don't engage with it. It's that fucking simple. But Yarl, I have not heard what you've had to say on the room topic, and I know Ocean wants to go there, so why don't we hear a little bit of what Yarl has to say today?
Yeah, I didn't actually have anything to say, but I do now. What you just did is you gave him a set of binary questions.
Yep, I did. I gave him a binary question to answer.
Yeah, but if you ask, so it's the oldest trick in the book, right? It's like asking somebody is murder right or wrong, and then they're obligated to answer yes or no.
Which by the way,
whatever, dude.
Is a fucking question, right? I teach constitutional law sometimes, right, at night, a couple times a year. And that is a question. That is an essay question, right? You can ask a question that you think is unfair. A question does not have to be something in the terms that you want it to be, right? I can ask a question in whatever binary I want to. If you don't want to engage with the question, it's not create your own seed. It's not pick your own menu item that doesn't exist, right? You're right. I, with intention, created a very simple...
Taught me, and then you say you have to answer by yes or no.
Well, you don't have to answer. You don't even have to answer.
The question is, this is what's funny. Nobody has a gun to anyone's head, right? When I ask a question, and it's a binary question, you can answer A, you can answer B, or you can choose not to answer.
Okay, Brent, let's start over. Can you say the question one more time? Please, brother.
I mean, the question was very specifically to Ali. It doesn't really matter to anybody else in terms of... Because Ali was being referenced as being pro-IRGC. And I was giving him a very clear opportunity to answer a very simple question. In the context of the war, of the current conflict between the United States and Israel with the Islamic Republic of Iran, which side did he think was in the wrong? It's a binary question, but it's a very simple one to give him the opportunity to say, yes, I support the Islamic Republic of Iran, or yes, I support Israel and the United States. To clarify what people were accusing him of. To clarify what people were accusing him of. I was giving him a very clear opportunity to demonstrate to the room which one of those entities he thinks is in the right. So the question isn't to everybody. It was specifically to him because people had accused him of being pro-IRGC. So I was giving him the opportunity to let the room know in his own words whether he is or not.
Maybe he could have been like, I think it's too black and white. I don't want to respond to that question.
Yeah, he could have done that. Again, you can choose not to participate.
Your questions are extremely limiting to discussion. If I ask again, I'll say, well,
intention, Yarrow. You know what's really interesting? You never open rooms that we all go into. You just come into our rooms, right? You can open your own room and then decide how broad you want the questions and discussion to be, right? And I would love for you to open a house and open rooms, and then we'll all come in and we'll participate in the way you participate in our rooms, right? But you're not going to control how the questions are asked. I asked a very simple question because I did not want a long pontification of nonsense. I wanted to give him the opportunity out of his own mouth to say whether or not he supported the United States and Israel, or he supported IRGC, because people in this room have accused him of supporting the IRGC. It was a simple, limiting question on purpose.
I'll say touch gloves. I'll say touch gloves or not. Move onwards. Touch gloves or not. Move on. Move onwards.
Yeah, I don't know why you're trying to steer somebody else's room. Same thing goes to
No, but I feel like respectfully. I didn't mean not be rude. I'm just saying I feel like that. I don't know. Not bad for introducing.
I don't like why people say that was a bad question. It's actually a very valid question you can ask an Iranian right now. Every Iranian has just two options now. Okay? Just two options. And they are the exact options that Brent said in his question. So that was a very valid question. And I hate it when non-Iranians that have nothing, that have not been in that situation, they claim that they're...
Didn't hear his option because you kicked him off stage.
Because he refused to answer.
And we know him for months. We've been having these conversations for months. He's on the side of Khamenei, Ali Khamenei, the one that massacred our people. Because...
Joe, I have a question for you. Are you ready for it?
It's not a binary question.
I'm just having a question. Just have a question for it. If you don't want to answer it, don't answer it. So, people in China having a better life, or the people in the United States of America having a better life?
Depends where you are on the class spectrum.
No, in general.
In general, Americans have a better quality of life.
Oh my god, just stop being a miserable son of a bitch. It's not that fucking hard.
You misunderstand? Did you misunderstand? I said
No, you are always a miserable son of a bitch. You are mad about the way America treated Candace. You come into these fucking rooms and you take it on to everybody. I will do the same thing to you right now that I did to you the other day. You are a miserable son of a bitch. I have nothing better to say.
You didn't disagree on anything so far? Let us have a disagreement.
How about you participate in a way that's got, I don't know, some fucking manners? Your mother certainly taught them to you, and apparently you are not good enough to use them.
I said Americans have a better quality of life on average than Chinese citizens, Marshall. What did you think I said?
No, I like these types of
complimented.
No way!
You have to admit.
Everybody going out of his kids, we begin to the end, but that's where we begin to feel it. Really kids, and we bring it the moon. Bring it out and we bring it the moon. Similar to the trickle soul, to the depths of your rest, and you take it slow to get it out. Everybody going out of his kids, we begin to the end, but that's where we begin to feel it.
Chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over
personal attack because it's not useful for the room.
Well, I'll just say, Viva la America, Viva la America, and Viva la Israel. Boom. There you go. Next.
Did you say something to Masa about the flight?
Yeah, you're going to go with how about the U.S. shooting like the other plane of Iranian?
Of course. That was a precise point that you made.
And that's how it works for you. What about it?
No, just this is a simple question. Do you know about it or no?
Just shut up and listen.
Just about what? Tell me.
The 3rd of July, 88, flight 655.
Yeah, I know.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million YouTube channels. I'm not going to ask you to like, comment, or subscribe, but if you do, thank you, and have a great day.
Oh my God.
This is what you've seen this year.
Hold on.
YouTube short are super rare.
Hold on.
100 million YouTube channels.
Whoever you talk about, go ahead. What's your point?
There's no point. I'm just trying to make a point.
Why the fuck?
Here's the thing. Why the fuck you bring up something if you have no point to fucking prove? So your point, hold on. Your point is who started killing who? That's your point.
Let me explain.
I'm talking about international terrorism.
Hold on.
International terrorism.
Everybody's
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million YouTube channels. I'm not going to ask you to like, comment, or subscribe. But if you do, thank you, and have a great day. The chances...
will let you know, and that goes to everybody.
Then I'm next. Brandon, I'm next. I'm next.
I know.
That's what he's doing.
Could Old Metal not really have done all those incredible things he does in the movies with his metal teeth?
Like fighting through the cable of a cable car.
Exactly.
To test this myth, Adam and Jamie built steel jaws and mounted them to a hydraulic press to see if they could really sever a steel cable like in the movie.
I've got steel jaws which are made to exactly the specifications that I can parse. Pretty much identical to me.
First, they tried biting the cable with normal human strength.
170 pounds. He's not doing nothing to the cable, man.
It's not even a movie, it's not denting it.
There was a mark or a smack on his ear.
Next, they modified the steel jaws and used a hydraulic press to get superhuman force.
So this is Jamie's super strip teeth, real cable, 20,000 pounds of pressure. Your teeth are doing some damage.
It's pretty well maxed out, though.
That's 20,000 pounds of pressure, and it still ain't through that cable.
We used so much force on this to invent a hydraulic press. It's still the idea that human with some kind of metal teeth would like a cable like this, it's just not happening.
At this point, I'm telling you guys, at this point, it's
The chances of you seeing the chances of you...
Okay, Mike, just let me know.
Hey, you found my channel. I'm not gonna ask you to like or
That's
subscribe.
why I'm gonna make a statement, dude. I hope they fucking smear bacon grease all over all the fucking ordinance surrounding none of IRTC motherfuckers, including that. Never get a day to walk in fucking. I'm saving the border. I can't wait. Fucking, I can't wait, dude. Fucking 72 days birth of all their fucking stuff. You want to know how to stack a body? Bitch, you want to know how to stack a body? You want even know? I got answers. I got answers tougher than you. Yeah. Fucking, hey, isn't necrophilia part of your fucking religion, you piece of shit? Fucking cuck. Alright, I'm done, Brent. Fucking dumb cuck.
Of course you're done with your Marines. Of course, you're done.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm going to put him in the audience for a minute. We're going to bring Ali back up, and everybody is going to engage with Ali one at a time. Nobody bring Amir back up until we're done having the conversation that we have with Ali, because he gets to sit in the audience for a minute. We can't have two people on mic chiming in and yelling. It'd be fantastic. Ali, if you don't want to come up, that's fantastic too. You are also welcome to sit in the audience or leave. You have your hand up, which is why I assumed you wanted to come up. But you also don't have to, and we can just move the fuck on with the conversation. It's up to you.
You are very wise people. I have nothing to say because you never listen. You always jump into
Okay,
conversation.
well, that's good. You're going to attack people, you're not going to be up here because, well, I'm just going to be disrespectful to you because I decided the entire room to give you an opportunity to try and have a conversation. And you decided to give me like a whiny little...
Yeah, I hope Amir fucking gets his head shoved up his ass and fucking forgets myself. Fucking cocksucker.
They said I'm begging the water. I'm like, please let me go.
Someone fucking stacks me.
I don't know, bro. Who that is? Girl, you fucking yeah, she's on that dick.
Doesn't matter how disrespectful to women. Yeah, I found something.
Till you shut the fuck up.
No way. I'm on my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the
By the way, Joe, by the way, I really care. I really don't. You can write your fucking morals all you want, Joe, but the reality is, evil people don't get gone until you fucking make them disappear.
You know, I understand you want to ride the moral horse of saying that life is a life and humanity is humanity. Unfortunately, you know, good people die when bad people still survive. Think about that. If you can't acknowledge that, you know, God bless you, dude, but if you can't acknowledge that, then you need to acknowledge that good people will continue to fucking die.
No way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
And then you're gonna see what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna be crying like a little bitch. And then we're gonna be fucking laughing at you.
In America, they're coming to Canada to fix the fucking bullshit of them just blockading the fucking, fucking cucks all the way into it. And then it's like, oh, I don't know what happened. Look at England. England's having a fucking problem by letting all those fucking erratic motherfuckers, you know, I'm not saying all fuckers are bad. Okay? I'm gonna say that there are some monumental individuals who are Muslim. But when you have a radical mindset that comes in like a fucking cancer and tries to purge the fucking world of good people, and yes, some people might disagree with me on good Muslims, but there are good ones, Ocean.
They're doing tequila.
Probably, but just saying, dude, when the radical mindset
Muslim, who do they preach? Who?
Who do they preach?
Who do they preach? Fucking Muhammad. Who the fuck is Muhammad? A person who has sex play. A person who's married a 6-year-old, fucked a 9-year-old.
Bro, no way!
Who fucking waged tens of fucking wars and killed thousands of people. So how could you?
Bro, no.
He preached.
The conversation between me and Ocean. The conversation between me and Ocean.
So how could you believe in somebody who did all of this? And once you do that, you're not going to be a follower of that piece of shit. Once you're not a follower of piece of shit,
you're talking about somebody. This is between me and Ocean.
Shut your fucking ass up. This is not
criticize.
when I'm talking, shut the fuck up. Alright? So if you don't follow that Steffi, then you're not a Muslim anymore. And if you're not a Muslim anymore, you cannot be a good fucking practicing Muslim. There is no good practicing Muslim, my brother. There is none. Zero. If they are, they probably were born in a Muslim country with Muslim family. But once they realize what the fuck is Islam and what the fuck Muhammad did, they would not fucking be practicing Islam.
Okay, then you know what? I transitioned my verbiage. I know Muslims, but not practicing Muslims, because I've met really good humans that come from a Muslim heritage.
They're Muslim on paper. They don't practice
Muslim on paper. How's that?
Because once you practice Islam, you have to read the Quran. Once you go to all these fucking violent verses, all this fucking bullshit, piece of shit verses, once you go to Hadith, once you go to fucking Qiyas and Ijma, once you read all of this, you're a practicing Muslim. You're going to read all this. Once you realize they say women are deficient in intelligence, fucking religion, once they say, you see that they say, oh, you drink camel urine as a medicine, how you fuck the 9-year-old and all that. Once you know all of this, how the fuck you can be a practicing Muslim and be a good person? You cannot be. You are a piece of shit. If you know all of this and you support and defend it, you are a piece of fucking shit. I don't even count you as mentally ill. You are a piece of shit motherfucker who actually fucking wish you could fuck a 6-year-old.
I'm sure. Why are you young, brother? I know, but I'm trying to say that yes, it does make sense. It does, and I do process it. But all I'm trying to make sure I'm putting out there is I have met Muslims, I've met bi-Muslims, I've served with great individuals that come from a religious background of Muslim. Yes, folks, in the United States military, I've served and currently still serving with great, not practicing, based
verbiage has been discussed, but they are great individuals.
Yes, but all of them are just born in a Muslim family. They're not practicing Muslim. They can't be, you know, all, especially all the things you said, they can't be practicing and be gay. Fucking forbidden. They fucking kill them.
I know, but these are also individuals that, you know, when their mom and dads call up, you know, freaking, there's whatever you gotta say, whatever, and, you know, yep, everything's good on this side, mom and dad, whatever, hoopta-doopta, and, you know, but when I'm getting at Ocean, and what I'm trying to really target on, is when you have a radical mindset, and the same can be said by Christians, by Catholics. When you have an individual that takes it and goes complete radical, you know, it's a cancer. And unfortunately, innocent good people, folks, pay the consequence for negligence of world letting.
That's another problem I have with you, man. There is no radical Muslims. There's no such a thing. It doesn't exist. Islam in general is radical as fuck. And whoever practices it is a fucking radical person. And whoever doesn't practice Islam, they're not Muslim. They were just born in a Muslim fucking country or Muslim family. They don't say they're Muslim. They drink alcohol. They fuck girls. They outside of marriage. They do all this shit. They're not Muslim. There is no such a thing as radical Muslims and not radical Muslims. That doesn't exist. Every single Muslim who practices Islam.
Ocean, now I know. Thank you, Ocean. Thank you, Ocean. I'm sorry for hitting a heartstring, but I'm just speaking what I know. And now since you've informed me, I can transition my verbiage correctly. Thank you.
And you guys bring up whoever you want to bring up. I'm gonna eat some.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would. If you could like.
Hello, I am an atheist in the Middle East. I believe all religions are bad. Like if you read the whole story,
I didn't mean to shoot the son of a bitch. You coming off? I don't know why.
Look at this fucking list, man. We're on C3 broad daylight. We'll believe in law, motherfucker. We gotta get this law out the road.
What do you make all this?
You gotta have an opinion.
You gotta have an opinion. I mean, do you think that God came down from heaven and stuff?
What the hell are you talking about?
you're all on your high horse. Your little bird.
We ride a high horse. Thank you.
You said it's little bird, and it's not.
Yes.
They're both terrible.
Yes.
This is an old story.
No.
They're both illegible. They both illegible. I guess it's like very good. I mean, they have both black horse.
White horse, yellow horse, pink horse.
Black horse, like
the horse.
They don't both make sense. I hate when American soldiers enter Iraq, you get innocent women, you get innocent women, and they will deal with them.
You're fucking jihadist.
Which is incorrect.
Okay, sure. I'm not here to argue that fact, but it's you do get evangelical Christians who absolutely care more about corralling the Jews into Israel, who, all of a sudden there's going to be wars throughout the world. Jesus will reappear. I love how these people think they can legislate God or Jesus, have a second coming again. Like it's something they have control over. It's fucking retarded. And I was somebody who's raised.
Do you have actual statistics?
This came out of the Anglican Church, but it was only a minority Anglican church, but then ended up spreading like wildfire through the evangelical. Not because they love the Jews or support their end goal. They just want all of them to be corralled so Jesus can, reappear and cast all of them into hell. And
I have another question for you, Matthew.
Oh, what's the other question?
No, I have another question that you actually spoke to about.
I never spoke to an evangelical minister about
so what you should do, Pepe, is stay in the lane that you're in. You tell everybody
that's retarded. That's retarded. Because we know the evangelical stance. Like, are you gonna tell me that like Mike Huckabee, when he tells us what his stance is, and he has for 20 years, that is not his stance?
Okay, I'm not gonna. He was elected by our current president. That's all I know. But for you to act as if though you know all evangelicals, that you know all orthodoxy, this is what I mean, Pepe. Don't cast all of the people in the same group.
No, that's wrong. Can you tell me in which Orthodox denomination or where in Catholicism where Christian Zionism, in other words, there's when it comes to the eschatology of the beliefs within that denomination, where they have an end times rapture story that involves Jews living in a modern day nation state of Israel. It doesn't exist. I mean, but it exists. But no. You're asking me. You're saying I have to talk to them.
No, are you gonna let me answer your question? Or do you want to repeat?
You can answer. What? I didn't repeat it. That's the first time I said it.
No, I said, or would you like to repeat your question?
Okay. No, hold on. So my question was, okay, can you find an Orthodox denomination or obviously the Catholic Church is only one.
No, I got it.
Where did any of them?
Pepe, I want you to look at your Catholic Bible. Do you have your Catholic Bible there, Pepe?
No.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I don't claim to be religious.
No, Pepe, I know, but you talk about religion as if though you understand.
Okay, there's the Catholic Church, officially, okay, in other words, there's a top-down order there. And when it comes to...
What's the top-down?
Vatican? Pope?
Okay. Okay, so that means God's not on top of the Catholic Church.
Well, I mean, obviously, God is on top. But
no, that's not obvious. That's not obvious. You just said it clearly that the Pope is at the top of the Catholic Church.
Okay, when it comes to so you seem weird where they'll. It seems like in a way fundamentally change what the way Catholicism.
First of all, Pepe, number one is that you don't even know the order of the Catholic Church. Biblically, I'm talking about the Catholic Scripture. You don't know the order.
Okay, where does it say that we should support? Okay, you say I don't know it, but your claim would have to be that I don't understand why the Catholic Church, if I was a Catholic, why I should believe that that the Jews need to be in the modern nation state of Israel. Where in Catholic doctrine is that ever part of the? Where is that part of Catholicism?
Okay, hold on. I want to ask you this simple question based on what you personally believe. The 12 disciples, were they Jewish?
Yeah.
Really? So based on Catholicism, the
original Christians were Jewish.
No. Oh, we know that. Oh, so then why are you fighting against all the Jews then?
I'm not fighting against the Jews.
Oh, so who are you fighting against then? They were original. Hold on. I just want to make sure you're not on the same thing. You said the original Christians were Jews. I'm sorry?
Just go ahead.
Okay, you said the original Jews, right? The original Christians were Jews, correct?
Yeah.
So please explain to me, where was the break where the Jews left Christianity and became Catholic?
Well, under Catholic?
Catholic. Because listen, you have Christianity, you have Judaism, you have Catholicism. Please explain to me, where's the break of Jews who were Jews, they became Christian, and when did they break to become Catholic?
I don't know when they broke.
Okay, so what you need to do, so this is what I ask you to do for yourself. Instead of you using the term Christian Zionist, okay, it's an Old Testament term, not New Testament. Okay?
Since when do Christians use the Old Testament other than to basically it gives a backstory? With the New Testament under Jesus, that's where everything kind of changes.
See.
Wait. Are you gonna tell me that with the New Testament, that with Jesus, that there are not fundamental fucking changes?
It's built on different promises, Pepe, but why is it called New Testament versus Old Testament? Why?
Jesus.
No. It's so funny, man. The Old Testament and New Testament is the same. There's 66 books in what we would consider the canon. Look it up, the word canon. Okay? Within those 66 books, how Israel Christianity, quote unquote, what the world calls Christianity. But why would the term Christian be derogatory?
I don't know.
Because right now, even in 2026, you know the word being a believer and loving God is still derogatory. Do you know that?
Yeah, to atheists.
No. Liberal. And the word liberal means to go against everything that's traditional. Okay? Old Testament is the tradition of how God entered into human affairs. The New Testament is where Gentiles also get to embrace all things biblically.
Okay, so but then the fulfillment, in other words, when you say fulfillment, that obviously has to do with the covenant.
Yeah, completely.
Yes, Judaism as a religion. Hold on. So like with Catholics and Orthodox denominations, Judaism failed to exist as a religion, a real religion.
No, it did not.
Okay, a real religion.
No, it did not.
Okay, according to these two, absolutely. After the resurrection of Christ and the destruction of the second temple, which Jesus, foretold, so it's kind of like getting into his prophecy.
that was going to be the end of Judaism, and the new covenant would be with the church.
Not what it says, Pepe. Really, Pepe. When you get a chance, Pepe, please read through your Catholic Bible and tell me when in the Catholic Bible, 72 books, that it says that there will be no more Judaism. In the Catholic Bible. I don't want you to go to Protestant Bible. I don't want you to go to Orthodox. Tell me in the Catholic Bible. Because I personally thought that you guys probably said the universal church and you believe in the second covenant. Clearly in the Catholic Bible, it says the second covenant is going to happen in Jerusalem, not in the United States.
Yeah, sure. But the term Israel, so this is kind of like where it becomes hard, is that when you this is where when it comes to sola scriptura, right, you try to read the words and comprehend them in a modern day sense in English.
No, you never make it market. No, you don't make it market. There's nothing new under the sun, Pepe. The Bible says that God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, for he changes not.
But God didn't speak English. He spoke, or Jesus, excuse me.
No.
He spoke.
You got it. And there's 7,139 languages worldwide. Do you think that God don't speak to all people?
Fact. And you know this. Nobody can prove. No, hold on. Nobody can prove these were the words of God. And like it's of different religions. And it's observable, and I do think there's something weird, or perhaps, I don't know. But if we look at these religions, and even let me ask you this question though: these people, when did these rules start? When we were monkey people?
Pepe, hold on, Pepe. You go on multiple things, Pepe. Okay. So Pepe, how many times do you think that just because man has written something down, that is true?
I never will expect it to be true. It has to be.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you. It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Do you know what that means? In the beginning, God created space. No, God created space, time, and matter.
So, where did the dinosaurs fit? Hold on, where did the dinosaurs fit in all of this?
Pepe, what you got to do, Pepe? You got to follow along, bro.
I'm following along.
No, but you jumped the dinosaurs, man.
Yeah, but where did you think that humans were living at the time of dinosaurs?
Yes, I do.
Amazing.
I know. You know why, Pepe? Because I'm a creationist.
Amazing.
Do you know the difference, Pepe? Do you know the difference?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. And I can
What's the difference? So when did carbon begin to date stuff? When did carbon create man? When did carbon do anything?
Well, no, carbon dating is a way of.
I know that
but
man has made that their science. Because you know why man wants to do that? It's called ego. Do you know what ego stands for, Pepe?
Oh, okay.
You know what ego stands for, Pepe?
Yeah,
edging God out. No, edging God out. See, man wants to edge God out of all stuff. You know why?
Hold on. Because this is where I think it kind of gets interesting. So I'm somebody in God.
Okay.
Now, as I kind of think about it,
now you have this doctrine.
Amazing. And so you have this guy.
Your doctrine is you want to criticize everybody in the world. That's your doctrine.
No. Okay, yeah, I do criticize everybody, and I think you should criticize everybody.
Why do you criticize everybody?
Because to go along with whatever fucking narrative that people give you is fucking stupid. That literally makes you a fucking obedient follower. Okay?
Pepe, hold on. Pepe, what it does, Pepe, it makes you an individual when you care for yourself, Pepe. You know,
no.
Hold on, Pepe. Because we hold these truths to be self.
I don't care. I don't think Jesus cared about our fucking. To be quite frank, I don't think Jesus really gave a flying fuck about our goddamn, founding fathers.
Really? Really, Pepe?
Oh, do you think God put America? Wait, are you saying like God created the United States of America to be His? Like, are you gonna make some kind of like Jewish argument? Like, we're gonna be the light, the beacon to the world, His chosen people.
Why are you deciding to speak for Edward?
Well, no, but it's just like, but you're using.
I didn't say anything, Pepe.
This is the weird part, but this is the weird part to me is you get evangelical Christians. No, you get evangelical Christians that Americanize the fuck out of Christianity. And they make Christianity into something that is not even, it's not even, and look, I can make fun of the Catholics. You know, every Catholic, you look at Catholics in the Philippines versus France versus Italy versus Mexico versus wherever, and they all have their different patron saints, and you can make an argument that it's almost like it's pagan worship. That's fine. You know, I'm not going to push back against it. But
well, Pepe, can I ask you a question, Pepe?
What?
Do you think living by principles and guidelines is wrong?
I think that they're like doctrinaire prescriptions where it's just like you must do this, and
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Bro, no way! It looks like love. We promise already.
Our farmers are struggling, often trapped in a system. I was disappointed.
I'm back.
Yeah, we'll see how long you last this time.
Well, you wrote me off. I already know it. So, but we did have another full moon yesterday, but I looked up. I didn't see it.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Was it the day before? Could have been the cloud coverage.
A day, one way or another, isn't going to make any difference. You go out around midnight,
Right.
You're going to see a full moon.
Yeah, maybe it was the cloud coverage. I just didn't see
Well, that
it.
might have something to do with it, yeah. Or maybe the moon just disappeared for you.
Well, I like your rooms alerting the Clown House community here that there is a full moon on the horizon.
Yes. Well, the next thing coming up is another new moon, and we're past the full moon phase here, so.
Have you ever been to a moon ritual ceremony?
I've done them myself. I mean, that's part of the process.
What did you do?
We went out right around sunset, just before
before sunset on the day. Well, you can't see the new moon on the day of the new moon. It's not visible till the second or third day. So anyway, we'd go out by that sunset and view that thin little slice of moon that you see in the west just before it drops down out of sight. And that's the new moon.
Mm.
A lot of people have never seen a really new moon. I mean, they've seen thin crescents, the second or third day. It's pretty obvious by then. But the very first day it's visible, you really have to kind of look for it.
Do you think the word moon and moo from a cow and move or any other variety of moo are somehow connected, or?
Yeah, it's all. You ever heard that guy Muji?
No.
Oh, okay. No, that's not making this up. I don't know. I don't care really. I don't. Who knows?
Not like connected, but I guess what I'm saying is it's a sound with maybe multiple meanings. I just like it'd be very cool to. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of ways to analyze sound, and just looking at it phonetically and making there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot there. I haven't really studied that, but that's there if you want to study it.
Yeah, I just think like 15,000 years ago, when they had a prefixed, sound diagram of all the hieroglyphs. 1,000 years ago, looking at a papyrus or artwork on the wall, and you knew the associated sound to that symbol.
No, there aren't sounds to those symbols. They're not phonetic. Hieroglyphics are called pictograms. There's no. Whatever the sound is irrelevant.
Well, how would they read it?
That shit. Only the elite were literate back in those days. Maybe 2% of the population or something.
Really? You don't think it was
nobility, basically? In the very beginning, I mean, it spread. It didn't last long like that, but and of course the printing press really screwed them.
Well, and their quarterly or annual events, the CEO is like a showman. Same thing with Jobs and Gates. They've like a showman. Same thing with Jobs and Gates. All these mega corporations have always done these big shows to present their products, services, and sometimes they have. Well, he keeps in marketing and business to make claims of newness. It's really just, I think, the content.
That's not analysis. That's salesmanship. That's a whole different way to use language.
Partnering with them. It seems like this guy Jensen Huang is like an American. I mean, I know maybe he has some type of opinion about China, which is negative. Who knows? But it's also, I'm sure they're doing business there now. But anyways, it's just I'm not really working per se. But like if I was to try to get back into something, I mean, listening to that speech last night by the CEO of NVIDIA was like mind-blowing, because there's just so much technology out there that if that's your subject expertise.
This is just getting bullshit. Capitalism in nation states and the old religions, all that shit's going to be gone in a couple decades. And something else.
Why do you say you hope so?
We don't need, how many friends do you need? 8 billion? Jesus Christ. How many people do we need? We need to figure out what's a reasonable population on this planet so that we can maintain the environment and live at a high level of sophistication and pleasure. That's too many fucking people. Well, I mean, we could afford to keep that many people, but what the fuck for?
Yeah, but how, I mean, who are you to determine the fate of Africa?
No, they will decide. It's not up to me.
Right, so I mean...
Listen, the population rate's going down. Japan is losing population now.
Yeah,
that's all beginning. They know that Africa, they'll figure it out, They got too many people for what they got. They ain't working.
Well, do you think it's a cultural thing? Not necessarily like, I mean, to me it just seems like...
it's a historical. This is part of Earth.
This isn't something we are doing. We are embedded subsystems in a living organism of some sort that's undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. This ain't our doing.
What do you mean this is not our doing? I'm just talking about a category, nothing about the Earth being a environment and environment organism. So the Earth's environment is the sun, is the moon, is Venus, is Mercury.
That's a whole other level. That's the next level. Let's just deal with humans and Earth. That's the one we got to deal with now. But the sun will come up.
On the train, at the train stop, no hope, no future. That's where they're at. And
that's in America.
Yeah, so
you can imagine what's going on in other parts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, even at scale beyond belief, but has one of the largest platforms to do economy narration, and he has private conversations that are public, but under a fake name called Adrian Dittman.
Yeah, listen, go on. I just don't care about that shit. I got my own story. He's got his story. I think Musk is probably one of the greatest geniuses in the history of this planet. He's also toxic and definitely fucked up.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how much of a genius he is though, because if you listen to him, he's a schmuck. I mean, it's real. He plays video games.
Listen, he's on the autism spectrum. He's fucked up. That's what it is.
But he didn't build Tesla. He didn't start that company. He bought a bankrupt company. He bought a bankrupt company that already had the pre-existing
Tesla.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not shitting on the guys.
He did start SpaceX.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not really shitting on him. I'm just saying as an American, he is not.
Are you yourself as an American?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really? Okay. Well, I wonder if we can't talk.
Well, I like the game. I like playing that game. That's.
I don't. That game is toxic. I don't want anything to do with that game. I want to talk with Earthlings. Fuck Americans and Chinese and French and Germans. Fuck them. And you do.
Well, it's easy to say. I know why. You got the bigger picture idea, but I'm just saying at the micro level. Laws.
Yeah, it's still here. You got to deal with it. There's no question that America is still here, and all the other bullshit things are here, and we got to deal with that. And if you want to deal with that and think you can contribute something, I think that's great. I just don't want anything to do with it. I'm more interested in creating the butterfly than maintaining the caterpillar.
Yeah, I think I can do both though. That's what.
Yeah, you probably can.
Yeah, I don't think there's one limits the other or anything.
You gotta keep them separate, though.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know what you can do.
I don't know. I just think the future America will be.
There won't be any future America. It's gone in certainly 20 years, maybe 10.
I know, but transformation is obviously.
Russia went through this 20, 30 years ago. Broke up into a bunch of smaller, similar, states. That's what's going to happen here. Just how it's going to process and what's going to break up into what, who knows. Soviet Union did this and got through it. And now they're what?
America.
No, fuck me. What do we need America for? What do we need all these stupid countries?
Because it's a little bit like a bankruptcy liquidation.
Discussions if you want to have, but not with me.
No, I get it, but I actually wanted to talk about your title, not about what we're talking about, but we kept going.
Oh, okay. Why don't we talk about the title? That would be much more productive.
It goes back to what
that would be much more productive.
It goes back to what I was saying about what Watt says about organism environment.
All that works together. There's no place to separate it.
So, I think you and I were talking about how the subjective can create the objective.
No, I don't recall that at all.
No, we were talking about that the other day.
Your voice is.
We were talking about the Buddha and how in the beginning it says that the universe is mind, and so if you want to create the object, you just have to know the subject. That's what my point was.
Listen, that's just I have no interest in metaphysics. That's just zero interest in it.
But
That's just a
you
bunch of
know,
language speculation about it. Nobody can test or prove or do anything with any of that shit. It's just chatter. No interest in it.
well, the universe is creating the chatter in your head.
Okay.
So, what my point is if you want to change the universe, you have to change yourself. So, if you want to improve the world, the most logical, most efficient place to start is with yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You can start by cleaning up your fucking language machine.
Agreed.
That's the whole game, right? As far as I'm concerned, clean up your fucking. And I'm expecting that to happen. I'm expecting a sort of mass outbreak of people paying attention to their language machines over the next couple of years and literally waking from the trance of language. That's what I'm expecting. I know it's outrageous, but that's the plan. Humans are about to wake up in the Paleolithic trance of language.
That would be.
We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think we'll use AI to communicate with one another.
Oh, there's all sorts of possibilities. I don't think we need to worry about it. I think Earth is just ripening right on schedule, and I think, the caterpillar is well on its way to collapse, and the butterfly is beginning to assemble, and everything's going according to plan.
There's nothing.
I mean, for me, are you talking about Earth, or are you talking about me, or what? I don't get it.
Yeah, man.
A man or mankind?
Men and women, yeah, mankind.
So what happens after we die? Is that what you're asking me?
The question was, do you think it's universal, meaning that the end
is universal?
The end of your life.
Oh, I have no idea. Who cares?
Well, it seems to me like a pretty
I think it's very mysterious. I'm looking forward to it, actually. I'm beginning to think, this might be kind of interesting. And as long as there's no pain and I'm comfortable, then I'm up for death, man. I think it's probably going to be interesting. But fuck, what do I know? I don't know anything.
Well, it's got to be interesting. It's got to be interesting, but if it's nothing.
It could be nothing.
Yeah, I think there's probably a very good chance that it's nothing, but that nothing is not necessarily what we would call nothing in language.
Nothing, then, is it?
It's still a little bit like nothing, because if you go to sleep, and then you wake.
Listen, we don't know. It's a mystery. We don't fucking know. Everybody's got stories. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on here.
I know.
Maybe we'll find out when we die, or maybe we won't.
I always, people on this app, I always ask them, or I say, that's your opinion. And they go, no, that's a fact.
Yeah, no. See, you talk to weird. I don't know why you waste your time talking to people. They're all a bunch of fucking brain damaged language monkeys. It's a waste of your time to talk to most of them. It's a waste of their time, too. But everything's a waste of their time.
Well, I keep bringing up in these religious debate rooms that what's actually.
Listen, I don't want to hear it.
Well, wait, I think this is interesting. Maybe you think it's interesting.
It's interesting, but I've got stuff to do here. I mean, I've got a life here, and I've got all these projects, and I could be working on them at the moment, you see.
Well, you gotta walk and chew gum at the same time.
Huh?
Anyways, all right, I'll leave you to your study, and it's a pleasure chatting with you as always. Gift for a gift.
was blessed to open at the Red Roof Inn, girl.
Oh yeah, girl, just come on in. Doors open, honey. No shade, I might be a fan.
Imagine trying to fart and all that cum coming out. Like,
I'm gonna tell you the weird thing about
like,
it.
oh my God.
You know why I can't be a cum talker? Because somebody will come up behind.
When it comes to Iran, for sure, that missiles have actually hit Gaza, the most densely populated, one of the most densely populated areas in the world. How is it that we haven't killed 200,000 people?
You know what I think they have to do, to be honest with you? This is what they have to do. I think they go after me because I haven't seen you since yesterday, and I'm very happy to join. This is what I think they have to do, honestly. They have to give an order of evacuation and give them a fucking ultimatum. Whoever is staying is going to die. And they have to come up with a plan for evacuating those people.
To where? To where, Ocean?
No, they just have to do it. They have to come up with an idea.
Where? The only option would be, say, the Sinai, right? And Egypt won't allow that. So where? Where can they go to?
Like I said, they have to come up with a solution. Maybe to Egypt. They have to fucking fund them. I don't know.
I agree. This should be the job of the United Nations to actually protect, should be. They don't give a fuck. They know, they think, and maybe it's true, I don't know.
And whoever stays fucking murder them.
Yeah, but one sec, let's be real again. Hamas, those angels, will not allow a good percentage of the Gazans to leave. They will not, because they know it's their end. All they have is civilians on their side, meaning from a geopolitical perspective, right? All they've got is innocent people dying. You take away those innocent people, they're gone.
Yeah, but Brett, don't think all those people who are not part of Hamas, they're very, innocent people, though. Don't think that. Remember, October 7th, the numbers are 6,500 people went inside Israel. 3,500 was Hamas, and 3,000 were random ass people who were not even Hamas.
Exactly. I agree with you, and my argument to that logical argument is, as much as I feel like I'm a Zionist, and I do feel a bit sorry. If you look at when Israel departed from choice, and if they did have a choice, it was very limited. So, from my compassionate side, I do feel sorry, even for the so-called what people around you, your family, your parents, thought. You will either be killed, ostracized from the community, or whatever. So it's a fucking clusterfuck. So when people want to simplify the Israeli conflicts with specifically with the Gazans, they're just speaking from an lack of emotional intelligence. They're not actually speaking from any logical, factual perspective on the history and even the modern last 20 years of Gazan history. As I said, I'd like to hear what Pepe has to say on this subject.
I guess when it comes to this, I don't know how to put this. It's really hard to say. I don't really see that there could ever be a mutual understanding between the Gazans, the Palestinians, the Israelis, and I'll just flat out say it: the Muslim world and the Jewish state of Israel. Do you guys actually think this is something that you can overcome?
Can I just respond quickly to what you're saying? I agree with you. I think since October 7th, I don't see any sort of agreement between the two sides. Prior to October 7th, as you all know, on the streets of Israel, you had thousands of people protesting daily against Bibi, against the government. A lot of people really wanted a two-state solution, maybe naive, I don't know. But since then, since October 7th, I don't see any agreement between the two sides. I really don't. They literally shot themselves in the fucking foot,
You go back to what I said, you have to get rid of them.
Who did?
Well, I mean, if we look at the Gazans, this is the part that annoys me. I have a lot of gripes with Israel, not because of what they're doing to Palestine or any of that shit. More it has to do with politics in the United States. But I saw what happened on October 7th. Some of those demonic, evil, just flat out murder, killing random civilians. You can say they can call it a resistance movement all they want, but they killed, children, the elderly, men, women, didn't matter. They just fucking slaughtered them. Horrible. What they did was horrible. And when it came to that young woman that was, brought back into Gaza, that her body was mangled. They're spitting on her. They're desecrating her body. These people are fucking monsters. If us, as Westerners, non-Israelis, that would have happened to us by another country, they're out for vengeance.
No, I disagree with they're out for vengeance, and I truly think, and again,
I'm not speaking for you guys, but I'm saying I'm speaking for Western countries. We would be out for a large chunk of the population. Not all of us are the same, obviously. But we would be out for, or at least a large chunk of the population. Now, when it comes to Israel, different country, I'm not going to see how they operated, but they're a very small country. You have a country where this attack eclipses the attack on 9/11 in the United States. And of course, if you remember, after 9/11, you had this surge of patriotism where Americans were rather united. Okay, so the Israelis were rather united after October 7th. Very patriotic at that point. They end up. You had Jews from all over the world going in. It's to basically fight, and at the end of the day, I don't really. People like to say oh, there's these evil fucking Jews. They're just trying to kill these Palestinians, but what the Palestinians like to leave out is what they did on October 7th. And what's really interesting is that the day after October 7th, you saw the pro-Palestinians hitting the streets, marching. There was they didn't leave any time for grieving. They didn't apologize. They just basically were just oh yeah, free our people.
See, I see those protesters around the world, including Australia famously on October 9th, calling it a genocide before Israel retaliated. I honestly see that as stage 2 of October 7th, if that makes sense. Stage 1, October 7th, do a massacre. Part 2, they knew Israel would respond. Then you go part 3, on the streets around the world. That was pre-planned, if that makes sense, right? That's what I think. This was pre-planned. These protests were not just random acts of support.
Protests could have not been predicted in the way they were. Why?
Say that again.
It was pre-planned.
October 7th, the entire world get on Israel's side. It was exactly the opposite that happened.
No, that's not. No. One sec, Pepe. One sec. Bibi. Okay. One sec, Bibi. Bibi, did you say that the world was behind Israel after October 7th? Is that what you just said?
No, I'm saying that you would have thought after what actually fucking happened at October 7th, the entire world would have been on
No, absolutely.
On the side of Israel. But it's
absolutely not.
Opposite thing.
Was that surprising for you? That's what I'm saying. This was a No, it's not. It's not surprising.
It's not the way it should have happened. What
I
happened
understand.
was an atrocity.
Let me respond.
And the entire world went the opposite direction.
Let me
respond. In your utopian way of thinking, logically speaking, the world should have been behind Israel, okay? But as a Jew, growing up as a... And before, but what I'm saying is that was part of the that was... It makes total sense.
Maybe drunk and high, she'll admit it.
You're high and I'm drunk.
Yeah, she like I said, she'll easily admit it to you. But when you had different dissident movements on the internet, in particular, that where anti-Semitism became cool, Jew hating became really cool. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When it comes to like Kanye West, Nick Fuente, all of these people are before. That's fine, but okay. So being a Jew hater was rather popular on the internet in particular, and of course, most people get their media on the internet as opposed to legacy media. You have October 7th happened, and then you did see there's obviously information warfare that is happening where a lot of you get people, for example, like, do you know who Jackson Hinkle is?
No.
He's an American who has over 1 million followers. He holds every anti-American position.
Do 30 moves.
He gets to go to the after Nicolas Maduro supposedly had a democratic election. The fat fuck who's never had a fair democratic election. He was arrested. He was there at the Miraflores Palace a few years ago, where he was somehow granted access to ask him a bunch of questions. He was in Russian tanks a few years ago. After the invasion of the Ukraine, he gave a speech to millions of the Yemeni people live.
Hold on. Can I play a clip for Rio and the retarded IRGC nuts? No, I want to play a clip from Jonathan Pollard. Hold on.
Jonathan Pollard.
You should, because if you're talking about Israel and being the resistance, hold on. If you're talking about being the only resistance, I think you need to understand from a really good spy, right, and a devoted Israelite, right, what you should listen to what a spy, a devoted Israelite that is deep in the intelligence community.
I don't care about that.
Right? You are. No, he's an expert in this matter.
Oh,
right?
now the Israelis are experts. Okay, nice.
Obviously, in the matter of his own country's national defense, yes. Okay, so listen to what he has to say. How about that?
I want to listen to an Israeli fucking terrorist. I don't want
me out the room. You took me out the room. And you can't even say the nigga. You ain't even black, bitch. You said, how dare you? How dare you say this, bitch? And you ashamed of who you are. You ashamed of who you are. Ain't shit about me big but my money and my dick, bitch, and my ass.
Oh, you thought you ate?
Stop talking to me.
No.
Don't even mention me, bitch. Stop talking to me.
I gave you a command.
Stop talking to me, potato. Stop talking. Right. Nobody jump in. Nobody jump in.
Don't lie.
Stop talking to me.
Don't lie.
I swear to God, the only thing what's about to happen is I'm about to risk me. What's about to happen is I'm about to risk me and somebody's friendship right now. Because what's I got to get you finna get the fuck out of here. You are. I'm not gonna keep listening to you.
Because you're gonna kick me.
No, I'm not gonna kick you. I'm not gonna kick you. You're gonna go down to the ghoul. You're gonna sit there like a ghoul.
Out of what you came out of.
You're gonna sit down there like a ghoul.
That's okay, potato, because I'm gonna pack up Hippie. You ain't gotta worry about it. I'm gonna make Hippie into a motherfucking Subway sandwich. First, I'm gonna take the motherfucking guacamole.
Now what?
Oh, yeah, you're hated.
Nah.
You're hated.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
They
are wrong.
Nobody hates me.
You go down there for you.
Nobody hates me. You're
oh, yeah, they do hate you.
Oh, no, they hate you.
Motherfuckers want to protect you.
What about this here? Iran is in power because of Turkey, because of Turkey support.
ISIS was what? Bringing you Khalifa.
Taco Bashar. Iran is in power because of Turkey.
Yes.
So it's a puppet. Iran is a puppet.
Yeah, he's a puppet for Turkey.
At least we agree on something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good alliance of Iran. Yeah, if I'm going to choose between a puppet of Iran, right, which represents a minority of the population. Like, I'm not even, bro, I'm not even Muslim. I'm not even Muslim. Listen, man, I'm not even Muslim, right? Yeah. No. Okay, no, I'm talking about Syrian issues. I'm not talking about Muslim issues.
Go back to Syria.
So if I'm gonna choose between if I'm gonna choose between a puppet of Iran and a puppet of Turkey, I'm definitely gonna choose the puppet of Turkey. And most
you want to give yourself a fucking choice. Give your choice yourself.
This is the problem. This is the problem. You think that the majority of you think that because the majority, right, are Sunnis, their opinion doesn't matter, right? And only the Shia matters. That's what you guys are saying.
I never said anything now. What are you talking about? You represent I never said Sunni.
Okay. So why is it that my opinion on Iran? I'm saying if the option is between
go.
Oh my God! I never said it was about overthrowing. I never said it was about
running.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stay out of my country, right? And my country will be fine. It's because you got involved in my country that went to shit. You are the reason for our civil war. That's what you have to fucking understand.
They're literally overrun by terrorists, bro.
Bro, we were overrun by terrorists before that. They were just called SMEs. They were called fucking Alawis. That's what they were called.
Exactly. They're called Alawis. There you go.
Hey, Alawi, hey.
This is what I'm talking about. This is why we went in and put our foot down your throat for 14 years because you guys are
talking about Shias.
Listen, Amir, hold on. For 90 days, millions of people are on the street supporting the government. You cannot stop here on the street. You cannot talk about
exactly.
So I'm not saying anything about it wrong.
That's not true, right?
I don't know where you're getting these videos every day from, but I haven't seen anything coming out of Iran.
Ryan, there's a lot of people that support Reza Pahlavi, right? You don't like Reza Pahlavi?
A lot of people that don't support the Pahlavi but don't support the IRGC either. I would say the majority don't. They don't like
There's a lot of people Javed Shah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Listen, Javed Shah, you don't like Reza Pahlavi, Ramir?
Of course not. What you talking about?
He's the best leader we have. You know, that's all you got. That's the best leader.
Is that what you think?
He's trolling.
No, I'm asking, isn't it a good leader? But any other Reza Pahlavi is the best leader.
And they continue to do some fuck shit. I'm not gonna lie, right? But if I'm gonna choose between those two, no, I'll take
they work with
a little more lenient.
You're
I'm happy. I guess it's a Muslim country. I'm happy, but you're not, obviously.
I don't give a shit. I mean, it's the majority. Listen, man, it's the majority population. I can't blame them for being it.
Let's just say Syrians right now turn on all the Christians, like your family Christians in Syria.
Sometimes majority go
like most of them. I mean, I'm a convert, right?
I'm just saying. Christians in general.
No, I wouldn't like that. Obviously, I would not like that.
Israel did that. What about that?
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't defend Israel. I think I'm here defending it.
With Israel, what are you talking about? Are you guys here to defend Israel?
Don't want to accept it, but let's say.
It sounds like you guys defending Israel right now.
So Amir,
Especially Rio is defending Israel.
So Amir, are you saying that Iran is a partner with Israel right now?
Iran you didn't know about Contra affair, oh my God.
Bro, telling me right now.
Now you're getting cooked. That's another Lebanese that's getting cooked, man. I can't believe this, bro.
Amir, right now, what are you laughing at, bro?
I'm laughing at it. We have said we got cooked earlier multiple times. Now you're getting cooked, brother.
How am I getting cooked? You're telling me that Iran is literally dealing with Israel now?
I said they allowed the ships.
What does that have to do?
Throughout the genocide, hold on. Through this genocide, Rio, while this genocide was ongoing, they allowed ships. Gaza.
Genocide of Gaza back then?
No, from 2023,
they allowed ships to go through from UAE, using the Strait of Hormuz to go to Israel.
Because when you are a
Iran.
country against two powers, you're gonna take your plan.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Iran owns the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh my! Whoa! Baby, listen to this. Listen to this.
I thought it was international waters.
All of a sudden, now Iran doesn't own the fucking Strait of Hormuz. Now they're charging.
No, now they do. Before, it was a waterway that was used by everyone.
Oh my God! Listen to this, guys. This is ridiculous.
How is this ridiculous?
This is crazy. They gave threats multiple times. Oh my God!
Is there a port with the UAE in the Strait of Hormuz?
I can't believe it, man.
Say yes or no?
It's a thing because they attacked us and now we are defending ourselves and we are restoring our rights. The right to pay money. In Panama, they ask for money.
Did you know that thanks to UAE, you guys are making a lot of money?
Bro, the UAE is a lot of money. We know Iranian and the US still living.
No, I'm telling you because of the sanctions.
Most of the money was being made from China.
Oh, I don't support that.
So then why don't you speak up against Ryan? He keeps shouting out.
These guys don't understand a single shit.
A single thing.